Hello and good evening. Happy Thursday to anyone who may be tuning in to another open mic. Feels good to be back to an open mic because it's been a while since I've had one. Typically, I do them every Thursday, but the last few weeks have been busy with other stuff. So the last open mic was actually a month ago tomorrow. So it's been a while. We had last Thursday night, we had top five Metroidvanias part two. The week before that, I actually took it off. And then the Thursday before that, we had top five Marios. And then before that was the last episode of Open Mic with Carlo Dujima. So it's good to be back. And I've got an awesome guest who's kind of new to uh, our corner. I say that because me and the Melee Games crew and Paul Hadouken and DJ Axis, we're all good friends. And we have a new inductee to our group, and he's we were talking backstage. We're already having a great discussion, so very much looking forward to having a good discussion with him. And that is BDJake. Hello, thank you for joining me tonight. I'm glad this worked out.
Neo, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. Hello, guys. My name is Big Dog Jake, BIGGDOGGJAKE. I go by BDJake to make it easier on people. Professional VOA, political gun for hire. Love metal music, and I love talking about video games. Neo, again, thank you so very much for popping my live stream cherry.
Happy to. I'm glad you're able to come on. You're willing, and yeah, I'm looking forward to this chat already.
I was hungry for it.
Yeah, I'm glad we made this happen. So, yeah. So, normally we don't have any topics. So if you brought any topics, you're welcome to. But just some of the stuff that we've been talking about in Discord, and even just before we started, I wrote down a couple things that I want to make sure we touch on tonight.
Absolutely.
So
I'm down for whatever.
We were talking about music a little bit before the stream, and I don't know what got us on that topic, but I
suppose.
I was talking about because you asked me about that's what it was. You asked me about did I play any instruments, and I was telling you how I played saxophone in 3rd and 4th grade for a little bit, but only because my dad wanted to, not because I really wanted to. But in my adult life, I got really into Rock Band, so much so that I got the Ion Drum Rocker, which is like a legitimate electronic drum set. You just have to swap out the Rock Band drum brain for like an East drum brain, which I was thinking about doing. I never did. But it's got the full four drum pads. It's got 3. Well, it came with 2 cymbals. I bought the 3rd one because I wanted to have as much the real experience as possible.
Oh yeah.
And it came with a drum set, and because the drum pedals drum set came with the drum pedal, because the pedal that came with the default Rock Band drums that are just plastic, that thing is so thin. I snapped 3 of them, and one of them, because I went through the first 2, I got like this metal plate to go on top of it so that the 3rd one wouldn't snap, and it still snapped because I love the drums, and that was my favorite instrument, and I got really good. I was most of what I was playing, because it was Rock Band 3 that introduced the pro instruments.
It did, yes.
So I think it was Rock Band 3 was about the time that I got the Ion Drum Rocker. I had been playing, because what got me into music games was Guitar Hero 2 on 360. I did play the first one on my friend's PS2, but the first one I owned was when it came to Xbox 360 with Guitar Hero 2, and I played the heck out of that. And then when Rock Band was like they announced it, I'm like, a whole band thing? That's awesome. And I fell in love
with the guys who made the first 2 Guitar Heroes.
Yeah, harmonics. But so all that to say is that I got really good at expert pro drums. So that's as close to playing a real instrument, because like obviously playing a Rock Band guitar is not anything like playing an actual guitar, but playing Rock Band drums is very, very close to playing real drums.
Especially when you get a digital Ion set with snare, 2 rack toms, 2 floor toms, a crash, a ride, and hats, and you have yourself some professional you have yourself some professional bass pedals. It genuinely is very close, especially if you're playing on expert difficulty to certain songs. I remember distinctly when I first made it to the last 5 expert songs on Guitar Hero 2 that the notes came in so slowly that I couldn't distinguish them from one another, so I was messing up. So I looked up cheat codes that increased the speed at which the notes would come at you, so there'd
The
be more space in between them
hyper, what was it called?
to hit the notes. And you
Um,
never find a follow up cheat for that for Rock Band.
hyper mode is what it was called.
Yes,
It stretched it out, but it came faster, so it was the
yes,
same speed,
exactly.
but it stretched the notes out.
Exactly. And, playing things like Through the Fire and the Flames on, the 100% speed, the notes were so close together I couldn't tell, but turning hyper mode to like 200, 300%, I could see more gap in between and I could be more accurate. Same thing carried over to eventually when I think Rock Band 2 is when I really got into it, because after Guitar Hero 3, I was kind of done with that. Harmonix was making it, etc. And I'd get behind the drum pad or the guitar, and I'd want to speed it up because I had to see those triplets coming on the drums. I had to see I had to see all the notes that I had to hit or otherwise tap on, hammer off, etc. On the guitar. But man, genuinely playing. Point being is when you have a professional or semi-professional electronic drum kit fully kitted out, and you're playing an expert song on Rock Band, you're basically sight reading a song. You're
Mhm.
basically sight reading as the drummer, and if you can nail it, you can effectively get behind a kit and basically play a recording of the notes coming at you from when you were playing it earlier.
Mhm.
And as long as you have decent technique down and know where to hit the cymbals and parts of the drum head, you basically sound like you are playing the song by memory for real.
Yeah.
I thought it was a fantastic music tool for someone who wants kids and teens to, and even myself at the time before I started to really care about like playing guitar and really getting into music. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, I was once I got really good at the Expert Pro drums, I like it'd be cool if I had some sort of like headset where I could have the note highway and sit in the actual drum set and
Oh
I
yeah,
could play it, but
that is a thing now.
yeah,
That
it
is a
wasn't
thing with
then, but it
VR,
is
man.
now.
I'll tell you what.
Um,
Oh man,
but yeah,
good
so
memories.
yeah, good.
What a
So
start! Hallelujah.
I yeah, so yeah, my full introduction to music games was for Guitar Hero 2, and um I did eventually beat Guitar Hero 2 on Expert. That was one of one of my proudest gaming moments because I never thought I would get good enough to be able to even play Expert, much
Uh,
less beat Expert. So when I
oh,
beat
absolutely. My
someone
memory is
pointed
fine
this
as
out
well.
to me on a stream not that long ago because I was under the impression that Bark at the Moon was the final song in Guitar Hero 2, but that was in Guitar Hero 1.
Incorrect.
Yeah, but it's because Bark at the Moon was a DLC song in
Yes,
Guitar Hero 2 or 3. It was one of the two because I know I've played it and
it
I've
was
beaten it.
Guitar Hero 2.
Okay, that's what I thought. It wasn't until that a stream not long ago someone pointed out that I think it was Freebird was the final song in Guitar Hero 2.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, "Oh my god, I totally forgot about that."
I remember how pissed Harmonix was because when Rock Band launched, they wanted Freebird to be their last. Instead, they had to go with the Outlaws, Green Grass, and High Tides Forever,
Oh
which
yeah.
ended up, blowing up the Outlaws in popularity for a period of time among an audience that otherwise, doesn't listen to like the Allman Brothers band very often. Let's say.
Well, did the all the that not resurgence since it was a new up and coming genre of game, but
Mhm.
whatever the word I'm looking for, the explosion of the music game genre
Yes.
is what introduced me to a lot of bands who I'd heard of but I'd never
Oh
listened to
yeah.
before.
Oh yeah.
So
Absolutely.
thanks to that, I became a fan of a lot of new bands. But yeah, the first time I beat Guitar Hero 2 on Expert was awesome. But I felt more proud when I beat um, Bark at the Moon on Expert because I thought that was harder than Freebird, even though Freebird was longer.
Hmm.
But those were some of my most proudest gaming moments. And so I beat Guitar Hero 2 on Expert. I never did beat Guitar Hero 3 on Expert because of
For shame.
freaking Raining Blood. And it's BS.
Uh,
It never sticks to a consistent beat. I
look,
hate that freaking song. I hate Slayer because of that
look.
song
Kerry
in
King
Guitar
was
Hero.
drinking a lot in the late '80s, and he just kind of one take teddied it and shredded the shiz out of his BC Rich guitar. And I mean, yeah, yeah, I know exactly how you feel because that song is nuts.
And that's also the one song I could never 5-star on hard. So I never
Mm.
beat Guitar Hero 3 on expert because of freaking Raining Blood, and I've hated Slayer ever since. Um, but so I did play Guitar Hero 4, which would have been World Tour. And I didn't play that anywhere near as much as I played 2 or 3.
I
Because
thought the
at that
guitar they
time,
shipped with World Tour was abysmal.
I never use it. Well, I played it once at a demo station in like Best Buy, but I never
Mm-hmm.
played it like more than like 5 minutes. So I don't know
Same
how that
here.
one worked.
My Guitar Hero 2 Explorer carried me
I still
until
have
the
mine.
crash of the genre, basically.
I still have
Nearly a
my
decade.
I have my Guitar Hero 2 Explorer. I have my Guitar Hero 3 Les Gibson.
Mm.
The problem with that though is because the neck
neck,
would
yeah.
You could detach it.
Yeah,
It doesn't have any connection, so I can't get it to stick.
Because
So
it used stupid, what a terrible idea, contacts instead of hooking in.
yes.
Oh my goodness.
So I have my Guitar Hero 3 guitar, but it doesn't work because it only sometimes detects notes if I hold it together while I'm playing, and that's not feasible.
No,
and then I have my Rock Band, whatever the guitar was that came with Rock Band. Wait, no.
It's based off a Stratocaster.
The Stratocaster, that's right.
It's a Fender Strat.
Fender Stratocaster, yeah, I've got that one as well. But I didn't like how it was mushy and it didn't click like the Guitar Hero ones did.
That is something that I very much disliked about that. Very much. Especially, I don't know if it was in the original Rock Band or if it was in the Strat instrument, let's say, that they shipped with the second Rock Band. But when they added the tap only notes higher up on the neck,
yes,
basically
that was
around
on
the 17th fret, those were still so mushy. I hated them.
Yeah, that was on the original guitar, Rock Band guitar, because I never got a Rock Band 2 guitar, but I had the Rock Band 1 guitar, and it has those buttons higher up on the neck.
Couldn't stand them.
I tried using them a few times, but I just stuck to the regular buttons. But anyways, I did play a few other Guitar Heroes after 3, but 2 and 3 the ones I played the most. After that, I stuck mostly to Rock Band. So I did. I beat all the expert careers on Rock Band 1 except for drums. The only song I never could beat on Rock Band 1 expert drums was Run to the Hills. So that's the one achievement I don't have in Rock Band 1 is beating the drum expert career.
I'm sorry that the arguably best Iron Maiden song ever put to wax crushed you. That crushes me, honestly.
I don't hate that one.
I'm ashamed to be on this podcast. No, I'm leaving.
I don't hate Run to the Hills like I hate Raining Blood and Slayer. I do like Iron Maiden. The one thing that I hated so much about Raining Blood was that like it never stuck to like the regular beats. Every single strum was basically like an offbeat, and I literally could not wrap my head around it.
There's not only are there a number of timing changes, but again, in Kerry King's infinite wisdom, played.
Is that sarcasm or is that?
Oh no! This is I'm genuinely speaking right now. In Kerry King's infinite wisdom of one taking apocryphally while drunk, the solo for Raining Blood, it doesn't matter if you have a perfect metronome. It doesn't matter how much you sight read. It does not matter because the timing is so off that it is incredibly difficult to play, I guess, as a clone of what it actually is. I mean, people can play it, but you notice a distinct difference, and that is that it's actually timed properly. There's not notes mashed together. You don't hear the scratching.
I probably would have liked it better if they had that version of the game.
People who cover it, will play it to like a 64 or 128 timed metronome, and it sounds like it's timed properly because Kerry King was kind of just hand fisting his way through it, and it sounds brutal. But compared to even thrash metal at the time, some faster songs like I know people give crap to Kirk Hammett, but even his solo in 1, roughly the same speed, you could still get the time to that. You can hear it, you can see it, and I spent a summer playing through the Guitar Hero Metallica. I played through that whole thing, actually the whole thing on guitar and drums, and I love the heck out of it.
I don't. I'm pulling it up right now to see if I played it because I know I played Van Halen and I played a. Let's see here.
Oh, if
Did
you
I play
if you
Metallica?
haven't seen if you
Oh,
if
I
you've
played
never heard of it,
Aerosmith and Van Halen, but I never played Metallica.
I think you could still find them on YouTube. The behind the scenes footage of the 4 guys holding 1-to-1 size fake instruments and pantomiming playing is hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious.
That's great. But yeah, so the one achievement I was missing from Rock Band 1 is the expert drums because of Run to the Hills. But I do like Iron Maiden. I do like that song. I just couldn't beat it. But before we move on or continue that, I want to say hi to a few people who have hopped in stream.
Of course.
Yo, what's up, Static? Good to see you.
Good to see you, Static. Just saw you, actually.
Yeah, you had a great pre-game tonight. I will. I had to drop out towards the end, but what I saw,
it helped me air
great.
out and prep for this stream. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. And RNG Gaming Podcast. Hey, what's up, Carl? Or more accurately, Adam. I was just talking to Jake backstage about you and Metal Shred Freak before we started. But good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you, Carl Stroke Adam.
Yeah, Carl Dojima is his online avatar / persona, but his name is Adam.
Oh, look. The feds are listening. I don't want to blow anyone's cover. So.
Well, he doesn't make a habit of hiding it. So if it wasn't for that, I would not be using his real name. But Static says he can play Raining Blood on ultimate difficulty. I didn't even know there was such a thing. That's impressive.
Well, bully for you.
Let's see here. I want to know if you guys have seen the new piano stuff in Final Fantasy Rebirth. I have no idea what you're talking about because I know everything I know about Final Fantasy I've learned from having guests on because I had never played a Final Fantasy game because that's not my genre. Sounds like Jake is looking it up right now.
I have seen, or excuse me, I've seen trailers or I guess gameplay footage. I'm not exactly sure that have had the music. I've heard the music. I think I've honestly like every Final Fantasy game, the soundtrack sounds great, and the piano stuff on Final Fantasy Rebirth, it's really top notch. It's really, really good. I love piano music. I can't play piano. I wouldn't even want to attempt to try. My grandmother's rolling in her grave. She was a concert pianist. She taught it at colleges. But from listening to it, I would like to see a video of someone playing it, especially the person who recorded it. But it is very, very good, I will say.
Cool. And we got Amin Ra, which I think is Dirk. If not, well, either way, hello, Amin Ra. Good to see you again. And DJ Axis, who I was also telling Jake about backstage. What's up, DJ? Good to see you. You guys need to talk because he's a metalhead and a music guy. He's a music guy and a gamer too. So you guys need to talk at some point. And Paul as well, but I haven't seen Paul yet.
Would love to.
So, and then Real Wade Nation is here. What's up, Wade? Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Wade, how are you?
Let's see here. I got good stuff and works on all 3 of my channels. Awesome. Yeah, you've been killing it, dude. So keep up the good work. Your channels have been doing great.
I'll have to check him out. Sub to him.
So, all right. So to continue where I was going with that, into Rock Band 2 was probably the music game I played the most of.
Mm-hmm.
I did end up getting 100% of the achievements in that because I am, for everyone who has hung out with my channel knows, but I'm an Xbox guy. Not that I've got anything against the other platforms.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not like, Xbox supremacy or anything. I would own all the consoles if I had the money / time for all of them, but I've just been an Xbox guy and I'm an achievement hunter and a completionist. So, and I got 100% completion in Rock Band 2, which is also one of my more prouder completions because of one achievement. Well, I did complete all of the expert careers for all the instruments on Rock Band 2, but the proudest achievement from Rock Band 2 is the Bladder of Steel achievement, which is for completing the entire set list without pausing or failing. So you can do it on any difficulty, but it's basically like
Back to
six and a
back to
half
back.
hours without pausing or failing. And it took me
Oh boy.
3 times to do it before I got it
Oh,
without failing or pausing.
that's gotta
Um,
sting when you,
but
when
that
you
is
don't go through it the first time. That's gotta sting to go
especially
back.
because when the biggest problem is not failing something, and it goes in order of difficulty. So the odds of you failing are going to be at the end.
Right.
So those 2
It's the
times I
first
failed,
5 hours where you can't go, take a leak, I guess.
yeah. So the first 2 times that I failed, it was at like the 5.5 or 6 hour mark or something.
Oh,
Um,
oh,
you know what? No, one of them I failed. The other one I think was because I knew I'd kind of studied it, so to speak. So I knew
mhm,
when there was like towards the end, I knew when there was a song with a really long outro, followed
right.
up immediately by a song with a really long intro, which gave me enough time to go take a leak.
Oh,
And I
pro
think
strats here.
in my hurry, I think I yanked the cord out of the
Oh
Xbox on one
no.
of them, and which automatically pauses the game.
Oh no. I remember I believe it was Guitar Hero 3. I had it on my 360. I took it over to a friend's house, and there was maybe 11 of us there playing Guitar Hero, and my Xbox, my disc, and I had it seated vertically on the ground on
Oh
carpet,
no, I know where this is
and I
going.
was playing. It was towards the end of the night, and I was ripping it. By this point, everybody had watched me play like 9 in a row because they were impressed. We were like 15, 16. We did, so everybody was quite impressed. Even the girls were like, "Oh my goodness, look at his hands move." Anyways, but uh, it was one of my friend's girlfriends at the time was coming back into the room, and she would cross in front of me, in front of the TV, to to leave from behind the couch, and she was carrying a bowl of like potato chips or popcorn, and as she turned the corner, her right foot hit the Xbox, and it went bang, and then fell to the ground, and then black screen, disc was shot, it shattered and threw pieces through the Xbox.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
man, I was so upset.
I just thought you were gonna.
I've gotten over it.
I thought because you never want to move a vertical standing, or it just doesn't matter whether it's
Mm-hmm.
horizontal or vertical. But you never want to move it while a disc is spinning because
Oh
it'll
no,
doesn't. And I don't think this is unique to Xbox, but
no.
it'll shred your disc. So I thought you were just
Mm-hmm.
going to say that it shredded the disc, but it sounds like it completely destroyed the 360.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
It shredded
that hurts.
the disc, and it broke into numerous pieces that got flung out. Well, flung out. Excuse me, flung into the console somewhat, and
Yeah,
that thing was
inside.
shot. That was not to one up your
Oh,
story. That was just to express empathy, brother, because that pain I know it all too well.
yeah, that sucks. So when I did finally get the Bladder of Steel achievement and made it without failing or pausing, that was one of my other proudest achievements. So,
What?
and Static is saying that the Final Fantasy piano minigame looks like you could learn real from piano from it. It shows the accurate notes and chords you play. That's cool. So it sounds like
I see.
because they
Oh,
did add a keyboard in Rock Band 3, but I
they
don't
did.
think it
Yeah.
came with it. You had to buy it separately. So you could legitimately
I
learn keys
I
from that because it's the
imagine
exact
if you
same as a real keyboard.
Yeah, I imagine if you had like an 88 key chord, or even a short staff like a 66 key, you could probably plug it in and it would work as well. Same with the way that you had a semi pro digital kit that you could plug into it. I know Rock Band. I remember at the time there was like 12 or 15 drum kits that were endorsed to say harmonics like these will work. These will
Hmm.
absolutely work. So I imagine that once Rock Band 3 came around, there was probably something similar with a few other brands of main keyboards as well.
Cool.
Um,
Yeah,
and regarding what Static said about the Final Fantasy, excuse me for interrupting, I apologize.
no worries.
Regarding what he said about the piano minigame, um, I imagine that's building off from Final Fantasy 14, the MMO, where there's a number of musical instruments. And although not exactly playing it like you would the actual instrument is quite complicated. And I wonder if somebody there thought about when their next single player Final Fantasy came out, what if we introduced something that, made it feasible for someone to actually look at, maybe learn to sight read a little bit, and see if they could transfer that over to actual instruments.
Could be. Yeah. Um, I don't know enough about it. You're the music guy.
No worries.
But yeah, so Rock Band 3, I did play a lot of because that's when I was saying backstage that I got the Ion drum rocker with the actual like cymbals and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually had the pro instrument, so you could get like the pro guitar. It was still
Mm-hmm.
like a Guitar Hero guitar, but instead of just having 5 buttons, each fret had 6 buttons on it to
Right.
simulate the strings, and it had however many frets. So it had like
Right. So you can move down the
like
scale.
160 buttons or whatever, how
Yep.
many frets it had times 6. I wanted to get one of those, but I never did. But you could basically learn to play real guitar from that game.
The moment one of those buttons would go out, I would probably snap it over my leg.
Yeah, understandable. But I never did. One of my friends had the keyboard, so I borrowed it for a little while and got
Yeah.
kind of good at it on easy, just so I could get as many of the easy achievements as I could. But I'll never get 100% of the achievements on Rock Band 3 because there's a bunch of pro guitar achievements, which I'll never get, which also includes
Mm-hmm.
pro bass achievements. Similarly, I'll never get those. And
Right.
pro keyboard achievements, but that's like pro expert keys, which will never be good enough at that.
Right.
But I've
Pro
done.
tip for anyone who wants to learn keys: take some masking tape, put it over the white keys, and write the notes down on them. It genuinely
Oh,
helps when you're learning, because much
yeah.
like when someone is learning how to type, they'll constantly look down at the keyboard and pluck with one finger after the other, seeing what letter is on the keys. Same thing for keyboard. It genuinely helps. Just a
Speaking
quick
of
tip for y'all.
that is a great idea. But along the lines of the keyboard thing is I took a typing class in 8th grade, and we had these like little rubber covers that would go over the keyboard so you couldn't see what letters they were.
Yes,
Um,
yes. I
but
remember. I remember these.
yeah, so um, I, I was maybe a tiny bit better at typing at the end of the semester from
Hmm.
where I started, but I didn't really get that much better at typing. It's from playing PC games that I learned the placement of the keys and became
Oh yeah,
better at typing.
same here. Gosh, I built my first PC when I was 9 or 10.
Oh, nice. Mine was
And
my freshman year of high school, which is actually this PC right here.
oh, very nice. May I ask what is inside? I know this is a
Um,
slight tangent, but I am curious.
I would have to open it up because I do not remember. Other than I
No worries.
remember it
No
had
worries.
an ATI Radeon GPU, but I don't know what it was. But it was the top tier GPU at the time.
I was very proud of my first NVIDIA 8800 GT. I thought I was the shiznit when I had that. I was able to play Crisis on the lowest settings at 720p,
Can it run
and
Crisis? It can.
it can run Crisis with a
Hmm.
Pentium 4. It could do it. It was the oh my goodness, it was a Pentium 4 that it oh gosh, what did they call it back then before they introduced the I series? It had a
I
hyperlane,
don't
so it had one physical GPU, but or excuse me, CPU, but it also had one other I
remember.
guess faux GPU or whatever. I can't
Like the
think of the word right
multi-core.
now. Yeah, it was like a multi-core, but it had one physical and one what I cannot think of the word of it. It escapes me, but it was basically kind of
Virtualized?
like a 1.5. Yes, one virtual core. It
Okay.
had one real core and one virtual core. That Pentium 4, it was like 3.8 gigahertz, and an 8800 GT with 8 gig of DDR2. It did run Crisis on the lowest settings at 720p. I even got 45 frames per second, roughly.
Nice. Yeah, I've still never played Crisis. I do own the Crisis Trilogy remaster, but I haven't gotten around to playing it yet, so I'm looking forward to that because I always thought Crisis looked awesome.
Oh, the games they're a bit outdated now. I'm sorry, Static says Pentium 5. If I said Pentium 5, I am making a mistake. I apologize. Um, the Crisis games, they're a bit outdated now as far as first person shooters go, but I do recommend everyone go back and play the first one. Even play Crisis Warhead, which you can usually get for even cheaper than the
I've not even
original
heard of that
Crisis.
one.
And the the controls on mouse and keyboard feel weird. They're a bit sluggish, but when you get used to it, it's a very rewarding experience. It does have a kind of interesting story. I recommend people go through it. You have the remaster collection. I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
Gamepad, mouse or keyboard, either one will work.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it because I always wanted to play it back in the day because it looked awesome, but just never did. So, but yeah, DJ is saying, "Yep, accurate. If anything jostles a console while a disc is spinning there, the disc is done."
Oh yeah, it
Yeah.
was done.
You could hear it. Zzz.
Yep.
You have to hear. You have to kind of hear it out and understand the notes. Oh, it's on with the keyboard.
I
Yeah.
see.
He's saying, "I want to get Neo a cheap guitar and Rocksmith, dude. I would love that. That would be awesome,
dude. Oh man, Rocksmith. Genuinely, I when I was first learning guitar, seriously, I'm a lefty, so I bought a left-handed guitar. I strung it orthodox, so I didn't learn it upside down. Um, having the 2013 edition of Rocksmith and being able to flip it to left-handed, I spent maybe 2 years on that and actually got pretty okay at guitar. I haven't played in a number of years due to spinal issues, but I it genuinely it's still a great product and a great teaching tool to this day for someone who wants to learn guitar. Rocksmith 2013 edition, you can get it on Steam. I think you could probably fly the high seas because I know it came with a number of songs, but there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of songs that other people have made for it that you can download, and you can learn. You can easily, with enough time and enough patience and enough dedication, learn real guitar for real with it. It's a great tool.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's the thing I was saying earlier. You know, the Rock Band Pro guitar is still a fake guitar because it's got buttons instead of strings. But Rocksmith uses an actual real guitar with real strings.
Now, am I thinking? I don't know if this is a dream that I had, but am I thinking correctly? It might be a Mandela effect type thing because it might have just been a toy I saw once and then my brain made a weird connection. But am I thinking correctly or incorrectly that when it came to Rock Band 3, not the base model instruments, if you will, but the higher model instruments, did they not, instead of a paddle basically for where you would normally hold a pick and strum strings, it actually had kind of like a bracket that held taut a few, if not 6 strings entirely, that you could actually strum and play the notes. Am I just
pretty
making that
sure
up?
You're right about that. I think it did have actual strings on it. The part where you strum.
I remember thinking that it was so cool, and I think the reason it sticks with me so long is because I think it coincided with basically being within a year of the music game genre just exploding into nothingness, and every game was in a bin for like $5 and the instruments were a couple dollars. And I thought, man, that's a shame, because by the time Rock Band 5 came around, you basically could just get a Les Paul or a Stratocaster and plug it in through whatever device they'd use and just play a real guitar through it.
Okay, yeah,
I imagine that's where they were going.
It's not, you're not imagining things.
Oh, so thank goodness. Good work, brain. You did it.
Where the heck is it?
Off the dome.
Got too many.
Paul Hadoken saying he's actually going to be doing some Rocksmith streams soon. And the VOD will be on Rumble. I will have to check that out because, Paul, I would love to see what skills you have on the guitar.
Oh, that's why.
I love watching people play guitar.
Can I not share it from... Oh, you know what? Hold on. Because it's in the same browser. I need to open it up in a different browser.
Take your time. Absolutely.
Here we go.
Yeah. Not
All
just
right,
talking about music and video games, but watching
should
people
work.
play. I love it.
Here we go. No, did it? That was weird. Here we go.
There we are. Okay,
So
that
yeah,
looks like a
here's
Fender
all this.
Jazzmaster
Here's all the frets with the
or a
buttons, but down
Jag.
here you actually have strings that you actually strum.
Can you hover over that or do like a control mouse
Let
wheel
me
up?
see. Nah,
Yeah.
a
Okay.
little bit.
Yep. I see it. Okay, so I was not being crazy, and that, yeah, it looks like kind of like
It says Fender
a Fender
Mustang up here.
a Mustang. Okay, a Mustang was kind of so the Fender Mustang has a body shape that's similar to a Jazzmaster, a little bit shorter scale, and this one, is pantomiming having a single humbucker, which, you could set it up that way if you so desired, I imagine.
So yeah, you were not imagining things. You were correct. I totally forgot about that. I never used one of those, but I always wanted to. But yeah, with Rocksmith, you use an actual guitar, so it's even better.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, what's up, Paul Hadouken? I knew you'd hop in here at some point. Good to see you. As I was telling Jake backstage before we started, you guys need to connect as well because he's a big metalhead and a video gamer, so you guys will be great friends.
Yep.
So.
And speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Paul, what a guy, invited me to his Discord just 4 or 5 hours ago, maybe 6 hours ago. He and I connected, and Neo, you saged my future perfectly. Absolutely, and absolutely looking forward to it.
Cool, yeah, we got a lot of great people.
Hey, there we
around
go.
us.
Another guitar lover.
Reinstalled Rocksmith. That's awesome, Static. But yeah, so like I said, I'll never complete Rock Band 3, but for the pro instruments, because I did get the Ion drum rocker with all the cymbals and stuff, I was able to play expert pro drums because I played a ton of it and fell in love with it. And I'm pretty sure I've got all of the expert, or I should say all the pro drum achievements, except for there's ones in the trainer where you have to hit. There's like all these different like easy, medium,
drills,
hard, advanced, practices. Yep. And there's a couple of them I never finished, so I didn't get that achievement. I still could, right. But so anyway, where I was leading up with that is, so I fell in love with drums, and 2 weeks ago I was like, how long has it been since I've played Rock Band? It literally been somewhere between 10 to 15 years since I had played Rock Band. So I got nostalgic. I pulled out my Ion drum kit for the first time since I've lived in this house, which I'll be in this house for 10 years. No, I just hit 10 years. So I moved into this house.
Congratulations on owning a house.
February of 2012. Not 2012, 2014. So okay. I've been in this house for just over 10 years, and I've never pulled them out. When I moved in, they went straight into storage.
Right.
So I pulled them out. I'd had to dust them off. I actually had to buy a new drum seat and drumsticks because I didn't have them because the last pair I think broke,
right.
And my last drum seat broke. And that's basically why I stopped playing drums. And so I went and bought a new drum stool and drumsticks and then pulled it out. And I was playing a bunch of drums on Rock Band 3 for the first time in literally over a decade last week. And that was fun because back when I used to play it a ton, so the only limb I'm not using is my left foot because I don't have two drum bass pedals. But playing on expert
kick
pro
pedals.
Drums and stuff, kick pedals, I'll work up a sweat. It's basically like getting burn a lot of calories from playing expert pro drums. So it also doubles as a bit of a workout. So I was like, I haven't gotten any exercise in a while, so I'm going to start doing drums again to burn some more calories and
have a heck of a lot of fun while doing it.
Exactly. So I busted out. I'm like, it's been over a decade since I played these. I had to go back to easy because I'm like, I lost everything. So, but it came back to me very quickly. So there was some stuff though that I had never done because by the time I started Rock Band 3, I was already playing expert. So I'd never done like easy and medium. I'd only done hard and expert. So I was like, oh, well, this is perfect. Now I can go back and finish the easy and medium stuff that I never wanted to do because it was too slow and boring. But now that I've lost all those skills, I'm like, this is getting me back into it. So
Right.
it was great. I finished the easy campaign, and I was like in the first or second set of medium until I put them away. But I'll probably pull them back out again soon. But it was great because some of my favorite, and I have more DLC songs than I've got on disc songs.
Mm-hmm.
And some of my one of my favorite songs is an on disc song. More so, not that I don't like the song, but just like it's just like a song that really connected with me, and like it feels so good to play.
Mm-hmm.
And that was
Every musician has that.
it was "Suffragette City" by David Bowie.
Ah.
And then probably, that's on drums. I've got favorite songs for each instrument, but since I play drums the most, that's the one I know the song is the best off the top of my head. Because even after not playing it for a decade, I'm like, I remember that I love "Suffragette City" on drums.
Absolutely.
And then my other favorite is "Monkey Wrench" by Foo Fighters.
Mm.
And so I think those are the first two songs I went to when I pulled them out for the first time in 10 years. And I failed immediately because I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. So after playing through the easy campaign again and getting back into it, I went back to it and I was able to, by the skin of my teeth, I passed Suffragette City on expert. And then I went to Monkey Wrench and I failed it. So I still haven't beaten Monkey Wrench again because that one is just like so much faster. But I played Suffragette City a few more times over like the last week, and I got really, really close to beating my all-time high score on that song.
Ooh.
So
you're just there.
Yeah, every time I got closer and closer, I'm like, yes! It's been 10 years since I played this song, essentially. And I'm still 5-starring it on expert, even though I'd only played through the easy campaign on drums to get back into it. So that was good stuff. So I'm looking forward to playing some more Rock Band when I get to it. But I just started playing Helldivers this weekend, and that's been a lot of fun.
I mean, you go from playing Suffragette City and Monkey Wrench, but when the United Earth Federation calls and you have to spread some managed democracy, you got to go squash some bugs.
Yeah.
There's just there's no saying no.
So
I can think of something better, but there's no saying no. You have to go. Not. You have to drop in and go for it.
And I was like, everyone who knows me knows I don't particularly like multiplayer games. I've never really been into multiplayer, but I love co-op stuff. So this is right up my alley. And so it's been fun. My channel hasn't been around very long. I just started my in the end of June. So I haven't even been on for a year yet, but I've made so many great friends just from being around these different communities, and got lots of people to play Helldivers with.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so that was the other thing I was going to say is about the Rock Band is I always wanted to, back when I was playing it a ton, is I always wanted to get the second kick pedal.
Yes.
I never did. Since pulling it out last week and playing drums again, I was like, man, I remember why I wanted to get that second pedal. So I was looking into it. Oh my goodness. Like,
were you not thinking $200 to $350?
I figure I could get like a second pedal for like $50. It's like, no, you got to get the pedal. And you got to get like these adapters. And that's just like the crappy way to do it. You have to get like a real kick pedal. And you have to get like this MIDI converter, and you got to get like a new drum brain so that it's actually playing like a drum kit and not like a Rock Band kit. And I'm like, just for a second pedal, this is nuts. So I don't think I'm ever going to, but I bought, one of my favorite bands from back in the day, they still are one of my favorite bands, but I don't listen to them as much anymore, is Disturbed. So I bought all the DLC songs for Disturbed, and
David Drainer, great vocalist.
He is
great riffs as well. Great riffs as well. Underrated in my opinion. They're kind of looked down upon now a little bit, but they still got it.
Yeah, when my friend discovered his side project Device, and that was like, that's really good.
Yes, his industrial metal project.
And funny thing
Vilify. That's my favorite track off Device.
Good song. One of the funny things is on one of those band videos for River of whatever you sent me yesterday.
Rivers of Nile. They're
Rivers of
friends of
Nile.
mine.
That's
They started a band. They're from Pennsylvania. They also are friends with another band who I'm friends with, August Burns Red. They're from roughly the same area in Pennsylvania. I have family who lives in that county, so I grew up with the guys. I mean, August Burns Red they have 2 Grammys now for
nice.
metal performance, and Rivers of Nile. Yeah, they're a great band. Where I was Know My Name 2018, they introduced saxophone, and every album since they've had a new classical jazz instrument on each of the albums. It's really good stuff. It's really good stuff.
Yeah, for the most part, I like those two videos you sent me. And I've listened to a little bit of August Burn Red, but it's been a really long time.
Mhm.
Anyways, where I was going with that is when you sent me those, I watched those yesterday, and right after I don't remember which one it was, but right after one of them ended, the next video that played was David Draymond's cover of
The Sound of
"The
Silence.
Sound of Silence." Yes, thank you.
Beautiful cover.
It's excellent. I was like, I looked at it, I'm like, holy crap, this thing has almost 1 billion views, but it's
Absolutely.
amazing.
I honestly, I want to equivocate it to when Trent Reznor came out and said, "Look, Hurt is Johnny Cash's song now." You know, Simon and Garfunkel, much bigger egos than even Trent Reznor. They would never say such a thing. But I honestly consider David Draymond singing and Disturbed covering Sound of Silence to be the equivalent of when Johnny Cash came out with his cover of Hurt and Trent Reznor was like, "Look, it's his song now. It's his song now. That's it. That's it. It's the game's over. It's his song now."
Well, Hot
And if
Music
you've ever
Take.
listened to Simon and Garfunkel play, it's faster, it's more shrill, and it doesn't have the emotional impact. They're
Sense.
like 2 totally different songs.
Yeah, I was gonna say Hot Music Take is I hate Johnny Cash.
Ooh,
I
that
despise
is a
his
hot
music.
take.
I cannot
Okay,
stand him.
okay. I, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try here.
It's funny because one of his
Let's.
most famous songs is literally like 10 minutes down the street, 20 minutes down the street from
Oh,
me.
really? Really? Do you live by a certain prison?
I do,
You
which
live near Folsom City,
I
Folsom County Prison.
it's about 20 minutes from me, and I recently found out that's where Gary from Neurotic was holed up for however
Yes.
long he was there. He was right down the street from
Under
me.
3 years, I believe. I think when he spoke about it, he said it was under 3 years.
But yeah, I've always known it was somewhere over there, but I never knew where it was until a couple years ago. I actually looked on the map. I'm like, oh, I've driven by it dozens of times. I just didn't know it.
Like a lot of big prisons out west, basically in the middle of nowhere, just in the middle of flat desert. You can kind of see some mountains in the distance. That train will not keep rolling because that line is not there anymore. But I will try, disregarding his music, the image, the character of Johnny Cash. You know, everybody. You know, even girls I went to high school with in the late aughts and early teens had shirts that said "Cash" on the bottom with him leaning down and giving the middle finger to the camera. I mean that is just badass.
Yeah,
You
nothing to take
gotta
away
you
from him
gotta at
as a
least appreciate
performer
that.
or an artist or anything. I just do not like his music at all.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Um,
I will allow your hot take. You have engendered in me so much good favor that I will allow it.
I appreciate it. But yeah, so I was looking into getting the second pedal because where I was going with that is that so many of Disturbed's songs have so much kick,
Double bass.
yeah, double bass. It's like doing that with one leg.
Oh,
It
very
was like
difficult.
I would have to switch to my other leg, to do the next song because my leg is so worn out. I haven't played any Disturbed songs since I pulled it out, last week for the first time in forever. But back when I was playing all the time, it's like, how the heck do you play this without a second pedal? It's like you're not supposed to.
Well, yeah, you're not supposed to.
So looking into it last week to see if I could get another pedal, I'm like, it's like basically what I found was You can do it with this, like, you can get another pedal, and then you have to get like this little adapter thing.
Yes,
But
it's like a 3.5 millimeter adapter for like headphones, where it kind
yeah,
of forks, right? Yeah,
the thing is that, the main problem is that typically when you're not hitting the pedal, you're keeping the pedal pressed. You're not
right.
keeping off of it, because then you're going to wear your ankle out from just holding your foot up all the time. So
Hmm.
you keep it on the pedal until you need to
Right,
hit it, and then you pull it up and hit it again real quick.
right.
So if your foot is on the pedal on one of them and you hit the other one, it's not going to do anything because the other one's canceling it out. You'd have to hold your foot up in
Oh,
order for the other pedal to register. So if you're going
interesting.
really fast, it's not really a big deal. But if it's on something a little bit slower, you'd have to keep your foot off if you wanted the other pedal to register. So it's like, it's
Mm,
not a great solution. The best solution is like, you need to get like basically a new drum kit that is not a Rock Band drum kit,
I
and then you need to
see.
get like I don't even fully understand it, but then you need to get like the MIDI converter or something so that the game registers it as an actual drum kit and not like a
Right.
Rock Band drum kit.
I
And that's
see. I
like
see.
$600-700 at the cheapest. I'm like, okay, I
Well,
think I'll live with one pedal for now, since unless I was going to seriously get back into it, which I don't plan to, but I do plan to start playing a little bit more, but not that serious.
well, you own your own house, which, first off, very commendable for anybody under 50 in this day and age. I just want to say,
It was
glory be to God for
total
you.
It was a very much a blessing. The house literally fell into my lap
Oh,
because
wonderful.
um, a close family friend of my stepdad's, he's known her for decades, um, she was good friends with the previous owner who passed away, and she was the executor of his
Okay.
estate. Um, and
You get
she
dibs?
she knew that I was looking for a house because I was in an apartment at the time, and the apartment was going up drastically, and I was
Right.
making almost nothing at the time. So I
Right.
was like, all right, well, I'll go find somewhere else to live. And so she's like, he's looking for somewhere else to live, right? And I'm like, yeah. And it's like, well, how about this house? Like, he can't afford that. It's like, oh no, don't worry about it. I know how to make it work. So you have zero down, and you just
Ooh.
pay the estate. And it's like,
Oh,
sweet.
wow.
So it was
That's great.
total blessing. It was amazing.
Oh, that's
Um,
wonderful.
so
But
yeah,
since you
if it
have your
wasn't for
own
that,
house, you're not walled up to anybody. You've been getting back into drums. I mean, now would be a great time to. I mean, even if you're getting into it a little bit, now would be a great time to continue. I think you'd really enjoy it. You'd be burning the calories and even move towards getting a real drum kit. Like I said, basically screen recording when you're playing Rock Band songs, and then putting a screen in front of a real drum kit and playing those back and just playing to it as you would normally. You'll see it. You'll really, like we were discussing in the green room. You'll basically, excuse me, not basically. You will literally learn how to play songs on the drums. I mean, you might not know why certain notes are certain ways, or why certain triplets are here and not there, or what have you, but you'll know the songs. And
yeah.
might I recommend, if I know, just hit the pedals just for a second, might I recommend looking up on YouTube some heel toe technique for pedals that can
Okay.
help you get down some speed and accuracy with just a single pedal. And when it comes to double bass, it'll really help as well. Um,
Let's write that
but
down
if I
right now.
may, to bring full circle, coming to the end of the music video game genre crash and the fallout from that, what was your next love? What genre did you either fall in love with or fall back in love with once music video games kind of went the way of the dodo?
Okay, that is a perfect segue
Oh,
into
wonderful.
one of the other topics that I have on my notes that I wanted to touch on tonight. But before we do, the last thing I want to touch on in regard to the drums, because
Sure.
it's really annoying me. And if anyone out there has a solution to this, I am all ears. I've not found a single thing about it online anywhere, and it's driving me nuts because this was an issue back when I was playing Rock Band a ton, and I forgot about it until I started playing again last week.
Mm-hmm.
I am playing Pro Drums. However, on Rock Band 3, in order for it to work correctly, I have to go into the settings and I have to turn off the yellow symbol, which is the one you use the most. Because
It's the
when you're
hat.
playing Pro Drums, if you have just the regular little rectangle, that means you hit one of the drum pads. If it has a little circle instead, that means you hit that colored symbol.
Mm-hmm.
If I hit the yellow symbol and the red drum at the same time, which is probably the most common occurrence.
Yep.
It
Snare
will,
and hi-hats.
Yeah, that's the thing you're doing 90% of the time is your hi-hat symbol and your snare drum. If I have the yellow hi-hat symbol turned on in the settings, if I hit the yellow symbol and the red drum at the same time, the red drum will not trigger.
I see.
So what if I want to have the hi-hat symbol on so I'm really playing, the notes as they come at me in Pro Drums, I have to offset them enough so that they're not hitting at the same time, but close enough that it's still in that split second gap in the game that registers as a hit. So I have to offset them.
Ooh.
I can't hit them at the same time.
And that's forcing in bad technique.
And so I can't do it. So I just turned the yellow symbol off, so it's showing me just the yellow rectangle rather than the yellow circle. But I'm still playing it on the hi-hat symbol like I'm supposed to. It's just I don't know. I know most of the time it's telling me to hit the hi-hat symbol because that's the thing you do most of the time. But I'm guessing when it's telling me to hit the actual yellow tom rather than the yellow symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm guessing, because I'm like, I think right now I'm supposed to be hitting the drum rather than the cymbal, but I don't know because I have to turn it off because I cannot hit them at the same time with the symbol on. But if I turn it off, I can hit them both at the same time, no problem. And it's driving me nuts, and I have no idea why, and I can't find anything on the internet anywhere about this problem. So if anyone has anything that can help solve that problem so I can turn the yellow symbol back on, I am all ears.
The only thing that I can think of just straight off the dome is based on the construction of the kit and the obvious placement of where the hats and the snare are, is that they might be running through the same line to the brain, and they might be triggering off of the same contact. And by that, I mean when your drumstick hits the snare or your drumstick hits the hat, it might be making contact with the same contact, albeit in a different place or giving a different signal. And the contacts do not allow multi-signal. They might not allow multiple channels. They might only allow one channel, ergo only one will be able to register at a time.
Because each drum and each cymbal has its own cord going from it into the brain. So it's not like any of them are sharing a cord.
Now this is making me concerned for getting two kick pedals. Because if you come up on blast beats, is it not going to register the second beat out of the triplet?
That was when I was looking at this. That was what one person said. There's basically three solutions, and one of them is like, was given that setup that I was just talking about, you can do double, but if you get too fast, it won't pick it up.
Right.
So
it's basically like an old PS2 input keyboard where it couldn't register more than 4 key presses within like 750 milliseconds or something like that.
Yeah.
Whereas so now really you can press like 12 keys and it'll just go, there's all the buttons you pressed.
Yeah. So until I figure that out, I just turned off the yellow symbol. I'm still playing the symbol like I'm supposed to. I just can't always tell between when I'm supposed to hit the symbol and the drum pad. But you're not hitting that drum very often, so it's not.
I thought it displayed, when the notes are coming down the line, I thought it distinguished the yellow symbol from the yellow rack tom.
It does.
By having the symbol note be like slightly higher in a different shape.
Oh.
As well.
No, it's just instead of it being the rectangle, it's circle.
It's circle. Okay. It has been some time for me as well, so I appreciate you keeping me abreast.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm all ears if anyone has a solution. The only thing I thought is maybe because I've got the wires zip tied together, it's maybe cross-talking between the wires because they're not shielded.
They're not insulated enough, possibly.
So I clipped off my my zip ties and spread the cords out, and it didn't make a difference. So it's not
Okay,
crosstalk
I see.
on the cords. So
Uh,
I have
is
no
the
idea what it is.
is the frame of the Ion kit made out of? Excuse me. Is it made out of metal of any kind?
I don't know if it isn't. It feels like some sort of like metal, really hard plastic.
Okay, it might just
I
be
would
some
say
type of
alloy, but
plastic.
alloys between metals. I don't know, composite between the
Composite.
two.
Composite would be the correct term. Yes.
Yeah, I was like, I think composite would be the right word, but it could be metal. I don't know,
Okay.
but it could be some sort of really hard plastic. I can't
Right.
tell. There is metal in it from like the screws, but the
Mm-hmm.
actual frame itself, I don't know what the material is.
Okay. Okay.
But anyways, so before we change gears onto your
Sure.
perfect segue, I just wanted to say, hey, what's up, Dempsey? Good to see you, buddy. I don't know if you're still here, but good to see you as always. You can always learn real drums. Yeah, the bass, like we were saying, playing expert pro drums is basically like playing real drums.
Hey, Dempsey, good to see you drop in.
One other thing that I found when I was looking into this whole like double bass pedal thing is I stumbled across like a Reddit post of someone talking about like the difference between expert pro drums and Rock Band 3 versus real drums. And one of them that I was like, oh, you know what? I'd never thought about that is on a regular hi-hat cymbal, you know, it can open and close.
Yep,
So you have
it has
a
a
pedal
pedal
for
to
that.
open. Yep.
I would have no idea anything about that since there's no way to translate that into Rock Band 3.
Right. Right.
So that was one of the main things. I'm like, I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, Rock Band doesn't distinguish between having open hats or closed hats, and
There
it doesn't
is
have a pedal for it.
There is a setting in it where you can go and turn on hi-hat cymbal open close. I have no idea what it does. I don't know how
I
it works.
imagine it's just to earn more points as you're playing. It probably doesn't make a physical distinction.
Yeah, what I think it was, from what little bit I read into it, is that and I haven't tested this, but I think what it is that if you have the pedal pressed and you hit the yellow symbol, it counts as the yellow symbol. But if you have it let off and you hit the yellow symbol, it actually counts as the blue symbol. I think it's something like that.
I wonder if you could fiddle around with the settings some, turn that on, and I wonder if it would open up another input channel to allow you to hit those closed hat and snare hits together. I wonder if that might do something, but I
thought about that,
and darts.
I've turned that symbol open close setting on and off, and I can't tell the difference of anything. But what I was just saying, the difference is what I think I read, so I don't know. But it does have a setting in there. I just have no clue what it does.
I'll take your word for it, and especially when you say you attempted to look up the issue and could find naught. That sounds. I don't know.
Yeah.
Either you're super unlucky in the kit you have, which seems doubtful, or this is just some weird, archaic thing that over the course of 15 years has just been forgotten, basically.
Yeah. Because, I had this problem when I used to play it a long time ago. I just forgot about it until I started playing again last week.
Isn't that always nice? You go back to something you used to love dearly, and then you finally remember, oh, there's one or two things that really inhibited my ability to 100% enjoy and just open it up and go for it.
Yeah. And so I played one or two songs on guitar while I had it all set up. Because, like we said earlier, that's kind of where I got my start with music games. But my two Guitar Hero guitars, they work. But my Rock Band one does work, but like I said, the strum is really mushy, so I don't like it. So I was looking really into mushy. I was like, obviously you're not going to get one new, but I was like, let me go see if I could find like another guitar online. I mean, they're super old, so it should be pretty cheap. It's like, oh my god, some of these guitars are crazy expensive because they're kind of rare now, I guess. So
I remember in 2017 or 18, maybe. It was like I got gifted an Xbox 360. This is probably more like 2014, like right before the Xbone came out.
Okay,
I got gifted I got gifted an Xbox 360 pack. The black, really slim Xbox.
Oh, that's the one I have. Yeah, it's the one I have hooked up out in my entertainment centers.
Okay.
I think it was the S because
Yes, the Xbox
Is the power
360X.
button like this big, or is the power button like really small?
It's smaller. It's
Oh,
smaller. It's like the
so
tip of a finger smaller.
okay, that was the very last model of the 360 before the
Hmm.
Xbox One came out. That's the Model E, which I don't have. I have the Model
Oh,
S, which was the one in between the launch version and the
right.
one that you have.
I remember I remember being gifted that, and that was basically the last year that I played consoles. I basically switched entirely to PC after that
Okay.
because I was transitioning into being a grown ass adult who has to pay taxes, and going into do work where I actually had to be on hours and pay taxes. But anyways, and I looked through a collection of games that I still had sitting in a milk crate under my desk still, and I pulled out Guitar Hero Metallica, and I was like, "Let me pop this in. I'd like to see if I still have a little bit of skills on this." Because even though at this time I'd already started learning real guitar, I kind of wanted to go back just to kind of relive those experiences that I started having when I was in my tweens and early teens. And I went to my closet to get my old Guitar Hero 2 Explorer. And as I was going to plug it in, I saw that near the input, it was frayed out and completely chewed through by one of my cats, I'm assuming.
Oh
And
no.
so I went onto eBay to look up a Guitar Hero 2 Explorer. And at the time, the cheapest one I could find was close to $300. And I said, nope, I just spent $400 on an entry level, effectively, kind of Les Paul body shaped guitar. And I was like, I think I'll just stick to Rocksmith and playing real guitar at this point. And that was kind of my exit from the consoles at that point, because honestly, the only other thing I was doing was playing Forza 4. By that time, Project Cars had came out, and I was playing that on PC. So my impetus for console games are gone, and I've basically been solely PC now. Even though I've played PC for 2 decades, I started playing World of Warcraft when I was 11 years old. Um, I mean, that's a whole nother conversation if you ever want to talk about MMOs and World of Warcraft specifically. But
I would
but
not
yeah,
be able to talk about that a whole lot,
no
but
worries, no worries.
James would, because he played a lot of WoW.
Yes, he and I have bonded a little bit over it, Lock Tower, Gar, etc., and so forth.
Um, yeah, so when I was looking at guitars just last week, I think the cheapest I found was like $250. So I
Oh
was
my
like,
gosh,
nope.
ridiculous
So they all still work. The biggest issue,
consistency.
the Rock Band one it still works perfectly fine. I just hate the mushy
Yep.
rather than the
Oh yeah,
clickiness of the Guitar Hero ones. My Guitar Hero ones work.
but the
Like
contacts suck.
this, I said the Guitar Hero 3 one, the contact
Yeah, the
doesn't stay
Les Paul
together,
one.
but
Yeah.
my Explorer it works fine. It's just there's the spring in the whammy bar doesn't work, so I can't.
Oh,
You
so you
know,
have to kind of manually move it up and down. You can't just tap on it.
yeah.
Fly to your fingers. I see.
So I mean that doesn't make a huge deal, but you want to do that to get more star power on held
Right.
notes that are star power. So
Right.
that's the biggest thing. So that's probably the one I should use since it's that one has the least wrong with it.
No,
I would
Neo, you're
say
learning to play the drums. We have decided it is going to be drums.
I'm not going to be playing a whole lot of the guitar, but I'll probably play a little bit more. But yeah, the
It is
drums is
fun.
my thing. So um, Paul's saying no, we're not friends no more because he likes Johnny Cash apparently.
Oh,
Um,
I saw it come in. I didn't want to derail.
I
It's
got
your
a wireless
sir.
version.
It's your ship. I will not turn it around for you.
The wireless version of the Rock Band 2 drums. I didn't even know there was a wireless version.
I
Or
did
came
not
with
either.
slots for additional. Yeah, the Rock Band 2 drums came with slots for cymbals, so you could buy the Rock Band 2 cymbals,
So
which were
you can have
actually different
you
set
can have
than the Ion Drum
hats.
Rocker. But yes, you could have all
And,
three on the Rock Band 2 drum set.
okay, so you can
Um,
have hi hats, crash, and ride. I imagine
yes,
those were the three.
yes. I'm
Did
pretty
they
sure
ever come out
Scott's
with like a
pedal.
little 6-inch China to hit? Because before the breakdown of some really hard songs, so just go ting ting on the China before the breakdown comes in.
No, but I know on when you're singing on a Rock Band, they have the
Right.
what's that thing with the little symbols on it?
Oh, like a maraca,
Kind of
or
like a
or
maraca.
a. I know what you're
It's
talking
usually kind of
about.
like a half
Yep,
circle, and it's
I
got the
know
little
what you're
symbols
talking
on it.
about.
They basically have you do that
Yep.
when you're playing some songs on you're singing.
Yeah.
But Paul says that he sucks at heel toe kicking.
It's a technique that you really you have to see it done. And optimally, you would have somebody who really knows how to do it teach you how to do it, but you definitely have to see it done. It's not really something that, when described, someone can visualize because it's very Static says
Thank you,
tambourine.
Static.
There we
That's what it
are.
was. The tambourine. Thank
Um,
you.
but it's something you have to see and something you have to really practice, get good at. And right before that, Paul, I appreciate it. Jake knows about breakdowns. I do. One of the earliest internet metal memes was that sound you hear right before the nastiest breakdown of your life, and it's someone going down on a little 6-inch china just going ting ting. I'll send you some songs that have an equivalent of that.
Okay.
Slipknot's "The Blister Exists." Joey Jordison does some of that towards the center of the song, right after the second verse or right after the second chorus, going into the bridge. It's very noticeable because there's a very silent gap of a fraction of a second where you can hear the ting before the rest of the percussion and guitars kick in between as it's broken up through the bridge.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably be like, oh, when I hear it. I just didn't know that was a
and
thing.
Once you hear, it's one of those things that once you hear it, you will hear it everywhere. You will notice it in every song you hear if it's there.
So, yeah, Paul says he's written songs like that. Cool. Yeah, and he was
I'd
saying,
love to hear songs you've written, Paul.
the
Absolutely.
Xbox 360 Elite is
the Elite.
Yes. There's the Elite. Yeah,
and
there's
the
two models, the S and the E, and they're actually opposite of what you would think they are. The first one, which is the one with the bigger power button, that's the S, and the one that you have with the smaller power button, that's the E.
It's basically the opposite of the Xbox S and X currently, I'd imagine.
Yeah. So, all right.
Your next love.
Switching gears to get back to your question, is I wouldn't say it was immediate. I don't know if there was really anything that was really like my genre of choice after the fall off of the music genre, since they oversaturated the market so quickly with so many music games. But the next genre that really became my thing and still is to this day, as you might know where I'm going with this from the little we talked about in Discord and before stream, is Metroidvanias.
Absolutely.
I think, I don't know, maybe not. But Jason and I started top 5 recently, and the first episode. Oh, I thought I saw you.
The second episode, I believe.
Okay, that would have been the Mario
follow-up. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Then I did tune into the first one because you guys were talking about Metroidvanias. I did also watch the Mario one, though. I think it was the VOD. But one of those was definitely live.
Okay. So I thought I remember you being in the live stream on one of them. But anyways, the very first episode of Top 5, I was like, gotta start with my favorite genre, was Metroidvanias. But it's a very popular one. So we had a Metroidvanias Part 2, which was just last week, was a week ago tonight.
Okay,
so that might have been
the VOD I watched, or the one I was live.
I had a second set of panelists, and Jason and I didn't do ours since we had already done it on the first one, and we just went through the top 5 of the other guest panelists. So that's probably the one that you saw, would be my guess.
Okay,
but yeah, Metroidvanias.
It's been a crazy couple of weeks for me.
I bet. So that's become my favorite genre. Let's see. Do I have my? I'm pretty sure I have my notes here to run down what my picks were. So if you missed top 5 episode 1, I'll give you my top 5, but I definitely recommend going back and watching all of our episodes of top 5. They've all been a lot of fun.
Yes,
and
everyone go back and watch every single VOD of the top 5s.
There's only been 4
I'm not asking, I am telling.
There's only been 4 so far, so there's not that many. And 2 of them were Metroidvanias. So yeah, we did Metroidvanias first, then we did Mario's, and that one was it was chaotic, but that one was
contentious,
a lot of fun.
I imagine.
It was. And then we did Zelda's, and then we did
that was contentious too because I was there. And man, did dude have receipts?
He did. Yeah, that's right. I remember you seeing that one because you were just like,
jokes
dude's
the
got
whole time.
All. So yeah, he posts his the pictures of his pickups every other week in the Melee Discord. He's showing like, have you ever seen the picture of his collection? He's got them all organized and categorized by which ones are like, because dude's a big achievement hunter as well. We
Oh
do a
yeah,
monthly.
I was tuning into his Devil May Cry
Oh,
5 stream earlier on Rumble.
that's right. I hopped in. I didn't say anything, but I hopped in for a few minutes. I saw you were there. But dude and I do a monthly achievement stream where we just talk about the achievements we've been hunting for the last month. And
Already.
on the first one, he showed me his collection. Yeah, he's got it organized by which ones he's got completed, which ones he doesn't have completed, which ones he'll never be able to complete because they've got unobtainable achievements, and he's got bookshelves and bookshelves full of games. Like he's got an awesome collection.
So it's like the AVGN's recreation of a video game store, but this is like a library for effing professionals. Do not stick to. Do you not know the Dewey Decimal System?
He probably could to
UHF.
implement the Dewey Decimal. I've never actually seen it.
Oh, I don't.
I know it's
make
a classic.
reference I don't get, but anyways,
I do know like almost all of Weird Al's songs, but yeah, I've never seen UHF. But I don't remember what it was called, but I loved watching. He had a TV show when I was a kid, and I loved that show.
He had a variety show.
I don't remember what it was called, but I remember watching that, and I loved that. I just vaguely remember it because I was pretty young, but I loved that.
I think there might even be either parts or even whole episodes uploaded to YouTube that I've seen a few of. That's how I remember it.
I should go check that out. That'd be a trip down memory lane for sure. But yeah, Paul is saying the Metroidvania lists suck. He's salty that his favorite wasn't on it, which is Salt and Sanctuary, and that's because
that stings. Honestly,
on
it's
Xbox,
a good one.
Our achievement community is called True Achievements, and we base it basically on True Achievements and what genres they have on it. And Salt and Sanctuary does not have the Metroidvania genre tag on it, so most of us who are
has the
hunters,
Souls-like tag on it, but not the Metroidvania. Of course,
yeah. Souls-like isn't a genre on True Achievements. It has the action RPG and platformer.
I am referring to Steam achievements, so I will let you take lead on this.
Yeah. Steam is a lot more lax on what games they give the Metroidvania genre.
Is it?
True Achievements is a lot more stingy on it. Sometimes we have to fight the genre team to get the tag added to games that should have it. And vice versa. Sometimes it's on games that shouldn't have it. And we have to fight with them to get it removed.
I mean, right now on Metroidvania on Steam, they have Blasphemous 2 up. It came out in August. Great game. I enjoyed the first Blasphemous.
I love it.
Then the moment you scroll down, there's games like Control Ultimate Edition on here.
Yeah,
and I distinctly remember that being a third-person shooter with, I guess you could say, Metroidvania elements.
Yes.
But it's kind of more like roguelite elements, but without the dying and resetting.
Right.
And then as you continue going, there's modern classics like Hollow Knight and Dead Cells, games like Tunic.
Yeah, Dead Cells is not a Metroidvania.
There's
not a Metroidvania.
then Jedi Fallen Order.
That one
is, and again, would be probably more considered a Souls-like, but
definitely
but still, yeah. So Steam, get your act together. Neo is now going to teach me about achievement hunting sites and where the real information is. None of this BS fake news.
Yeah.
Also, if you wouldn't mind pulling up one of Paul's recent messages, I think you have to clear some of your schedule because we're going to be watching UHF.
UHF watch party in my Discord soon. Cool. I'd be up for that. And he's saying he's never seen UHF either. Yeah, I've never seen it, but
well, boys, I'm going to be popping 2 cherries, so I'll have half of yours.
Yes, so I'll as long as I'm able to make it for that, I would be down for that. Just never made it a priority. But yeah, Paul's fighting with 2 achievements on getting the genre added to Salt and Sanctuary.
Well, one thing before we move on, I will say about UHF is I don't know if you like Seinfeld. I don't really like Seinfeld.
I've seen a few episodes. I liked what I saw, but I never really watched much of it.
One of its main characters is a young main player from Seinfeld, we'll say. And when you see it, you'll see right away why he got cast to play in Seinfeld, I think. If
Okay.
that's not a big enough hint, I mean, I barely know Seinfeld, and that's the best hint I can come up with. But you'll see what I mean.
Okay. Cool. Oh yeah. Make sure it's not a Monday night or a Thursday night for sure.
Yes, yes, I was in earlier tonight. I know. I won't be bad. I promise. I know I'm new here. I'm not going to take the reins away from people who already have presences.
It's I kind of chose Thursday for open mics just because at the time there wasn't a lot of people streaming on Thursday. And now like Thursday's a big streaming
Yeah.
night for like a lot of people that I know. So we're all like,
Static was streaming. Dude was streaming. Melee Games might still be streaming.
their Melee
New on the
Madnesses go
scene,
long, so they probably
Cabrutus
are.
streaming. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Static would message me today. He's like, dude, you should see if you get Cabrutus on. So I did DM him, Static. I sent him a DM.
If you want me to reach out on Discord, I can do that for you.
Oh, you got connections with Cabrutus?
I tuned into his past couple live streams, and on the second live stream, I told him about when I went to Rio de Janeiro to see a metal show, specifically Sepultura, play in their home country, and he lit up like a fudging light bulb and was like, "Oh, Brazilian metal music, interesting." And we started talking about music as he was playing Dark Souls. I basically took over the chat. Sorry, anybody who was also on that.
That's awesome.
And later, he was like, "Reach out to me on Discord." Of course, his stuff is locked down. He's not accepting requests on Steam, DMs.
Yeah,
on
I tried
Twitter,
sending him a
requests on
Steam
Discord.
friend
I
request
said,
today.
"You have
It's
to send it to me, Cabrutus." So I gave him my name. He sent it out. We talked for a moment. And so I have that connection. If you'd like me to reach out with anything that's not a super big ask, because I don't know him very well, obviously this is very recent and he's got a lot on his plate, I will do that for you, because I think
cool.
it'd be cool to just get him. I mean, regardless if they're smaller channels or bigger channels, I think it would be awesome for him to hit the circuit, because he's growing, and he's somebody that genuinely has gamer interests at heart. I'm not going to get into the reasons why, but he seems like a genuine, really cool dude. He loves video games. He loves metal music. He loves music generally, and he knows a lot of stuff. And it's going to be great to see where he goes and what he does.
Yeah, he's. I tried friending him on a bunch of stuff today, like Steam. It's like I assume his friends list is full, and that's why I couldn't take any.
No, he has them locked off because over the
sense.
course of like once his first pre-recorded video dropped, he said within 72 hours, again, DMs on Twitter, X, friend requests on Steam, and messages and friend requests on Discord. Each one were in the thousands. So he just shut them all down.
I was able to send him a Twitter DM, but I don't know
there you go.
If he'll ever get
to respond?
It. Not yet. It was only a few hours ago. So,
okay.
But I did
because
he was on Side Scrollers not long ago with Melee James and Kay.
Yeah.
And so, and Cabrutus came into one of James's Steam roulettes recently. And hung out with us in the chat. So he's aware of them. So I started my message with that. I'm like, hey, I'm really close friends with the Melee Games crew, just to kind of connect dots. I'm like, hey, I'm sure you're probably kind of sick of talking culture war stuff. If you ever want to talk video games and stuff, here's what I do. I'd love to have you on. Lets it totally open. So we'll see if he responds. But I was able to. I followed him on Xbox because they don't need to like, you can follow someone without them following you back.
Right.
So I followed him on Xbox, and I sent him a friend request on True Achievements because he exists on True Achievements as well. Because Static was like, I think he's an achievement hunter. So
I think I'll have to create a True Achievements account. Now you're a Mass Effect 3 fan, you're a Mass Effect fan. You love the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, correct?
Well, Mass Effect is my favorite franchise of all time in video games, and Mass Effect 3 is my single favorite game of all time. And I have played a heck of a lot of Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. I am, like I said earlier, I love co-op. Give me any reason to play Mass Effect 3 and I'll be there. Like, we did a Mass Effect 3 community event on Melee's channel just a few weeks ago, and then James, it kind of gave James the bug in because I've regularly played it ever since it
That
came out. The
that
longest time
was
I've
that was my first connection to Melee games. I saw
Oh,
them on
cool.
side scrollers. I guess it was maybe 2 days before, and I subbed to them. And then their very next live stream on the channel was James playing some classic Mass Effect 3
Okay.
multiplayer,
I was
and
I
you
was
were
in that
in that.
stream.
I was listening to you talk, and that's how I guess that's how I first got introduced to you as well.
Cool. Yeah, because that whole community event came together kind of from
Rapidly,
me because
right?
in their Discord they have a community event suggestion channel, and I was like,
Hmm.
"Hey, we should do Mass Effect 3 sometime." And so,
Yeah.
and it just turned out the day that Kay scheduled it was the day before Mass Effect 3's 12th anniversary.
Ah,
But I've been playing it. The longest amount of time I think I've gone without playing it was probably like 2 or 3 months since it
and
came
that's
out.
over
So
12 years,
over 12
right?
years. I'm playing it a couple of times a month because my best
Oh,
buddy
right
in real
on,
life,
right
he
on.
loves it too. So we regularly play it. So I've never been out of playing it, but obviously James hadn't played it in
Hmm.
a long time, so it kind of gave him the bug. So he started playing a little bit more, and he got the PC version because they're thinking of
Hmm.
doing a
The
Steam.
trilogy.
Well, no, just doing a
Oh,
because
the
the
OG
night we did,
Origin one,
yeah,
or
the
EA
night
app, whatever.
Right. The night we did it, we did the Xbox version, but if he's like, hey, if this is popular, maybe we'll do a Steam night of Mass Effect 3. And so he booted up the Mass Effect 3 Steam version and was fiddling around with it to get because there's complaints that the Steam version doesn't work. I've not had any problems with it.
Hmm.
The biggest thing is controller support if you don't want to play keyboard and mouse, and so you have to do a
Right.
bunch of fiddling
There's some
around.
modding for it. Yeah, yeah.
And so
I
he figured that all out, and he was playing one night, and I just hopped in and played with him for a few more
th-
matches. So I'm like, give me a reason to play Mass Effect 3, I'm there.
so not to derail from the topic of Metroidvanias. I know we're gonna swing back around to that real quick. I'll knock this out as fast as I can.
No
Last
worries.
year, I bought Mass Effect 3 in 2012 and never got around to playing it.
Oh, okay.
It ended 2017, 2018 is when I thought I was going to first play it. Then life got in the way. But by the time that I decided, I think I'm going to install it and I'm going to finally play Mass Effect 3. Now, mind you, over the course of roughly 8 to 9 years, it was the one game, Mass Effect 3, that I refuse to look up anything about. I would not
No
watch,
spoilers.
read, or listen to anyone talk about or mention Mass Effect 3.
Nice.
And finally, the Legendary Collection came out on PC, or it was announced, and then it came out. I ended up buying it for Christmas for myself that year, and I installed it the next year. Again, life got in the way. But finally, last year in February, I booted it up, started from the beginning, and I played it
Played
all the way through vanilla.
3
First
for the
game, second
first
game, third
time.
game.
Oh, you
I played
started from the
Mass.
beginning and did the whole
I
trilogy.
started because yes, because the Legendary Collection came out on Steam. I finally was able to back in February 23 for the first time play Mass Effect 3. So I was like, you know what,
Nice.
Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 2, then we're going into Mass Effect 3 cold. 11 years later, nearly 12 years later, going in completely cold. And I loved it. It was
Yes.
incredible. The first time I cried in a video game was when Mordant Solus
I
turned
knew you were
around
going
and
to say
said,
that.
I made a mistake.
Someone else might have
And
gotten it
I
wrong.
cried. Someone else. And then he said, it had to be me. Somebody else might have gotten it wrong. And as a grown ass man of 29 years old, I cried. And I was not bawling, but it was not a single manly tear. I was genuinely sad when Morden passed. Spoilers for a now 12-year-old game, but it was a big deal to me. But
My
anyway,
my
ending, not going to get into it, but after I did the vanilla playthrough of all three, I then spent about a week modding all three of the games. And then last year, I did 6 full playthroughs, 3 male shep, 3 fem shep, split between Paragon and Renegade on modded for each of the 3 games, even modded the ending for Mass Effect 3. So after the game, it would go to Citadel and things like that. and I racked up 700 hours last year. That's what I played last year. I did not play anything
Nice.
else.
That's
I
awesome.
fell in love with Mass Effect 3 and did that. Before that, um, it was The Witcher 3. I would do 2 to 3 full playthroughs. That means playthrough and then New Game Plus playthrough every year. Uh, since that came out, I bought the original in 2015, bought the DLC individually, but again, never played them until it finally came out in a full package. GOG free upgraded me. And then in 2019, I played that. And every year since 2019, and now it's going to be every year since 2023 for Mass Effect, I do at least one playthrough of The Witcher 3 with custom import save file with
Okay.
decisions from Witcher 1 and Witcher 2.
Oh, I didn't know that
We'll
that was a
play that.
thing.
Well, you can find them on like Nexus mods, or for someone like me, I've played through them and I kept the saves around because I knew when Witcher 3 was announced that you'd be able to import your Witcher 2 save.
Oh,
And
cool.
now Mass Effect 3. So I'm going to have 2 games where each year I'm going to do at least one playthrough for, because those are games that I love. And I'm so glad I fell in love with Mass Effect 3, regardless of the ending. Not going to get into it, don't care. The only disappointment really is the Legendary Edition doesn't have the multiplayer. I mean, they could have at least put it in there and let it be peer to peer. But I
Well,
do own all
it
3
is
of
peer
the
to peer.
games since I. It is peer to peer, but they just did not include it. Interesting. Well,
Yeah.
but nevertheless, I do own all 3 of the original games and all of the DLC on Origin, now EA app on Windows, and even to the point where I called EA on my cell phone and got them to add the Pinnacle Station DLC for the OG Mass Effect onto my account,
That's
because you couldn't
awesome.
get it, but I owned it, and I literally I looked it up. They said, "Hey, apparently you could, a Reddit post or what have you said you can call them up and you can basically read out your CD key and they can add it to your account." I did that. They added it to the account. I know people don't really like Pinnacle Station, but I have
Yeah.
all of the vanilla games on EA app. So if ever you want to do some Mass Effect 3 multiplayer on PC, or anyone else does, the OG ones, not the Legendary Edition because it doesn't have it, I
Yeah.
would be there for it.
Awesome. Yeah, I love it. So give me a reason to play Mass Effect 3. I am down. Um, yeah, it's awesome. I love to hear that you fell in love with it so much. Yeah, as I always say, the ending is not great, especially 3 games your choices are supposed to lead up to. It
Hmm.
is a bit disappointing, but the game is awesome. They fumbled it at
It
the
really
1 yard
is.
line, so I don't
It
think
really
that's
is.
enough to
I'll
ruin the whole game. I freaking love the game, but yeah, the multiplayer, they didn't add it in the Legendary Edition, which is really dumb because
hmm
it was one of the first games with loot boxes, and no one ever complained about it. It wasn't until much later
Right.
that people started
Right.
whining
They
about
didn't.
loot boxes. Um,
You know
and
what? It's
they
probably because they were whining not about the loot boxes in the game. I think it might have been because, and this is just me spitballing here, it might have been because you didn't purchase them with cash, where you pull out your debit card, but you
you
purchased them with
could,
Microsoft points as well. And people were probably on the boo Microsoft points bandwagon at the time
yeah,
versus the cash payment at the time. That might be why it slid under the radar a little bit.
maybe because yeah, you could either use Microsoft points or in-game currency. I've never spent a single penny on the
Nor
microtrans,
I.
the loot boxes. I've only ever spent in-game money. But yeah, I still don't understand why they didn't put the multiplayer in the Legendary Edition, because they basically just poured it over. They have to do basically nothing,
Mhm.
and you have more opportunity to make money on loot boxes. I don't get it.
Absolutely.
It's EA. They're money grubby. Then
Yes,
they
and
left
of all
money on the table. It
oh,
makes no
yeah.
sense.
Of all companies to leave money on the table, and especially loot box on the table, friggin' EA. I mean,
It baffles me.
kudos for not adding microtransactions, maybe? But
The
I'm
one
not
time I
gonna give
want
them that
them
benefit of the
to,
doubt.
and
Exactly.
they didn't do it.
We're adults with money now. Give us the opportunity to spend it.
I still would spend only in-game currency, but that would, if they did, that would mean they would have put the multiplayer in. So
Mhm.
it's
Mhm.
just stuck to the old version, but it still plays great. So,
Absolutely.
but yeah, the Legendary Edition somehow, I don't know how, but they they lost the source code for Pinnacle Station, so that DLC is
Yeah.
not in the Legendary Edition. It wasn't
Oh yeah,
great,
that's right. That's right.
but somehow they lost it, so they would have had to rebuild it from
Hmm.
scratch rather than just using
There
the original
is
code and updating it.
that is I don't know if it's still being made, but there is at the very least a beta out for it. Again on Nexus Mods when you go to
Oh,
Mass
for
Effect
Pinnacle
Legendary
Station?
Edition mods. Some a team has painstakingly remade Pinnacle Station, and
Oh,
it looks fantastic.
that's
Again,
awesome.
not everyone's favorite DLC, arguably the worst one, but it's there, and you can mod it in,
That's
and it
cool.
works. It works.
Awesome.
The modding community for Legendary Edition, and funnily enough, even the classics trilogy is alive and very, very active and well.
Yeah, the multiplayer, yeah, like I said, it's peer to peer, so you don't have to worry about the servers ever going down.
Hmm.
Even to this day,
And on PC
whenever I
as
get
well.
on, yeah, the PC is probably the most active because
Is there crossplay between Steam and EA?
no, unfortunately, there's not.
Unfortunate. Well, I guess
Um,
I guess for you guys, I'll purchase Mass Effect 3. I don't know if I can purchase Mass Effect 3 OG on Steam now with Legendary Edition.
yeah, you can. I just bought it
Oh,
back in
okay.
November on the winter sale.
Oh, okay. Well, then there we are.
So,
There we are.
but yeah, don't buy it at full price because it's still like
No, no, no,
30
no,
or
no,
40
no.
bucks or something. But it goes on sale for like $7 or $8 on when it's on sale.
Let's see, N7
So you can
Digital
play the
Deluxe. There it is.
yeah, so you can play the multiplayer. That's the only thing I've done on the Steam version so far to play the multiplayer.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, and I
but
see you on here, Nerdy Neo, and James owns it. So,
oh,
and you know what? Why not just pop the first and second ones on here as well?
in the wish list. But yeah, even
Absolutely.
to this day, I still typically don't have trouble finding at least one or two other people to randoms to hop in my lobby. Um,
Oh yeah, there's
so
definitely some
it's
sweaties out there. I know because I was a sweaty for a long time. That for a game like Mass Effect 3's multiplayer, which is so beloved by the community that plays it, there's definitely always going to be people on. Absolutely.
yeah. So, but yeah, when you mentioned Witcher 3, I have 2 and 3,
Hmm.
and I have dived them, meaning I've gotten the first achievement on them, but I have not actually played through them yet. So I
Right.
will eventually. But at the one of the guys I mentioned earlier before we went live, my buddy Vanquish AZ, Witcher 3 is his favorite game, and it's a lot of people's favorite game because it's a
It's
phenomenal game.
really a phenomenal game. I'm someone who has a very difficult time pointing out a singular favorite in basically anything, whether it be books, music, TV, movies, games. But as far as top fives or top threes, Witcher 3 is definitely there. Razor Fist, I'm sorry. I know you believe that, and quite credibly believe that The Witcher was basically ripped off from another Polish author, but The Witcher 3 was an achievement in open world video games, and it's a fantastic game, and I will continue to love and play it.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I don't know when I'm going to get around to playing it, but I am very much looking forward to playing it eventually.
Go in blind and go with your gut
Oh,
and just play it. It's beautiful.
Static's top game as well. Good
There
pick.
we are, Static. We're becoming fast friends. Let's
Oh,
go.
one of the other things I was going to say
Fellowship grows.
a little while ago is when you were talking about Morden on the ladies edition for Valentine's Day of Party Chat. One of the questions was saddest gaming deaths, and that was one of mine. Was
Oh, yeah.
Morden's.
Oh,
So
yeah. More than Solus. My goodness.
let's see here. Paul had
I
an
thought you were going to
excellent
say,
question.
you're like, I like more than Solus.
I do like him. He's a great character.
His final joke in Mass Effect 2 is great. It's great. I not only did I go through in my various playthroughs of Mass Effect 2, um, getting with everybody, but also I've modded in so that basically male Shep can get with like Jacob, and fem Shep can get with like Miranda, and I've even gone through it that way to see because there are some voice lines that were um, that were not implemented because Mass Effect 2 was meant to be fully open as far as relationships goes for both male Shep and fem Shep. Um, and there are some voice lines that you can hear from fem Shep when she goes to talk to Morton Solus before the final mission, before you lay with your partner for the first time. And I just wanted to hear them. They're great. And not all of them are still in the files. So sometimes, depending on which person you're with, FemShep will walk up and then Morden does his little jokey spiel. And then you'll hear Male Shep's voice, which is kind of throws you off a little bit. But man, those jokes about sending, if you're FemShep and you're with Garrus, and his jokes about sending over videos for positions and prescribing balms and lotions for specific areas. That stuff is just gold. I love it. I love it.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I'd have to hear it because I don't know if I ever heard it. But yeah, that's great. So, and we have someone who I've never seen before in my chat, Andy Pickle. Hello and welcome. Good to see you. I hope you're enjoying our what I think is an excellent conversation. And welcome. And
well.
yes, I am a big Weird Al fan.
As am I.
I just never saw UHF, so we're gonna correct that at some point. But Paul had a great question. Do I have to play Witcher 1? Do those decisions port over? Because in Mass Effect, they had the Genesis comics where you could basically summed up the previous game and you just make the important choices without having to play the whole game again.
Right.
Does Witcher have something similar?
So no, The Witcher does not have something similar in the sense of like the Genesis and Genesis 2 comic.
That's right. That's what it was
where
called.
You can make basically the top 10% important decisions, but there'll be some smaller decisions where like a side character will like be an Omega and be doing one thing or another. You don't get to make that kind of decision for the first Genesis comic. But similar to that decision making, however, there are some things from The Witcher 1 that you can make decisions on that will carry over and be referenced to in The Witcher 3, mainly because of this. There are certain decisions that you can make in The Witcher 1 that transfer over to The Witcher 2, and decisions that fork off from that carry over into The Witcher 3. Because if you ever played The Witcher 3, there's a scene near the beginning after the starting area where you answer a series of questions, and that basically is similar to a Genesis comic. It's basically like 5 of the most important questions to change what the game is going to be, certain NPCs, certain relationships. And there's one thing that's very specific that comes from The Witcher 2 that you have to do. There's a mission in The Witcher 2 where you can get drunk with the blue stripes and you wake up with a tattoo. And in The Witcher 2, tracking down that mission, you have a choice you can make where you can either have someone magically remove the tattoo or decide to keep it. And that is the only way for Geralt in The Witcher 3 to have that tattoo, is to do that mission in The Witcher 2.
Dang it. Now I have to play the first Witcher. I was hoping to skip that one.
And the decision that I was mentioning that you make in The Witcher 1 that carries into The Witcher 2 and then forks into The Witcher 3 goes so far as to only having effect in the final DLC, Blood and Wine. So after 100 hours of playing The Witcher 3, and who knows how many hours you spent playing The Witcher 1 and The Witcher 2, is when it will finally pay off in the story.
I've heard that's one of the best DLCs of all time.
Hey,
look at that.
Fantastic.
We were just talking about you, Vanquish.
Speak
I was
of the
just
devil
saying,
and he shall appear.
Because Jake was just saying how he's going to be playing through Witcher 3 every year because it's one of his favorite games. I was like, my buddy Vanquish, that's his favorite game. And look at that. There he shows up. What's up, Vanquish? Good to see you, buddy.
Let's go, Witcher lovers.
The little bit that I know about 2 is because I have looked through the achievements, and
play
in order
with
to
controller.
get
I will say that.
I play, I'm Xbox player, so I pretty much play everything with a controller unless unless that's not an option. But I do know that in order to get all the achievements, you have to do 2 playthroughs because there is something about going through the game with one character versus going through the game with a different character. I don't know anything about it other than that.
Yes, well, if you don't know the characters' names, then I won't say them. But in The Witcher 2, there is an important decision between two different characters, and it basically makes the latter 2/3 of the game literally on different sides of not only the game's story, but on the map as well.
Okay. And I'm assuming that choice plays into Witcher 3 somehow as well?
It does. It's not as much as certain people would like, because one of the characters of the two you can choose from in The Witcher 2 does not appear in the third game. It was cut for time, and a whole long storyline was cut, and there are some references to it that still remain. But yes, the decisions do carry over. However, it ends up being just some mentions here or there and a little bit of combat, as well as well, actually, excuse me, that's about it. Some conversations and a little bit of combat, but then it just basically goes back to um, what it's going to be for the rest of the game, and kind of disregards the decision that was made. However, there's
Gotcha.
one decision about a certain character in The Witcher 2 that absolutely carries over into The Witcher 3, whether that character will do a certain thing or not. That is quite important. And
Okay.
depending on a person's read of the game, if you've played through the game, Joseph Anderson has been working on a Witcher 3 video for about 4 years now, but the Witcher 1 and Witcher 2 videos, which are each about 4 to 5 hours long, are out. And if you've ever played through the games, I recommend watching those videos, because he goes into contextual readings of the stories of Witcher 1 and Witcher 2, but specifically coming to Witcher 2, he has a great read on the ending of that game that I think is absolutely beautiful. And when I first went to replay through the trilogy again, leading up into my first playthrough of The Witcher 3, it was the reason why a certain character was treated a certain way. And seeing how that paid off in The Witcher 3 was a really cool thing.
Hmm. Yeah, I haven't heard of that person, but I'll have to check that. Put that in my back burner, so whenever I do eventually get around to playing them, I can watch those afterwards.
Yeah, Joseph Anderson is one of like 5 or 6 channels that I follow that do video essays on video games that are quite long, quite in depth, and I think are very good.
Cool.
Again, he hasn't uploaded video for a few years because he's been working on his Witcher 3 video for, again, about 4 years. Life stuff has gotten in the way, and he's had to rewrite it a bunch. And then recently, last year, they released a new version of The Witcher 3, a literal huge update that changes stuff, adds stuff from the Netflix show. And so he's
Oh, that's
rewriting it
right.
again because he's playing through it again, and he has to do all the different playthroughs as well in that. And so the video, it's honestly the video that I'm looking forward to the most on YouTube, to be
Nice.
honest. And it could be anywhere from dropping, next month to dropping in the next couple of years, to be honest. And genuinely, I am looking forward to it. I can't wait.
Nice. That's awesome. Um,
But
so
Metroidvanias, my good sir, I am so sorry for the many tangents,
no,
but
that's the whole
I'm here
point of
for
this
you.
show is go wherever the conversation takes us. So, as I was telling you before we started, Vanquish, he's one of the guys who made his debut on YouTube right here on this show, Open Mic. So, Vanquish, this is Jake's YouTube debut as well.
It
So,
is indeed. It is not just my YouTube debut, but in all my professional career and in all of my years on the internet, this is the very, very first time that I have been in a YouTube or YouTube video or a live stream of any kind. I have never done so before. Neo so kindly, even on very short notice, invited me onto this show. I gladly accepted, and this is genuinely a first for me in totality. And I am loving literally every second of it.
this has been a great discussion. I've loved it as well. Yeah,
I
just
I appreciate you saying so, Neo. That makes me feel great.
now you've been doing awesome. Yeah, this just came
Thanks so
together
much.
yesterday because I wasn't planning on doing an open mic this week, and something. Oh, that's something else that I have. on my notes here that I wanted to talk about. But we had a moment yesterday on Discord. Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yup.
And so I was like, "Hey, dude, you want to come on open mic tomorrow?" So and it worked out. So, but we'll get to that. But yeah, so Static
Yes,
said,
indeed.
Witcher 3 is his favorite game.
It really is such a great
Witcher
game.
2, is the only one he hasn't played yet. And then he's like, between Paul and Neo, I'm going to go broke buying games. And then his very next one is, I'm installing Witcher 2 right now.
There you go.
That is a great series of comments.
Witcher 2, Assassins of Kings. I believe everybody got a free upgrade to the Anniversary Edition or whatever, which added proper controller support, not the controller support it shipped with. Comes with some items if you import a Witcher 1 save that can help carry you through the first couple levels. And also comes with a totally separate tutorial. I recommend Witcher 3. Its combat is, again, I'll reference Joseph Anderson real quick. As he explains in the video, the combat it's like MMO combat where it's hotkey based in a sense, but it appears as though you're playing a third-person melee action game. And if you've never played The Witcher 2, once you play it, you'll kind of see what I mean when I say that.
Okay. Yeah, I've got. I did play a decent enough of a way into Witcher 2 because I needed a specific achievement for an event that I was doing at the time. So I have played past, I guess it's like the first boss.
Big old tentacle guy in Flotsam?
Yeah, the K-Rin, I think is what it was called.
Yes,
so I have played a little bit past that, which I had to play a couple hours to get to that point. I played more of that than I played Witcher 3 so far. I think I've played probably maybe an hour of Witcher 3, but I'm definitely looking forward to playing through them both at some point. Just since they're so long, they're kind of farther down my to-do list since I've got so many, because I like getting through more games as quickly as possible.
Absolutely.
So I've got more of my shorter games higher up on the list, and the longer ones are farther down the list, even if they are like top tier games.
Well, it's definitely a big recommend for me. If you ever have a month coming up where you'll have 1 or 2 days each week where you can spend maybe 2 to maybe even 3 or 4 hours, maybe even 6 hours on like a Saturday playing through it, and you can do that every week for the whole month, I highly, highly, highly recommend The Witcher 3. You don't have to purchase the DLCs. The DLCs genuinely don't really matter per se until you finish the base story. They are the
best DLCs of all time.
But when it comes to just the base game story, they don't really for real come into play until after you've completed the base game. So if you need time or money, you can wait until you complete the base game, then install them and kick it off from there.
And Witcher 3 and the DLCs go on sale pretty often. I think I got the Game of the Year edition, which was the game and all the DLC for like $10, and that was like 3 or 4 years ago.
If you own it on GOG, I don't know if you do, but
I have it on Xbox.
Good Old Games is CD Projekt's.
I was just shouting them out on a couple of streams this weekend because it's DRM free, so you can download it and burn it to a disc. Absolutely. You can share it with people. You own GOG games, so I'm not.
Yes, you do.
Good about
get a terabyte. Get yourself a terabyte SD card that you can put into a thumb drive, and if you have GOG games, anybody listening, if you have GOG games, do that. You can get a terabyte like SanDisk SD card for probably $50 nowadays.
Yeah.
Get that, get a USB adapter, and one of these days, queue it all up on a Saturday, download all your installers from your GOG games. And one of the things I love about GOG is I'm somebody who, again, I've been a PC gamer effectively all of my life as far as gaming is concerned. GOG, you own your games, and one thing that GOG does, which I love and is acutely acutely in the front of my mind when it comes to The Witcher 3 is that it recently, as in the last year, I believe, or the end of 2022, had a big update. It improved the graphics, which pushed it out of my PC's range. I don't have the horsepower for that. As well as adding stuff from the Netflix series. GOG allows you to change the version of the game that you have installed, and
Really?
you can download a game and you can download the version you want. And with a heavily modded game like I have for The Witcher 3, it allows me, with somebody who has auto updates turned off, to maintain the version that I am playing. And if I were to ever uninstall it or need to reinstall it on a different device, I could select that version of the game and download that version. And I think that is one of the best services that GOG Galaxy, their desktop application, offers.
I did not know it had that, but that is awesome.
It is awesome for video game preservation. It's one of the best things a definitely now AAA company has ever done. Period.
Yeah, I've been trying to make more of a point of pointing out GOG because they are definitely the most consumer friendly for sure, by far.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Um,
Any chance I get to purchase a game on GOG instead of Steam, I will do solely for the reasons stated earlier.
yeah, I haven't done a good job of that, but I want to try to be better about that. Um,
It's never too late to start. Never too late to
I
start Neo.
my Steam library isn't very big
Mm-hmm.
because the computer that I'm on right now, that is powerful enough to play games
Mm-hmm.
is only I only got it in September. So
Okay.
up until September, I didn't even have a PC that could run modern games. So I built like when I built this PC right here back in high
Mm-hmm.
school, it was
Yeah,
top
the
of the
OG.
line, but
Oh
it
yeah.
didn't stay that way. So
Mm-hmm.
at that point, that's when I kind of went back to console gaming, and
Right.
I've been primarily console gaming up until a few months ago, and now I've got a PC that can handle it. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to be better about that because yeah, the way things are going, we definitely need to preserve what
Mm-hmm.
we've got because it
Absolutely.
sucks. Games get delisted and you have no access. I mean,
Yeah.
if you bought them, you can re-download them, but you can't buy them anymore.
Speaking of delisting, recently a few days ago, I don't know if you've heard of a game called Alpha Protocol. Came out in
Yes, I've heard a
2011.
couple of people mention it just
Um,
recently. I
Al-
was really
there's a
interested in that
big
game, but I never
reason.
played it.
There's a big reason why it was mentioned. Alpha Protocol was recently delisted. Recently, as in 2021, I think, was delisted off of all platforms because the developers insisted during one of the boss fights it would play "Turn Up the Radio" as the boss music. That song, "Turn Up the Radio," and "Turn Up the Radio." That song. I
And
can't
they
think
didn't
of
have
the
the
band
license
name by
for it
now.
yet.
And the license, Sega, the license ran out, wasn't going to be re-upped. And Reykjavik, spelled like the city in Iceland, Joseph Reykjavik has a YouTube channel, Reykjavik, where in conjunction with GOG, the video came out at the same time that GOG announced that they had brought Alpha Protocol in its totality, including with the song, to GOG. And you can go and you can
How?
spend $20 on Alpha Protocol on GOG and you will own it for life unchanged. How? It's a 20-minute video. I recommend you go watch it because it is a beautiful story about a company in Poland that is absolutely in love with video games and is absolutely invested with keeping old games alive and around for the future.
Awesome. Yeah, after we're done, send me those links and I'll put them in the stream description. So anybody who watches this after the
Absolutely.
fact, I'll have
Absolutely.
the link to the videos. So
Absolutely.
awesome. But let's see here. Yeah, Vanquish is saying, yeah, Jake Neo's good at bringing people out of the shadows. And got my good buddy from the Salty Nerd Podcast right here, Salty Nerd Podcast, Matt
Oh,
Vader.
you guys got
What's up, buddy?
hats. I got to buy me one of those.
What's up? I know he was trying to do some hell diving, but I know he's running into some technical difficulties. That's probably why he's here right now. Good to see you
Mr.
as
Matt
always,
Vader.
Vader.
Mr. Matt Vader, good evening to you, sir.
Let's see. To click that. But yeah, I was very interested in Alpha Protocol when it was coming out, but I never ended up playing it. But I want to say James was just streaming it within like the last week or so, and that's probably why.
Well, it is a beautiful buggy mess. It is a beautiful buggy mess, but the story and how you play through the story it's genuinely one of a kind. It's genuinely one of a kind. It is a spy thriller for real. They even had people who worked on, I don't know if you've seen the TV show The Shield.
I know
It
of it,
is a
but I've
police
never seen it.
procedural. Starred Michael Chiklis as a kind of anti-hero. And also those same people went on to work on 24. Has those people, they came in and
Wasn't the
helped
Allstate
write
guy
and
in that show too?
Allstate. In The Shield or
Dennis
24?
Haysbert, I think is his name.
Well, I recognize him mainly. I recognize him mainly from a certain baseball movie starring Charlie Sheen. I can't think of the name of the movie off the top of my head. He plays a character in that movie.
I haven't seen it, but
beautiful.
I know what movie you're talking about.
Yes. I don't know if it has the Allstate guy in it. I'm not sure. But anyway, those guys who worked on The Shield, I think they were the creators and writers of The Shield. They also went on to either do some consulting or some writing and as well as directing on 24 later on. Sega brought in, or I guess the developers brought in those guys to help write and direct the Major League. Thank you so very much, Static. Major League, my favorite baseball movie. It's a great movie. Brought those guys in to help write and direct the story and the cutscenes. And the cutscenes, as well as the 4 decisions you can make, A, B, X, Y, if you're on a 360 controller. The story is truly an international spy thriller of the highest caliber. And I genuinely, honest to God, believe that it has not been topped since.
Maybe. Yeah, like I said, I was always interested in it, but I never played it. So maybe I will. Oh, yeah, on Xbox it's delisted, but it is available physically. So maybe, maybe I'll pick that up sometime and put that on
the only place you can get it now is GOG because of the reasons stated above.
Cool. Okay, yeah, there's a link. All right, I'll put that in the description after we are done. But okay, so excellent tangent because I was about to give my top 5 from.
I added 3 more tangents. Darn it!
No, like I said, that's the whole point of this open mic is great tangents.
Well, if you're cool with it, no worries. I will be here as long as you'll have me until you kick me off your couch.
So just to go back over, if you haven't watched the top 5s Metroidvanias, I definitely recommend it. But my top 5 was Mummy Demastered, which I had only played it once, and
Mummy
I loved
Demastered.
it. Yeah, and it's a I forgot to mention.
Demastered in the sense of like certain video game demakes demastered.
Yeah, it looks like a Super Nintendo game, but it came out in like 2017. And it's I don't know if I mentioned this off the top of my head, but I should have if I forgot. Because on one of my recent episodes of Party Chat, one of the topics we were talking about is best movie games. I think I mentioned this one, but if I didn't, I'm kicking myself because I should have, because it's based on the terrible Tom Cruise Mummy movie, but the game it doesn't really have much connection to the movie other than there are some similar, like Russell Crowe's character is in it. He's the guy that kind of sends you on your mission. That's about it. And there is a mummy in it, but that's about it. The only connection to it, but it's better than the movie it's based on. And it's a great game. So because I'd only played through it once in like 2017, And I loved it. I put it on my list. I was like, you know what? I need to go play it again. So I just played through that again last week. It's not terribly long, so it only took a couple days of playing
Okay.
an hour here or there. But it's probably like one of the closest things we've gotten to a modern Super Metroid. It
Okay.
plays a lot like
Mummy
Super Metroid.
Demastered. Okay, 2017.
I want to say it came out in 2017, but it's relatively new.
October 24, 2017, developed and published by Way
Way
Forward.
Forward. Yep, they do a lot of good games.
A powerful ancient evil has arisen, and the war to save humanity has begun. As an elite agent in the monster hunting Prodigium program, you must use a variety of weapons,
I think it's
upgrades,
Prodigium.
and Prodigium organization. You must use a variety of weapons, upgrades, and mysterious artifacts to defend mankind against the supernatural horrors of Princess Ahmanet. So, very interesting.
Yeah, if you haven't played it, I definitely recommend it. It's one of those like unsung gems.
It is
that not a lot of people
my friend.
know about. So if you like Metroidvanias, I really think you'll like it.
I do enjoy Metroidvanias, and it has full controller support, which is wonderful for somebody with a bad back who, when they play video games, just wants to lean back and hold a controller and play games, regardless of what they are.
And that's one of the things, like, not that like I said, I don't have anything against any of the other platforms, but like people are like PC Master Race. Like, I had much rather sit on my couch in front of my 75-inch TV and play a game than at my desk here with I did get a bigger monitor, but that it's way more comfortable on my couch.
Well. Yeah, the place to sit matters as well, absolutely.
Than sitting here at my desk playing a game. So, but yeah, so that was my number 5. My number 4 was Journey to the Savage Planet, which is the closest thing we've ever gotten to a Metroid Prime game.
And Journey to the Savage Planet, unless I'm thinking of a different Journey game, is that the one that's based on mythical Chinese Three Kingdom where you play as the Monkey King or the Monkey Prince? Or is that? Oh, that's Journey to the West. Excuse me, that's a different game. Totally.
Yes, I was gonna say I don't know what like the game. I was like, that sounds like Enslaved Odyssey to the West, but it's
Enslaved Odyssey to the West. Oh my goodness, thank you.
Is that the one you were thinking of?
That's what I was thinking.
Okay,
of. I apologize
because
I transposed some words in my mind there.
Okay. Yeah, no Journey in that one. But I've heard that is a great game. I have not played it, but I do want to. Because that's a Ninja Theory game, and they do a lot of good stuff.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I think it was last year before last. Ninja Gaiden Sigma came to PC, and I thought the port was pretty decent. And it was a game that I remember getting off of Xbox Live Arcade numerous years after it came out. It was the only Ninja Gaiden game I ever played, and I really enjoy it. And I think the port's pretty decent, and it plays well, and it's a good character action fighter.
Okay, because now you're confusing me, because I'm not sure if you heard this. I do mention it often, but Ninja Gaiden Black is one of my top 3 favorite games of all time.
Oh, okay.
And what you're referring to is the Ninja Gaiden Master Collection, which has Ninja Gaiden Sigma, Sigma 2, and Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge.
Okay.
Ninja Gaiden, to give you a little background on the... I don't know a whole lot about the original classic Ninja Gaiden on NES, other than there were 3 of them, and they are some of the hardest games of all time.
Oh, yeah. I've watched Angry Video Game Nerd.
But Ninja Gaiden Black is also one of the hardest modern games of all time. And so, to kind of give you the history of Ninja Gaiden, starting with the original Xbox. So, the Xbox had Ninja Gaiden.
Yes.
And that was my introduction to the franchise, because I bought my friend's Xbox and he gave me Ninja Gaiden with it. And I was like, oh, what's this game? And I tried it, and it was the hardest thing I ever played, but I freaking loved it. And then after I'd beaten it, he came back. He's like, I'm sorry I accidentally gave you that game. That game doesn't belong to me. That's my cousin's game, so I'm going to need it back. So I gave it back to him. But they released, it was probably one of the first console games ever to have DLC.
Interesting.
But because it was so early, Xbox Live like barely existed yet.
Right.
So no one had it, because
Xbox Live really didn't take off till Halo 2.
Right. Halo 2 was what really made Xbox Live explode.
Yeah.
But most people didn't even have broadband internet at the time. Most people were
Right,
still
right.
on
This
dial-up.
is 0203. Yeah.
Yeah, so they released free DLC for Ninja Gaiden on Xbox Live, but no one had access to it at the time. So they made a disc copy and added that all in, and that was Ninja
Oh,
Gaiden Black. And they not only
did it
did they
come in
add
a silver Xbox disc box or game box? You know, like classic. You know how like Nintendo has like their special editions of games. Xbox had their classic collection where they came in silver box instead of green boxes.
the one that I have is in a green box. It's actually right there at the end, so
Okay,
second to last. So it's a
okay,
green box. The Xbox cases that weren't green were like silver. Those were the platinum ones, but that's just
yeah,
because
they're like a player choice type thing.
that was
They're
that was like
re-releases,
if
right?
no, so the platinum ones were games that had sold really, really well, and so they made it into their like
Oh,
platinum club or
I
whatever.
see. Like
And
if
so
they're
they
platinum albums, I gotcha.
yeah, and so they released like a one with a different colored case if it was a really, really popular game.
Okay,
Um,
I
but not
appreciate you refreshing me on that.
yeah,
Thank
no
you.
worries. So they added some the DLC that you could get via Xbox Live. They added on to the Ninja Gaiden disc. They added some additional stuff too, which I one thing and they made some slight changes. There were some skins in the original Xbox version that weren't in Ninja Gaiden Black, and vice
Okay,
versa. But the main thing that they added in Ninja Gaiden Black was because everyone was complaining about how difficult Ninja Gaiden was, which had normal, hard, and very hard. Even on, and you couldn't go straight to a higher difficulty. You had to beat normal to unlock hard. You had to be
right,
hard to unlock very hard.
right,
And even on normal, it was incredibly difficult, and people were complaining about the difficulty. So on Ninja
right,
Gaiden
right.
Black, they added an easier difficulty called Ninja Dog,
Okay,
and
okay.
you couldn't even pick it from the menu. What it was is you would
Died multiple times.
yeah, you only had the option to start with normal.
Right.
Unless I think if you had beaten the original version Ninja Gaiden, you could go straight to hard on Ninja Gaiden
Okay.
Black. But if you hadn't played it, you only had normal. And if you died, I think it was 3 times on the first level, it would say,
Mhm.
"Hey, do you want to lower the difficulty?" And you could say yes. But you're branded. You have a brand of shame where you have this giant pink ribbon
Ah.
dangling from your
Oh.
wrist for the entire game to say this person's playing on Ninja Dog difficulty.
That is very early 2000s Japanese games for the Western market. That is very much that.
But on the other end of the spectrum, they added Master Ninja difficulty, and it
Okay.
was insanely difficult.
That sounds like a one-hit difficulty to me if I've ever
Not
heard one.
quite, but before Ninja Gaiden Black came out, I was reading all about it in official Xbox magazine because it was an
Mhm.
Xbox exclusive,
Right, right.
and the developers, most of the developers, couldn't even beat Master Ninja, and they
Really?
were
So the
like,
guys in Ninja Theory couldn't do it.
so this is Team Ninja, not Ninja Theory, different
Oh,
team.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Again, thank you for keeping me on the straight and narrow during this podcast. I
no
appreciate it.
worries. Ninja Theory did Enslaved Odyssey to the West. They did
Ah, yes, yeah.
Hellblade.
They did
Um,
send yes, Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. That's
yeah, they
probably
did
why it was in the front of
Hellblade.
my mind because Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice also had something where if you died a certain number of times in a row, it wouldn't tell you, but it would make the game easier until you completed or until you killed the next boss. Then it would take you back up. It was a hidden mechanic. It didn't tell you. It did
I
though.
so
If you died 3 times in a row on a boss, because you would restart the level, it would make the boss easier enough that you could beat it, and then it would take you back up to the difficulty on the
Vader, I
next
completely
level.
forgot I had a GOG account. That's funny. So I've never heard. I know that there are games that have done that, where like
Hmm.
this hidden difficulty, where if you're sucking,
Yes.
it lowers the difficulty, and then when you get too good, it makes it
Hmm.
more difficult. I've never heard that on Hellblade.
That
I'm
I'm
not saying that's
pretty sure that's a
untrue.
thing.
I've just never heard that.
I guess
But
the
what
biggest example would be some of the Resident Evil
I
games.
do know for a fact, Resident Evil 4, the original version, did that.
Hmm. Oh
Um,
yeah, it'll make it harder for you. Resident Evil 1 remake on the GameCube would make it harder. But it wouldn't make it easier. So that was a different thing. And that was a big deal because if you got it on the GameCube, it had that kind of slider difficulty. But on the PlayStation, it did not. The remaster when it came to the PlayStation, it was the same
okay.
difficulty regardless, and that was a big contention between people. I remember hearing about it in middle school where people were playing it on different platforms, and they were arguing at the lunch table about the difficulty changes. And some of the other guys were like, I don't know about that. And the other side of the table was like, look, guys, I swear to you, the game gets harder if you're good at it. I don't know what it is.
It's like gaslighting everyone to
Oh
like,
yeah,
no one can agree. It's
it
kind
was
of like
gas. I mean, fists were thrown, tears were shed, blood was being mopped up.
it's kind of like
Bedlam.
the original theatrical release of the movie Clue.
Yes,
Different
which
theaters
had,
got different endings, so people were
indeed.
arguing about what
Like
the
3
actual
or
ending of
4
the movie
different
was.
endings.
There was like 4
Yeah.
different endings that were in different theaters.
And
Like that's
yeah.
genius.
And it was. I remember looking into this. I think it was like months before. It might have. I don't know if it was like the New York Times or the Chicago Tribune or whatever, but an article came out talking about that, and collectively as a society, we were like, "Oh, it's because in the game Clue, there's multiple different endings." It's like no one had thought about it and broadcasted it at that point.
Yeah, that
Everybody
was
arguing
genius
about it.
that they did that.
Absolutely genius. And now we can get it on DVD. It plays the movie, it plays the ending, and then it says, or maybe it was a little something like this, and then it would play ending after ending after ending after ending.
I saw it once. I don't remember what ending it was that I saw.
One of the Tim Curry, God bless you, Tim Curry. Few strokes, but he's still kicking it.
I was gonna say he's still alive, right?
He is still alive. He had a massive stroke in the early 2010s that put him in a wheelchair. Right. He had another stroke, but he's roughly in the same condition. But man, can that man sing and dance. Holy heck. And he is a fantastic actor. Loved you in Red Alert 3. I hope Communism on the Moon's going well. You can have it for all I care because you, Tim Curry, are leading it. Go for it.
That's awesome. Yeah. Great actor. But anyways, okay. So I did not know that Hellblade had that hidden difficulty mechanic, but what I do know is that at the beginning of the game, it tells you if you die too many times, you'll have permadeath and you'll lose your save and have to start over. But it never actually happens. It's just to mess with your head because it plays into the theme of the game. You can die as many times as you want, and it's not you're not going to lose the save. But it tells you at the beginning that you will, just to mess with your head because that's part of the theme.
This might be a little personal, but my older sister, Requiescat in Pace.
I'm sorry, man.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Suffer from schizophrenia as well. And from someone who has not experienced schizophrenia, but was very intimate with someone who did suffer from schizophrenia, that game is an incredibly accurate representation of what it is like for someone suffering from schizophrenia. And for anybody who doesn't, it is a trip. And the sequel is kind of whatever. It got a little ESG in it. I'm not getting into that.
It's not out yet.
But it's not out yet. But
it will be soon.
It's going whatever. But the first game is definitely worth playing. It's honestly, there's not that many controls. It can be quite difficult in places, but it's a really, really good story, and it's a really, really good game. I recommend everybody go out and check it out.
Yeah, I think it got mentioned on Party Chat last Saturday as well. I played through it on the Xbox version, and I will be playing through it on the Windows version eventually, now that I've got a PC that can handle it. Because, it was a great game, and I've only played it once so far. And, anytime that game get mentioned, I always say play with headphones because it makes a huge difference in that game.
Yes.
Someone told me that before I played it.
Surround stereo, and man, it creeps you out sometimes because you could be walking down, you could be hearing the background sound, but then the little whispers come in, left ear, right ear, feels like it's coming. The way it's designed, just like a really great stereo or surround mix with headphones, it sounds like it's coming from the center of your head out. And that's what makes it just so chilling and so enthralling to play.
Yes. Before I played it, someone's like, make sure you play with headphones. Yeah. I'm really glad that they did. So, anyone who hasn't played it yet, play it. It's not a very long game. It's like 6 to 8 hours, and play with headphones.
Oh, yeah. As a big audiophile, definitely recommend headphones. Absolutely. Neo is 100% on the point with that.
If there's ever a game to make sure you play with headphones, that is the one. So, yeah, getting back to where we're the beginning of that last tangent, um, because Journey to the Savage Planet is so the other thing that I often mention, Metroidvania is kind of my thing. Is there's a criminal lack of 3D Metroidvanias. There's very few of them, and of the ones that there are even less that are first-person Metroidvanias. We have the Metroid Prime games,
Okay.
and since then we've gotten, as far as I know, there are only three if you count one. One of them is a game and a sequel, so I'll count that as one. There's only two first-person Metroidvanias that we've gotten since Metroid Prime 3, which was in like 2012. And one of them is Journey to the Savage Planet, and that's a great game. I love it. It's got co-op. Anytime that comes up, I'm happy to play through it on Xbox.
It's co-op.
It does have co-op.
Very nice.
I've got it on Xbox, so if anybody wants to play it on Xbox, I'm happy to.
Is it a Game Pass game, potentially?
It used to be, but it left Game Pass a couple years ago.
Used to be. Get the front door
However,
shut. Wow.
One thing that is awesome is that they released so there's Journey to the Savage Planet and there's Journey to the Savage Planet Employee of the Month edition, and that's the upgraded version for Xbox Series X. You can't play that one on an original Xbox One. You can only play that on a Series X. And if you own
the upgraded version on PC as well, like on Steam, because I know Journey to the Savage Planet is on Steam because I've wish listed it before.
I don't think, because PCs are different than consoles. An Employee of the Month edition may not exist on Steam because you automatically can run it better if you have a better PC.
Oh, so it's just a visual upgrade, not a content upgrade.
Doesn't change the game at all. The game is exactly the same, but it gives you better resolution, higher frame rates. So
understood.
I don't know if an Employee of the Month edition exists on Steam or PC or not, but on console, you can play the original version on an Xbox One or a Series X. But there's the Series X specific version, which is called the Employee of the Month version. And that is, and they have separate achievement stacks too. So I've already played the original one. I'm looking forward to playing the Employee of the Month edition, so I get the achievements again because I love the game. So if anyone wants to play it on Xbox, I'm happy to. It doesn't have crossplay, so if you get it on PC, I can't help you.
Right.
But
they took it off Game Pass, man.
That's my biggest thing about Game Pass is I hate because games come on and then they leave eventually unless they're basically first party games.
Games as a service.
Yeah.
Once the service shuts down, there's no incentive to keep it on. So afuera with it.
I mean, you can still buy it. It's not like they took it off the store, so you can still buy it. It's just you have to buy it if you want to play it. But one of the nice things
taking it off Game Pass, no crossplay. That's gotta suck. That's gotta stay.
One of the nice things is that if you buy the Xbox One version, you'll get the Employee of the Month edition for free. So you basically get both versions of the game. So if anyone is interested in getting it on Xbox, I recommend getting the Xbox One version because you'll get the upgraded version as well. And it goes on sale fairly often for like $8. So it's a good deal.
Yeah, it's let's see. Journey to the Savage Planet on Steam currently is 70% off. It's $9.
Yeah,
if anybody's interested.
That's a great deal, and I love that.
And it's co-op. You said
it is co-op. So that was my number 4. Oh, I forgot. While I didn't quite finish my thought. When we're talking Ninja Gaiden, is that so they added Master Ninja mode in Ninja Gaiden Black as well. Right. And like I was saying, the devs some of the devs couldn't even beat it, and they expected that maybe 1,000 people would be able to beat it. I think a lot more than that have beaten it since, but I was like, I'm gonna be one of those 1,000. So when Ninja Gaiden Black came out, I bought that, and I beat normal, I beat hard, and I beat very hard. I couldn't even get through the first segment of the first level on Master Ninja because it is so hard. And it would probably get a little bit easier actually as you go through the game. But the thing that makes it so difficult is at the very beginning of the game, your health bar is really short.
Yeah.
And the first enemies that you encounter are what I call flame ninjas.
Okay.
And I don't think you ever come across these ones before. And
so it's a difficulty where it's not just the same enemies but harder, but they change enemies they
Yes,
add new enemies, maybe place them differently as well.
that is one of the other things that's awesome about Ninja Gaiden is that the difficulties don't just have the same enemies but harder.
Mhm.
It changes what enemies
Oh, very
you'll get
nice.
enemies in hard that you don't even see in normal, and
That's what I like to see in
you'll get
difficulty
enemies in
levels.
very hard that you don't even see in hard, or enemies that show up at the end of hard will show up much earlier in the game on very hard.
Right, right.
So
That's how you
the
do difficulty levels.
yeah,
Great incentive to keep playing.
the way they did that is phenomenal. It's not just like more health or for enemies or more damage. It actually, you have to have new tactics for fighting certain enemies that you may not even encounter on the lower difficulties. But the very first enemies you encounter on the first level of Master Ninja, their swords, when they hit you, they don't just take a little bit of your health away. They set you on fire, so it does damage over time.
Oh my goodness!
And your health bar
gracious.
is super short, so you can take like 2 hits and you're dead.
Oh my gosh!
And so I played, and it has, you can't just save anywhere. You have to make it to the save statues, which are little dragon statues. They refill your health, thankfully enough, but you have to get to it in order to refill your health.
Do they also give you? Are those also similar to like Sigma, where they give you an opportunity to spend your XP, or are those at the end of levels for
no?
Black?
So in Ninja Gaiden Black, you don't get XP; you get money, which it's actually there's
okay, like a Devil May Cry system.
They look, I forget what they're even called in the game, but when you defeat enemies, these little colored orbs will come out of their bodies, and the yellow ones are money. The red ones are your magic, which is called Ninpo.
Right.
And you have, you'll start with none, but as you progress through the game, I think the max you can hold is 6.
Okay.
And then the blue ones refill your health. But as you defeat enemies, you'll get the yellow ones, and at certain points in the game, you can go to, well, actually the first level is locked off. You can't go back to it later in the game. But after you get through the second level is as well. You can't go back to the second level. But once you get to the third level, the entire level is basically a Metroidvania. You can go back and forth anywhere at any time.
I see. Okay.
Which is another thing why I like Ninja Gaiden Black a little bit more than Ninja Gaiden 2, although Ninja Gaiden 2 is also a phenomenal game. But I love the Metroidvania map of Ninja Gaiden Black, where Ninja Gaiden 2 is level-based. You can't go back.
Right.
But you have to go to specific points in the map to a store to spend your money. You can't just like level up wherever you are. You don't actually get XP. You just get money. You can spend that at the store to upgrade your weapons, which doesn't make them stronger. It unlocks additional combos with each of those weapons.
Right.
So that
right.
Do more hits before you lose your combo and have to start over or whatever.
Okay.
But on the first level of Ninja Gaiden on Master Ninja, one time I made it to the room where the first save statue is, but before you can activate it, you have to defeat all the enemies in the room, and there was a big fight with a ton of enemies, and I got almost to the end of that fight, and I died with like 1 or 2 enemies left, and I'm like, ooh, that's it, I'm done. So I gave up on beating Master Ninja. But I did beat it on very hard, which is also one of my proudest gaming accomplishments. Achievements didn't exist since it was an original Xbox game.
Right.
But that is one of my proudest accomplishments, because that game is incredibly difficult. I don't know if you're still there, Static, but good night, buddy. Good to see you as always. Have a good night.
Pleasure being with you, Static. Thank you for tuning in.
So then Ninja Gaiden 2 came out, and that was a 360 game, as was Ninja Gaiden 3. And so Ninja Gaiden Black and Ninja Gaiden 2 are some of my favorite games. So somehow I didn't even know about it until like literally the day before Ninja Gaiden 3 came out. I hadn't heard anything anywhere. There were no reviews, nothing. I'm like, how is there Ninja Gaiden 3 coming out and I haven't even heard about it? Because I was on top of this stuff at the time.
Right.
That should have been a major red flag. And it was, because Ninja Gaiden 3 was god awful. They took everything out of it that made Ninja Gaiden. And it's because the head of Team Ninja at the time, Tobunobu Itagaki, left Team Ninja. And it seems like no one else at Team Ninja knew how to make a Ninja Gaiden game.
So was it kind of like a Dark Souls 1 to Dark Souls 2 situation where not only it was changed, but it was maybe easier, I guess?
I don't know because I haven't played Dark Souls.
Oh, I apologize.
Um, I've kind of like what I was saying earlier with Witcher. I've dived Dark Souls Remastered, so I've played like the first 30 minutes or so, but I haven't actually played through the game in its entirety yet, and I haven't played 2 or 3, so I don't know. But they, so like the things that are kind of core to the Ninja Gaiden experience on Xbox so far is a good number of different weapons. So Ninja Gaiden Black and Ninja Gaiden 2 had between 6 to 8 different weapons that are very different from each other.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Katana, glaive, spear, etc.
Yeah. Having all sorts of, not all sorts, but you're like I was saying, your magic, your Nimpo. There was like probably 4 or 5 different magic attacks that are all very different from each other.
Okay.
And what else am I? Oh, one of the cool, awesome things that they added in Ninja Gaiden 2 was obliteration technique. So if you dismember someone, like cut off their arm or their leg or whatever, if you go up to them and hit Y, you can do this really awesome execution animation. And it's different for all your different weapons.
Heck yeah.
And in Ninja Gaiden 3, they got rid of all of it. You only have one weapon. You have your sword. There's no Nimpo. There's no magic.
Okay.
You can't upgrade your sword and get new combos or anything either. You're at the exact same level at the end of the game, and when it comes to like weapons and power wise, as you are at the beginning of the game. It was terrible. So I bought it because I was such a huge fan of it, and I'm like, yeah, Ninja Gaiden 3 is out. I'm surprised I didn't hear anything about it because they knew it was terrible and they didn't want the word to get out. So I bought it, beat it. Every level, I'm like, oh, okay, the next level is when it's going to get good. The next level is going to get good. The next level is going to get good.
And
I beat the game, and it never happened. It was terrible. So I took it back because it was still within like the 7 days.
Right. Oh, yes, of course. Took it back.
And they later released Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge, which was kind of like Ninja Gaiden Black to the Ninja Gaiden, where they added all this stuff into it. Where they added all those weapons and combos and upgrades and Ninpo, they added all that in and released it as a separate version of the game after the fact and made it an actual Ninja Gaiden game.
I apologize for speaking over you.
No worries.
You played that version? Did it feel like it was kind of sugar? We got to put this together fast. Did it feel kind of cobbled together, or did it feel more natural?
So here's the thing: is I have Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge because it was games with gold. So I got it for free. And I've played through let's see here. When it came to games with gold, I played through like the first level. I'm like, because I heard that Razor's Edge version of Ninja Gaiden 3 was good because they added all that stuff that made Ninja Gaiden. They added it back into the game. I was like, oh, sweet. All right, I'll give this one a shot. And I played through the first level. I was like, there was zero change between the Razor's Edge version and the original version. So I put it down, and I only picked it back up again just this last December because I needed, for an event I was in, I needed some achievements from a game that was a number 3 in the series. So I was like, and I didn't have a lot to pick from. So I was like, all right, I'll give Ninja Gaiden 3 a shot. And I played through probably 3 or 4 more levels. And so I've gotten through like probably like the first 4 levels so far.
Okay.
And except there was one level where you switch characters because there in the original Ninja Gaiden 3, you only played as Ryu Hayabusa. In Razor's Edge, there's actually additional characters you can play in as well.
Okay, that's what threw me off because I was like, I'm pretty sure you could change characters. But, okay. So when 3 came out initially, it was just Ryu.
Yeah, just Ryu. Just like Ninja Gaiden Black and Ninja Gaiden 2, you only ever play as Ryu Hayabusa. But in Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge, I had gotten through like the first 3 levels. There was literally zero change from the original Ninja Gaiden 3. And I was like, where are these changes? And then all of a sudden I switched over to playing as Ayane, and I was
Okay,
like,
they had
okay,
Ayane. Gotcha.
this was not in 3, so I played through that level, and playing as Ayane was actually pretty freaking awesome. And I beat that level, and that's as far as I've gotten in Razor's Edge. So I still don't know where, because I still haven't gotten any other weapons. I still haven't gotten any other upgrades. I still haven't gotten any Nimpo. So I don't know
Oh
where
man,
all the stuff added in that Ryu
it
can do. The only
it
thing I've
better
seen
not
is
be
that one
some.
level where you play as Ayane.
It better not be something stupid like, well, you have to beat the difficulty with both Ryu Hayabusa and Ayane, and then you unlock a new difficulty, and that
I'm
opens up,
afraid
like,
that's what it's going to
the whole
do.
90% of the game. Get the F out. My gosh.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's what it's going to do, but I don't know because I haven't played that far into Razor's Edge yet.
One thing I can't imagine, though, is before Razor's Edge came out, I don't know if this exists or not. I'm just imagining for a moment, but I imagine a Game Informer article uh, talking about Ninja Gaiden 3, where the team or someone from the team is being interviewed, and their post hoc rationalization to kind of calm the message before Razor's Edge began development was, well, we wanted to simplify the game and just make it all about skill.
Yeah,
Get out of here. No. Give us the game that you've been making. Why do you hate money? Stop it. Stop it. Bad. I will
and
get the newspaper and boop your nose.
one of the things, because they say Ninja Gaiden 3 is easier, but so far it's been pissing me off, and it's way harder than Ninja Gaiden 2 or Ninja Gaiden Black was on normal. And that's because, like I said, when you defeat enemies in those ones, the orbs come out.
Right.
This one doesn't have that. So there's no way to regain your health.
You don't have your mana or what the name for it. So, oh well.
Yeah, because
I don't want to add just one orb. If we can't add both, I'm turning this game around.
Yeah, so obviously when you defeat enemies in the other ones, the orb that comes out, essence, that's what it's called.
Essence.
You have your gold essence, which is your money, the red essence, which is your Nimpo, and the blue essence is your health. Mm-hmm. So whatever comes out of them is completely random.
Right.
And there's little ones and there's big ones, and obviously the bigger they are, the more they're worth.
Do you get more for executions?
Yeah, and you can also do ultimate techniques where you can hold your heavy weapon and charge it, and there's a level 1 charge and there's a level 2 charge.
Oh,
and
I see.
You're never ever going to be able to sit there and charge it because
getting a 5-second gap of being unhit basically
is unheard of because the action is so fast paced in the Ninja Gaiden games. That'll never happen.
Yep.
So what you can do though is when you defeat enemies, the essence comes out. And if you time it right, you can absorb the essence to immediately get, depending on how many, if you absorb 1 essence, it'll be and you release it, you'll do a level 1 ultimate technique. But if you absorb 2 essence, you'll do a level 2 ultimate technique without having to wait for it to charge. So that's how you do your ultimate techniques in combat, is by defeating enemies and then absorbing them to do it like instantly. Or that's for yellow essence though. If you absorb a blue or a red essence, since they're rarer, it'll you only have to absorb 1 and it'll still do a level 2 ultimate technique. And the ultimate techniques are awesome because it goes into this really, you basically hands off. It's almost like a short little cutscene that plays where you're just hacking away at the different enemies, and it's different depending on what weapon you're using, but they're freaking awesome. But anyways, that is another thing that isn't in Ninja Gaiden 3, and because there's no essence to absorb, you can't regain your health. I didn't find out until I was playing through those couple levels of Ninja Gaiden 3 just back in December, all these years later, that when you're not in combat, there's a gauge that fills up when you're in combat, but when you're not in combat, you can click both joysticks and it'll reduce that bar and it'll refill your health. And I didn't know that. Because the tutorial doesn't tell you that.
Good Lord. My goodness. Gaming pet peeves all over. My gosh.
So, but anyways, Ninja Gaiden and Ninja Gaiden 2 and I think Ninja Gaiden 3, but don't quote me on Ninja Gaiden 3, were Xbox exclusives. They released Ninja Gaiden Sigma and Sigma 2 on PlayStation exclusives, and it had stuff that the original versions didn't have, like
Right.
extra characters. So I was like,
Mhm.
oh, that would be really cool.
Like Guyana.
I'd never owned a PlayStation, so I've never played those versions.
Neither have I. Welcome.
However, from everything that I've seen online from like the hardcore Ninja Gaiden people,
Yeah.
everyone says that Ninja Gaiden Black is better than Ninja Gaiden Sigma, and Ninja Gaiden 2 is better than Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma. I haven't played the Sigma games yet, so I don't know. I thought that the Sigma versions would be better because they got more things in them. But from what I heard from the hardcore people, the original versions are better. But I did buy the Master Collection when it came out, I think probably about 2 years ago. I haven't played it yet, but it has since come to Game Pass. So it is on Game Pass, but it's been on there for probably close to a year. So it may not be on Game Pass for much longer. And
is it also
Master
purchasable?
Yeah, you can definitely buy it if you want. Everything that's on Game Pass, you can buy if you want to keep it. And if you are subscribed to Game Pass, you do get a 20% discount on any games that are in Game Pass that you buy. And
I'm sorry,
10% discount for any DLC.
I don't mean to interrupt, but aren't there two different subscription tiers on Game Pass? Like there's Game Pass, Pass Ultimate, I guess.
Yes.
Or Game Pass Pro.
So, but yeah, so for anything that's on Game Pass, if you want to buy the game, you get a 20% discount on the game. And for any DLC in games that are on Game Pass, you get a 10% discount.
Okay.
I'm very frugal, so if I'm going to buy it, I'm going to wait for more than the 20% sale.
Right.
But if you're not as frugal as I am, you'll get a discount for that. But yes, there used to be Game Pass and Game Pass Ultimate. Now there's they completely got rid of Xbox Live Gold and replaced it with Xbox Live Core. So now Xbox
Live. I didn't know they're still rolling with an Xbox Live.
Well, they don't. They got rid of it back in.
Or name.
I want to say it was in November. It was last.
You mean
fall.
This past November?
Yeah, just this past November.
Okay.
So, within the last 6 months,
I thought it would have been gone for years.
No, they
at this point. With the Xbox One X and S coming out.
Xbox Live Gold was still a thing. And games with Gold was. So if you subscribe to Gold, you got 2 to 4 free games a month, which
right.
A lot of the times they weren't very good, but hey, free games. What was insulting was that a lot of the times the free games on PlayStation Plus were way better than the games that we got on Xbox Live.
Yes, I remember this. I remember this well. So, I remember seeing articles about this comparing PlayStation Plus to Xbox Live Gold and saying how the games given to PlayStation, the better games, slightly more games, weren't as many repeats during the year, things like that. I remember that being a big point of contention during the, I guess, seventh or eighth console generation. I'm not sure.
I don't know which generation is which,
but yeah, I remember that being a big thing.
Yeah, on True Achievements every month it would come out with like what are the games with gold games, and they were usually pretty terrible. And people would be like, "Hey, here's what PlayStation's getting this month," and it was always something way better. So that was kind of insulting. As was there were games with gold repeats, but it was pretty rare. That didn't happen very often. But when they got rid of games with gold, because that's when they scrapped Xbox Live Gold in its entirety, and they moved to Game Pass Core. So Game Pass Core is basically games with gold, Xbox Live Gold, but you get a curated selection of Game Pass games that you have access to as well. It's like 20 or 25 of some of the top.
And I guess they change games every month.
No, so those ones are static. They don't change. As far as I know, they have not changed.
Haven't even added any. It remains static
for Game Pass Core level.
Right.
There is the Game Pass Ultimate tier, which has all of Game Pass games and the games that come in and out of the service all the time. Every month, every month you'll hear about what games are entering the service that month, and every month there's games that leave the service. They leave. And you get you get a 2-week warning before they leave. So if it's a game you're wanting to play, it'll get announced and you'll have 2 weeks to play it if you want to play it and beat it before it leaves Game Pass. Otherwise, you're going to have to buy it. And so those games come in and out of the service all the time. But the Game Pass core ones, those are ones that, as far as I have to look at what the list is again, but I'm pretty sure the list of games that are in Game Pass core are ones that won't be leaving Game Pass because they're like first party or
Right,
owned by
right,
Microsoft.
right. They're
Um,
literally core to Game
yeah.
Pass.
But Game
And
Pass Ultimate also includes EA Play and all the games that are on EA Play's
yes, yes,
service, which
I
is nice,
remember.
as
Okay,
well as because there's also an additional tier, which is PC Game Pass, because there are games that are on Xbox that you can't play on PC and vice
right,
versa.
right.
Not a lot of them. Most games on Xbox can be played on PC and most
Hmm.
PC games can be played on Xbox, but not all of them. So if you don't even have an Xbox, you don't want to worry about that, and you just have a good PC, you can
Hmm.
subscribe to Game Pass PC. But Ultimate also includes everything that's in PC Game Pass. So Game Pass Ultimate, there, I want to say the number of games you have access to is over 500.
Oh wow.
So you
Okay,
can't beat it for the
that sounds
price.
good.
It is an insanely good proposition.
I
Um,
I not only was I late to upgrading my PC to Windows 10, my PC, the case that my PC's in now is literally the case that I got when I was 9 or 10 years old, and I Frankenstein my PC up until this point. I'm going to turn 31 this year, just to tell you how long I've had this PC. A lot of stuff is outdated in it, but when I did eventually get to Windows 10, um, there was a free month of Game Pass
okay.
through the Xbox app. And I don't know if you're a Gears of War fan,
I've
but
played
I,
1 through 3 and
I
Judgment, but I'm not a huge
okay,
fan of
I,
the franchise.
okay. Well, I enjoyed. Well, at least I remember vividly, at least cooperatively with a
I
friend of
like the
mine.
co-op. I hate the
Oh
multiplayer.
yeah, yeah. I can never get into the multiplayer either. I remember co-op playing, and I really enjoyed it, and so I uh, took up the offer for the 30 days. Didn't even have to enter a credit card because it was tied to the Microsoft account, so it would just expire. Wouldn't have to worry about that. And I perused to see what they had, and they had Gears of War 4 and 5 games I'd never played. And I ended up those 30 days basically were dedicated to when I had free time to play games. I played through Gears of War 4 and Gears of War 5. Didn't finish 5. I think I got, from what I'm aware of the game, I got to kind of like the snowy hub area, which is like the first of three quite large hubs. So I maybe got it like a third of the way through that game. But I didn't get an opportunity to play through 1 through 3, which is something I really wanted to do. And at the time, you couldn't get Gears of War 1 because Ultimate Edition was only on console at that point.
Okay.
So Gears of War Ultimate wasn't on PC. I just checked recently, a couple months ago, and Gears of War Ultimate is on PC.
Yes.
However, it is not Game Pass on PC. You have to purchase it for
What?
$40, and that
Are you
blows
for
me
real?
away. Either you need to now I might be making a mistake, but either you need to pay for
Oh,
not the core, or you need to pay for the bigger subscription to be able to get Gears of War Ultimate
Gears
and
Ultimate
get it.
Windows version is on PC Game Pass. So if you didn't
Okay,
have
it's on PC Game
PC
Pass.
or Ultimate, you would not have had access to it. So that makes
Okay,
sense.
so that's why. So I saw it was $40, and I was like, darn. But what still, I would like to play through the first three Gears of War games, and I'd like to see what the remaster looks like. But then Gears of War 2 and 3, as far as I'm aware, they're basically just like I mean, that not exactly ports. I don't think. I don't know how it would work, but um, there's not
Well,
really like remastered versions of them. And I
no.
would really love to play Gears of War remastered. The first Gears of War is one I have the most fond memories with, playing co-op with a friend of mine, beating it Friday night into like Saturday morning or what have you. Would love to get into that.
Yeah.
I'm in a fixed income household, numerous reasons. Not going to get into it, but uh, Game Pass Game Pass is something that I am fond of. Certainly, the idea of, and with what you've just explained to me about, there basically being like 500 games that are on Game Pass at any given time, and the selection of it.
Game Pass Ultimate, I should
Game
specify.
Pass Ultimate, which whether that's I don't know if it's $15 or $25 or what have you.
If you
Um,
subscribe monthly, I think it's 17 a month.
okay, so like a 3 month period, it would end up being 17. I got you. Okay, I
But
see. 70 a month.
if you do want to subscribe to it, we can talk about that off stream because I have
Understood.
some
Understood.
loopholes you might be able to get better deals.
Well, understood. I think I will take you up on that. Absolutely. But please, your number 3, if we want to continue with this, with
Um,
Metroidvanias, we can talk about whatever, obviously.
yeah.
It's your show, sir.
So, yeah, Gears has the Ultimate Edition. That's just Gears 1. There has
Yep.
not been a remaster of 2 or 3, but there's a lot of rumors of a Marcus Phoenix collection, which would be basically the Gears War version of Master Chief Collection, which would include a Gears 2 and 3 remaster as well. So there's a lot of rumor of that. Nothing official yet, but I would be surprised if that doesn't happen at some point.
Phil Spencer, say something good, please. Please say something good, Phil Spencer.
So, yeah, last thing I want to touch on before we get off the topic of Ninja Gaiden back to Metroidvanias is
Sure, absolutely.
So there was the Sigma and Sigma 2. We already talked about that.
Yep.
There is a Xbox One version of Razor's Edge, but it's the exact same thing as the 360 version of Razor's Edge.
What's the difference?
Literally, other than it has a different set of achievements, the game is and might have higher, better textures. The game is exactly the same. But Sigma's 1 and 2 has stuff in it that weren't in the originals.
Okay.
And I've heard that the Sigma versions are actually easier than the original versions.
Okay.
But
that
what you mentioned,
odd.
like a long time ago in our chat, was you mentioned Xbox Live Arcade, and I don't know if that was a slip up because all of the Ninja Gaiden games are, like I said, Ninja Gaiden and Ninja Gaiden Black were original Xbox games. Ninja Gaiden 2 and 3 were Xbox 360 games, like disc games. Then there was the Sigma versions, but we never got that on Xbox until the Master Ninja Collection, which is an Xbox One game.
Okay.
The only Ninja Gaiden Xbox Live Arcade game was a spin-off called Yaiba Ninja Gaiden Z, which I never played.
Man,
I always wanted to.
That doesn't ring a bell.
Okay. And it's not backwards compatible. So if I wanted to play it, I'd have to play it on my 360.
Okay.
So I wanted to get clarification because you said Xbox Live Arcade. So I'm assuming you just meant Xbox 360, not Xbox Live Arcade.
The only one that was what arcade it is then.
Was Ninja Gaiden Z Yaiba Ninja Gaiden Z, which is
that must be what it is then.
Arguably not a Ninja Gaiden game from what I hear. I never played it.
And you said Ninja Gaiden Black was not available on arcade at any time during the 360's life.
Yeah, because that was an original Xbox
so it
game.
must have been a disc then, because I remember it was when I was gifted that 360 in the last year of its life before the Xbone came out. I went on a tiny bit of a spree on arcade, got like Burnout 3 Takedown. I got
Did your case look like this?
I'm sorry, could you put that a little closer to the camera?
This is Ninja Gaiden.
The light is blowing it out.
Yeah. Let me try to.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
This is Ninja Gaiden 2.
That is okay. So thank you for unmandelaing me. I appreciate it.
I can't show you the Ninja Gaiden 3. I mean, I could Google it and pull it up, but I got Ninja Gaiden 3 and then I sold it. So my Razor's Edge copy that I have is digital from Games with Gold.
Gotcha. No worries. But yeah, I went on a little bit of an arcade buying spree. Bought Burnout 3 Takedown. I think I even bought Burnout 2. Forgot the subtitle to that.
I have not played any Burnout games, so I don't know. I was going to say, did I hear you say Perfect Dark? Because that was literally my favorite game of all time for nearly a decade.
Oh my goodness. That was that was the second game I ever purchased. Yes. When I was young, my first console was an N64, although I quickly moved on to a GameCube because of my age, and GameCube was coming out soon. And my dad, the first game I bought, my dad took me to a Blockbuster at that time. There were games you could buy at Blockbuster as well. I bought Turok 2, Seeds of Evil.
Okay.
And
I had
this
Turok 1 on N64, but I never played 2.
and the next week, my dad said I could buy another game, and I bought Perfect Dark. I never got an
Yes.
expansion pack for my 64, but
Oh,
I
no.
played that multiplayer till the wheels fell off, man. I'll tell you what, I loved that game. So when this 360 was gifted to me after years of basically not playing on console, uh,
You got to play
couldn't find
Perfect
any
Dark
copies
in
of Mech
entirety.
Warrior, and online was gone. Mech Warrior, I loved when when Xbox 360 came out. I played it on live a lot. I met one of
Are
my
you
first
talking about Mech Assault?
Mech Assault. Thank you, Mech
Okay.
Assault.
Because
Oh,
that
I
was
loved that game so
I never
much.
played that one, but I know that was another big Xbox Live Arcade,
Oh,
or not Xbox Live Arcade, just an Xbox Live
yeah.
game that everyone loved on the
It came
original
out the same
Xbox.
year. It came out the same year that the Xbox 360 came out on live. I loved it. I played it a lot. Made friends through that I still have to this day. I have their real names and their phone numbers in my phone to this day. Um,
Nice.
and
Let's see
you
here.
know that was one
'Cause-
game I couldn't
okay.
find, but I was
Yeah,
able to also find the Perfect Dark remaster on arcade,
because
and finally I was able to play the campaign.
Mech Assault 1 and 2 were both original Xbox games.
Okay,
But yes,
okay,
Perfect Dark was an Xbox Live Arcade game, which I have, and that was your first time you got to play it in its entirety.
that was the first time I got to play it in its entirety. That was the first time I got to play the campaign,
You had
and
only ever
even
played the
as
multiplayer
I only ever
until
played the
then.
multiplayer until that point, I was,
What?
gosh, I guess I was 17 or 18 years old. I guess that sounds about right because it would have been about 2012, 2013,
That's
before the
crazy.
Xbox One came out. That was the first time I got to play the campaign. And even then, after playing, another basically decade and a half to 2 decades of games with better and better graphics, better and better story, better and better gameplay, I still loved it to death. I thought it was amazing. Also, the mech game I'm thinking of is Chrome Hounds.
Oh, that was a
Chrome
360 game.
Hounds.
That was
I loved. Oh
I
man,
I
that
that one
was the
looked cool
game.
because mech games always looked awesome, but I never played
Oh,
Chrome Hounds. That
there were
was
like 30 weapons, which were
I want to say
for each arm, and they were different. You could change the body, the
let's
legs.
see here.
You could change different to treads if you didn't want legs.
I
You could
remember that
stack
game's
bodies on bodies on bodies, making your mechs. I wanted them to release it on PC or to make a remaster. I loved that game so much, and even to this day, every once in a while, I'll get nostalgic. I'll look it up on YouTube. Some people have videos of it, and some people specifically have videos of just them putting together mechs. And oh, it makes me want to play that game so much. I would love it if whatever type of IP heck that it's in, whatever's holding it back, I would love if it got cleared up and some company got a hold of it and
a,
remade or remastered it and re-released it somewhere.
a
I would
lot of
love to
people would
play it.
love to have that game make a comeback. That makes sense though
Chrome
because
Hounds.
you're talking about Xbox
That's it.
360 and
Yep.
Mech
And I
Assault
said
1
Mech
and
Assault or
2
Mech Warrior. Yeah, I
because
said
Mech
totally different things.
Warrior was the PC franchise. Mech Assault
Right.
was the
Mech
console
Assault.
version, and 1
Right,
and 2
right,
were on original Xbox. You could play them on
right.
Xbox Live. But I never played Mech Assault, but I did play Mech Warrior on PC, and I
Hmm.
liked it way better because on Mech Assault they basically stripped out all the customization. You
Right.
basically just select your mech and go into battle.
Hmm.
In Mech
Yep. I
Warrior,
remember that on the original Xbox.
you could spec out your
Oh yeah.
mech to like
Oh yeah.
crazy levels of details. That's why I liked
Basically
Mech Warrior way better.
basically ported the BattleTech uh, frame book at their guidebook. Excuse me, rule set at the time to the game. So the weapons, the chassis, etc., were basically just like the tabletop from BattleTech.
Okay,
And I think, I mean, even now, Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries is
I have
still
not
something that
played that
people
one.
really enjoyed playing on Steam. I haven't played it either.
It's on Game
But
Pass.
it's basically okay. So it's Steam and Game Pass, so definitely available to be played. People still play. A lot of people, a lot like thousands of people, still play it online. Every once in a while, channels I'm subscribed, big channels I'm subscribed to, when they do their Friday night live streams of games or whatever, they'll pull up Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries, And again, it's effectively just not the most recent, but kind of the one before, because there's been stuff with BattleTech over the past couple of years. But it's basically just the BattleTech rule set and the BattleTech items, weapons, chassis, etc. In game form, plus other stuff added, more chassis, more guns, maps, etc. And it's quite the game, but it's not like Chrome Hounds. It's not exactly like Chrome Hounds,
Yeah,
and
they're
I
very different.
yeah, I really, gosh, man, that game was so many nights I stayed up way too late because I've always been, especially because I've been a PC gamer and I played MMOs, specifically WoW, even at a very young age. The people I made friends with were either in their late teens or they were in their 20s and up. And those guys could stay up way late because they were grown ass men. And here I am, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 years old,
Yeah.
staying up late playing with them, especially when it came to WoW. But I have fond memories of it being 1 or 2 a.m. just getting done finishing. Excuse me, just getting done finishing some online and Chrome Hounds and quickly trying to get to bed because I had 4 hours before I had to wake up to go to school.
Yep. I remember those days. Not Chromans, but I always wanted to play it because I thought mech games were cool, but I never did get a chance to play it. And I do know that it was notorious because the achievement set is
Was wild.
very difficult. So I've got it
Yes.
pulled up right now on True Achievements, which is the #1 achievement tracking site for Xbox.
Shadow.
There's
You're
just
here.
under 21,000 tracked gamers on Crowhound, and there's only 49 completions.
Wow. Percentage wise, that is ridiculous.
And
I imagine there's online achievements or
yes,
cooperative achievements,
there
and
are.
since there's no couch co-op, only single player, that's got to be why.
So there are 49 achievements total, and I'm assuming that the servers are no longer online because
No,
41
they
of those
were down.
49 are no longer obtainable.
The servers went down. I mean, even after I had stopped playing and moved on from consoles, I remember the servers went down while I still had a 360. Like they were only up for maybe 5 years at most. It was
Oh,
not that long at all.
online services discontinued January 2010. And
Yes.
this
Okay.
game
So 4 years.
the
Only
game came
4
out in
years.
July of 2006, so the servers were only online for 4 years.
Yeah,
So
4 years. Yeah,
if
it
you
was
wanted to play it
really
now,
short period of time.
you could only get 8 of those achievements.
Yeah, it was a really short period of time.
And
But man,
so
that multiplayer was wild. It allowed I think there was 6v6 definitely, but I think there was even 8v8 and maybe 12v12, but definitely 8v8. And man, oh, it was so much fun. It was great.
yeah, I know people are like, oh, they'd love to see a comeback of that game.
Oh
But yeah, I
yeah.
was like, I want to say that game was made from a pretty well known company now that wasn't very big then. And I was like,
Hmm.
oh, was it FromSoft? I was like, no, that was Armored Core. So
Yeah.
I've got it pulled,
Yes, right. It was published by FromSoft,
but I
but
pulled it up here, and I was right. It was published by Sega and FromSoft, and it was developed by FromSoft. So they did Chrome Hounds
right.
and they did Armored Core. I did not know that.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh
I was
man,
thinking it was some other studio, but nope, that was them.
I always thought for the original Xbox that really just, I mean, what is absolutely insane controller is kind of a weird word to use for it. It's basically a whole desk um, to play.
Are you?
Oh gosh,
That's a different game. If you're talking
I
about
know
the
that's
whole,
I know that's
that
a
was an
different game.
original
Yeah.
Xbox game,
Yes.
and
Yes.
I've talked about that multiple times. And someone I've even had on my stream had the
I
controller.
oh my
Um,
goodness.
shoot, I'm blank.
I always said to myself, self, if that controller, it's such a weird word to use for something so massive. If that thing ever fell into my lap, I would go out and I would find an original Xbox and I would find the game and I would play it because
I would
man,
do
oh,
Steel
I would love
Battalion.
it. I would beg, borrow, and steal, my brother. I tell you what. Oh man.
Steel Battalion.
Steel Battalion. That's
That's
right.
the net
Steel
game with the
Battalion.
awesome controller that I always
Steel
wanted to
Battalion.
play but never did.
And Steel Battalion Heavy Armor, I think, is one of the sequels or the only sequel. I'm not sure.
So,
Not even remotely as difficult or complex because the
yeah.
controller did not get carried over.
No. So, yeah, so that made sense that you were talking about Chrome Hounds because that was a 360 game. Steel Battalion was an original Xbox game, and it is not backwards compatible. So with that controller, you can only play it on an original Xbox. The
Right.
sequel to Steel Battalion, which I could pull up here on what it's called, but I'm not going to. But it was a 360 Connect game.
Oh,
it was a hybrid between using your controller and using hand motions, and it was a disaster.
And it is Steel Battalion Heavy Armor 2012.
Heavy Armor, you had it right.
Requires Kinect sensor. That's right. I remember seeing the trailers for it of a guy standing and looking absolutely like a clown, moving around like he was kind of maybe sort of controlling a mech. On the screen, you had this beautiful inside of the cockpit view UI where there's levers and buttons above you, to the side of you, below you, in front of you, but it was Kinect only, and
it was all
I was disappointed. Yes,
I played the demo because I was
the trailer. I was so upset.
Well, I thought it was going to be awesome because it was
going to make me buy a Kinect when it was announced, but the trailer, I was just like, oh no, because there was no controller input for it. You could put it in controller, but you can't control the game with it. Not to the fullest.
So
it's like a half compatibility for a console, which is a weird thing to say. I'm used to it on Steam, but not for that.
So when they announced the Kinect, I was like, oh, I was very bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for it because like there's so much awesome stuff you could do with it. Like the potential is crazy. And all of the stuff that I had in my head for awesome stuff they could do with it never did any of that stuff with it. It was all these stupid workout games and Kinect adventures, these stupid motion.
The Wii was
mini
big
games.
Stuff. Microsoft wanted that money.
It was all these stupid mini games. They didn't do anything ingenuitive with it. So when I heard about Steel Battalion, it's like, oh, this is the first game that's going to be a hybrid between Kinect and controller. This has the potential to be awesome and do something totally new.
And it did have potential.
I played the demo, and I was like, yeah, this ain't it. And
this ain't it, Chief. Oh,
yeah. So it was
my disappointment is palpable.
Yeah. What's that meme? It's like, my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Yes. Yes,
so,
that is. There's also I can't think of the actor's name, but from the Hercules TV series, where he goes disappointed, screaming up in the sky.
So it had potential, but it was
squandered.
It sucked. It was, and I never got to play the original Steel Battalion, but it looked awesome. There were so many things that I had in my mind. Like if I was a developer, here's the things that I could do with Kinect, and they didn't do anything with it.
Cool stuff.
All of the best uses of Kinect was when other industries outside of video games took it and used it for stuff.
All the tech communities that were using Kinect to track athletes kicking balls and stuff, and were creating 3D environments with it. That kind of stuff.
One of the coolest,
really awesome looking.
One of my favorite implementations of it was for doctors and surgeries. They have to go and look at charts and stuff, but every time they have to do it, they have to take their gloves off, they have to sanitize, look at the charts, then re-sanitize, put gloves, go back into the surgery, and if they need to review it, this gave them basically Minority Report motion controls to look at everything and move it around and grow it and shrink it and move it around, so they didn't have to sterilize it or even leave the room and be able to do their surgeries. Like, that is awesome.
And that tech, I think that was definitely one of the big drivers behind, I don't know if it's still a thing really, but Microsoft Glass, when you put on the glasses and you look down at a specialized, basically tabletop,
you
can see the 3D environments. I imagine that, smart glass, yes.
I had the idea for smart glass like a decade before Microsoft did.
There you see. Why don't they hire you, for goodness sake? My gosh. But
I had literally the exact idea for that. I was at lunch one time with one of my buddies, and I was like, dude, can you imagine this? And then like years later, Microsoft comes out with smart glass. I'm like, that was my idea.
You should have wrote it down and mailed it to yourself. I'm telling you. But I think with Microsoft seeing
awesome.
Oh
but they
yeah.
didn't.
Oh
There
yeah.
was that fell apart too.
I remember that. I think the big one was at GamesCon. They had just acquired Mojang, and
My
they were playing
Minecraft.
Minecraft
I remember
on a
that.
tabletop, basically bird's eye view in 3 dimensions. And I always thought like the impetus for this really getting cleared by Microsoft was seeing what outside tech companies were doing with Kinect, and I imagine that they wanted to take Connect and see everything that's been done by these outside tech companies. And as they develop the glasses, they wanted to merge those technologies together. And that spark really kicked off when you mentioned the thing about surgeons, that having the glasses on along with the Connect would basically allow them to have like a one-to-one creation of like the organs inside of a person's body after you took images with it. You could push the like X-ray and MRI images through software that
I
was being
never
developed that would be projected out that you could see
into
through the
what they're seeing through
glasses.
augmented reality.
Yeah, and basically
I
have like
never
an
thought of
AR
that.
body sitting lying, I suppose, next to the body that was in surgery, and you could do things like the scrub nurses could keep better track of things like sponges and various utensils. The surgeon could be extra sure that they were making incisions in proper areas. They could have previously, before they went in, mapped out where like a cancerous mass was, so they know exactly which parts to cut into, making the as few incisions as possible, as shallow as possible, and being able to navigate deeply into areas that would otherwise be much more difficult. And I think Microsoft was trying to do something like that. And I thought that it would, once that was like with a lot of tech, once the alpha and beta testers, the really big money guys and the research colleges and stuff, once that finally got to a consumer market, that some amazing games could have been developed with that pairing.
Exactly. Yeah,
Man.
I like I said, I obviously saw the video of Connect doing the thing for the surgeon. I'd never even heard of it until you just mentioned now connecting that with the augmented
Yep.
reality to
Yep.
see stuff too. That's an awesome combination. That would have
Yep.
been awesome.
It would have been so cool.
Yeah,
So cool.
when they announced Smart Glass on that one with the Minecraft thing, I was like, "That's awesome! That was my idea like forever ago." And then I was so excited to see what they're going to do with it, and it just faded away. Like
Yep.
they didn't do anything with
Yep.
it.
And there was
And now
as
there's Google or not Google, there's Apple Vision Pro, which is
yeah, Apple
basically the
Vision
next
Pro.
iteration of that.
Yeah, and sadly, it's basically a translucent iPhone screen. That's
Yeah,
basically all it is now. Mainly because
it's not
I
even
imagine it's because there's
translucent.
no
You can't see through it.
Yeah, right. You have to basically switch it off, I suppose. I'm not really too familiar with it, but
It has
I know
cameras
there's
and
not a
projects what you
lot of
see
dev.
into the
Right,
inside
right.
screen, and it
Which
takes like
ooh,
it makes a fake version of your eyes
right,
to put on the outside, so it looks like they're
which is
looking at your eyes,
creepy,
but they're just looking at a
creepy.
screen that has eyes on it. You can't
Yep.
see through it.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay. Thank you for correcting me on that. But oh my gosh, I slightly lost my train of thought there. Oh yes. Just real quick, final thing about the glass was, I know that there were hums and rumors about developing um, a version of Minecraft solely for it, so that instead of walking around with Steve and
Oh,
hitting things with your pickaxe, because you had this 3D environment that you can move around a table with, it would basically be like Lego. You could reach out with your hands and you could pick up a 1 meter by 1 meter block instead of dirt with a shovel or stone with a pickaxe. You can move it with your hand, just pick it up and place in different areas. So it would basically be like a Lego game, but Minecraft, and it would be augmented reality. And I
that would
thought
be
it was
awesome.
so awesome. It would have been amazing.
That's yeah. If they hadn't abandoned Smart Glass, that could have been
I,
huge.
I can't imagine. I don't know how many times tonight both of us have just meant, golly, wow, that would have been so cool. We must have each done it like a dozen times thus far.
Seriously. Hey, what's up, Angry Canadian?
Angry
Good
Canadian.
afternoon. Let's see
Canadians
here.
have a reason to be
Good
angry,
evening, I
but
should say. I'm pretty sure it's about evening time for you. So, what's up? I think you're the only one in chat right now because everyone else has gone to bed because we've
it
been
is
going so
late.
long.
But I am alive because this conversation is fantastic. Angry Canadian, you are
Exactly.
European as far as I'm aware. So good evening to you. Or excuse
Uh,
me, not European.
he's in
Guess be
Japan.
Australian. I'm sorry,
He's in Japan.
Japan. Okay, okay. I knew it had to be somewhere on the Pacific coast.
Yes, not on my
Europe
Pacific
was a
coast. He's on the
mistake
other
that
side
night.
of the Pacific coast. So, yeah, this why I love open mic. You know, getting a great conversation. It's like, oh my god, it's already 3 hours and 15 minutes, and I've
Oh yeah,
still
really. I
not
appreciate it.
gotten through my top five, and I still have two other topics that I wrote down that I want to talk about. And we haven't
Like
gotten
I
to those
said, I'm
yet.
here till you kick me off your couch. I'm here for whatever, man.
So I know it's super late for you, so I
No,
don't want to keep you up
believe
too late.
genuinely when I say this, this conversation has been so fantastic. No worries. I am genuinely here until you kick me out of your house.
Uh, what I
Let's
think we'll
go.
do is I think I'll finish up going over um, d- going back over my five of my Metroidvanias, and then I think we'll call it there. And then
Sure.
you'll have to come back on, and we'll have to cover those other things that I wanted to talk about at
I'd love
another
to.
time.
So
So,
go for it, sir. You have the
oh,
floor.
the other thing I was going to mention while we were talking about the Kinect is I will always praise is my favorite implementation of the Kinect was on Skyrim. They patched it in after the fact.
Oh, shouting.
That's one of the things, but that's the best part of it.
Oh
So
yeah.
in Skyrim, you have all these different shouts, but you
Usroda.
have to pause it, go select the shout you want, and
Mm-hmm.
then unpause it, and then hit the button to shout.
Yeah.
With the Connect, if you learn all the words, you can just hold the button and shout
Shout
whatever
it
shout
out.
you wanted
Yep.
to, and
That's
do it
so cool.
whatever one you wanted off the top of your head. It
So
was
cool.
amazing.
So cool. I don't know why with the anniversary or what there's been like 20 different versions of Skyrim. I don't know why with the latest version they just didn't allow you to speak through a headset or a microphone on PC and do it. It's
That's
so
what
easy. Why
I
didn't you just port that code over and conclude it?
That's
Oh
what
my
always
goodness.
pissed me off so much. It's like, why did we need to connect to do this? We already have microphones. Just let us use our
Oh
headsets.
man.
I mean, sure, it's got better microphones, but there's no reason why your headset wouldn't be able to pick up
Right,
those words.
exactly. Does it pick up your voice? Well, let's do it.
It should
Oh
work.
man.
So
But
that was,
what were the other things you could do in Skyrim with the Kinect then?
yeah. So, but yeah, that always baffled me. Why couldn't you just do it with a
Yeah,
regular
same.
headset? You had to
Same.
have Connect to do it. But that was the best thing about it. But the other thing was about it, you could almost play the entire game without ever pausing the game and pulling up your menu because you could switch to literally anything through voice commands. You could issue voice
Oh.
commands to your followers. Um,
Oh, I
you
see.
could set up
Very nice.
kind of like loadouts. So
Right.
you, you could say if you didn't want to do that, you could say like right arm sword, left arm magic, or
Uh,
and
uh,
then it would switch to that. Or you could say equip
Sword and board.
equip set 3, and it would switch all whatever you had set to set 3. It would
Right.
swap all that out
Oh man,
instantaneously on the fly.
dude,
So you could switch between all this stuff without ever even pausing the game. It was amazing.
I would have, I would have absolutely 100%ed Skyrim my first go around if that is how I was introduced to it.
And
Absolutely.
I don't remember where.
And
Uh,
after the third version of Skyrim I purchased, when the latest one came out in like 2020 or 2021, I was like, Bethesda, I'm done giving you more money for the same game. I'm not doing it again. I was there in on 11/11/11 in a GameStop. I have a picture of my friend
I
who
was there for launch
had
day too.
the diamond shaped dragon Elder Scrolls logo for Skyrim tattooed between his shoulder blades. I have a picture of him
Nice.
with his shirt off looking at it. I was there, I bought it, and I played it that night because I was able to install it from the disc and just download a tiny bit from Steam. And it was one I only got on Steam in 2009, I believe, with Modern Warfare 2. I know that's really weird way to start on Steam, but it was the first time that I uploaded a screenshot on Steam
Hmm.
was on Skyrim.
Skyrim.
Oh man! And after buying the special edition, which was not a free upgrade, boo. And then the next edition that came out that had it was it was like the special edition, but it had DirectX 11 lighting and shading. That
Hmm.
special edition. And I remember Nexus Mods had a totally new, different page, and all the mods that I wanted were being ported over to that. So I was waiting for that, and then a number of years later, coming to 2020 or 2021, when they
Yeah,
released
whenever it was the
the
anniversary collection.
anniversary collection, I was like, nope, that's it. I'm not buying that. Sorry, I know there's extra content in there that I really can't get otherwise. I I'll just stick to OG Skyrim with this insane amount of mods that I have for it that I've had installed on my PC. I guess at this point for maybe 6 years,
That's probably
and
one of
I'll
the
go
most
back in every
modded
once in a
games
while.
of all time is Skyrim.
Oh my gosh, the fact that you can go to a website which shows you how many interactions there are, and it's like over 2 billion individual downloads. That is insane.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I have a feeling you're about to say billion with a B.
Yes, billion with a B.
Um,
And second game behind it, Skyrim Special Edition with like over 1 billion.
um, but yeah, I went because when they patched in the Connect controls to Skyrim, I was like, okay, this is really cool. So I went online. I think that's what I did. Is I went and Googled it and found like all the because it didn't tell you anything other than you know I'd
Right.
heard that it was
Yeah, you can't
getting
really tutorialize that
yeah, and
with the game
there
as
was
it
nothing
was.
in game saying here's all that you can do with voice commands. It was
Right.
just like,
Right.
there was news that it was getting patched in. So I went online and like Googled what can you do with the voice commands in Skyrim, and I found like a page that had like 3 or 4 pages of all the different
Oh
voice
my
commands. So
goodness
I printed
gracious.
it out and I had it next to me so I could use it while I was playing, and it
A
was
man who likes
awesome.
hard copies. That's what I love.
It was because it was before I think it was before I had an iPad. So I've got my iPad next to me whenever I'm gaming because I almost always listening to something,
Right.
usually podcasts or videos or whatever while I'm
Hmm.
gaming, unless it's something that's super story heavy that I haven't
Absolutely.
played
Man
before.
after my own heart.
But if it's it's just something kind of mindless or something that I've played before, I'm always like listening to something passively while I'm playing.
To
Um,
this day, I'll put on an audiobook and boot up a single player, like 8-person free for all on Supreme Commander Forged Alliance Forever.
Supreme Commander. Okay.
Bro,
I'm
bro.
putting we're
Next
not going to get
time,
into that right now, but I'm going to put
next
that
time,
on
bro.
the
Supreme
notes.
Commander.
I'll put that on our notes to talk about next time. Um, but so now, not only do I use it for that, but whenever I'm gaming and I need, a guide or something, I just pull it on my
Pull it
iPad.
up
But
on
I
your
didn't have
iPad.
it
Yeah.
back then, so I had to print out it, and I had print it out, and I had like
And,
3 or 4 pages of all the voice commands, and it
oh,
was
absolutely. And
awesome.
might I say, having a guide on like an iPad or your iPhone, in my opinion, superior to having it on a second monitor, because you can
Hmm.
pause the game, you can pick it up, you can hold it in your hand, you can move things around. Way better. You don't have to take the mouse off screen and futz around with that.
And
You can
change
sit there and
what
pull
window has
apart, move that.
focus and
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. Especially if you're streaming or if you're playing a
Exactly.
game with friends. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I've got it right next to me here when I'm here at my
That
computer as well.
that's
So
when I first played through Dragon Age Inquisition, which was the end of 2022 going into 2023. I had a guide, not to cheese my way through, but for maps. I had maps pulled
right,
up on my phone, and I was doing it that way.
it's especially helpful on like collectibles and stuff. Just
Oh yeah,
going through
oh
someone's like
yeah,
collectible video, so you don't miss anything.
yes,
So and you don't have to switch back and
yep,
forth between monitors or whatever.
hmm,
It's nice having something
oh yeah,
separate to do that on.
yeah. The past
So
couple months, I reinstalled Halo MCC and Infinite, and
okay,
3 bookmarks I have right now, not even in a tab, like up underneath the URL bar, are skull and log locations for Infinite and the games in MCC, because I'm like,
nice.
I need to get these guys. There's over 400 achievements for MCC. There's
700.
700. My sweet
I
goodness.
have
And there's a whole bunch.
596 of them.
I have basically no multiplayer ones. I have a few, and I have like completionist ones for 1, 2, and 3, but not completionist co-op ones. And then 4, I don't really like, so I haven't really finished yet. But try to do ODST solo heroic,
Oh, I was
Halo
wrong.
Reach heroic,
Oh, I was thinking
or
my gamer
legendary,
score.
excuse me, not heroic. Yeah, how dare you confuse your absolutely massive with way more zeros gamer score with the amount of achievements there are? Don't gaslight me, Neo.
So what it has 700 achievements and has 7,000 gamer score. I thought I had
Mm,
596 achievements. I have 633 achievements in it, but I have 5,995 gamer score. So
I see. Okay.
that's where I was
So
getting
it's
it
not
mixed up.
700 each of them worth 10. It's like 5, 10, 15, 25, whatever.
Yeah, they're all over the
Gotcha.
place. But
Well,
my
I guess that makes sense because there's bronze, silver, gold, and platinum in MCC for like
oh,
your tag that goes with your username. I know I'm currently using. I think I'm
I was
using
like,
like the rocket launcher platinum because it's a par time for a Halo 2 level.
so you're talking
One of the more
bronze,
difficult
silver,
levels.
gold, platinum. That's like PlayStation trophy talk.
Yeah, but on MCC, your banner above your name, there's bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. And
Oh, you're talking about
there's
in game?
in game, yes, on
Oh,
MC
okay.
on Halo Master Chief
It's
Collection.
been
Like
so
I'm
long
playing on
since I've
Steam.
played it.
I so the one I'm using right now is the platinum rocket launcher one. You can tell it's different from the silver because it has
Oh,
a
I know what you're
animated
talking about.
shimmer to it. And the reason I use that one is because it's for beating a part time on a level, but it is one of the most difficult Halo 2 levels on Legendary. And I was so proud of myself for beating the par time on it. I didn't even have score pulled up because
Part-time
I
on
didn't even want to look.
Legendary?
Yes. Yes.
That's crazy
It
impressive.
was the Arbiter level where you're first introduced to the Flood. I can't think of it off the top of my head,
It's
but
been
it's
so long
that
since I played
level. It has
Halo
a
2.
25-minute part time, and it is long as heck. It is unreal, and I was so proud of myself for getting the part time on that. That's still, regardless of the other platinums that I've
The platinum
labels that
banners
I've
in game.
unlocked, banners that I've unlocked. Thank you.
Yeah. Now
That
that you
platinum
say that,
rocket launcher remains. It's been there for a year and a half at this point.
that's awesome. Yeah, I had totally forgotten about those different banners and that they had different colors that meant different things until you said it. But now I know exactly what you're talking about. Um, yeah, I have all of the part-time achievements, but I just did it on easy. What I have to do is I only have a few of the par score achievements, so I need to go back and do almost all of those.
Oh, dude, the part times are, you got to do the part times on co-op because they are very very difficult to do single player, especially because you basically have to keep moving forward the entire time, no matter what you're shooting or what you're doing.
Yeah, the
It's
times are
insane beating the
very
part
short.
times, and the cutscenes count.
Oh,
So
that's right.
some of the cutscenes can be a few minutes. And hello,
What's up,
Miss
Kate?
Melee
I'm
K.
assuming that you guys just got off of Melee Madness.
Mhm.
I didn't think we were going to be going this long, but Jake and I have been having an
Nor I.
excellent conversation.
Oh,
So,
it's we've been having an absolute blast. Kay, thank you so very much for tuning in for even if it's just for a moment. I appreciate you seeing you here.
um, but that was the other thing I was going to say about. Oh, before I get back to the Skyrim thing,
Sure.
is my buddy Dude 1286, who you were
Yes,
watching DMC today. He has
I was.
100% completion in Master Chief Collection. He has all
Uh,
the achievements.
he has stated before, and I have
It's
not pressed
nuts.
him on it because every time he does, I sit back for a moment and I close my eyes and I go,
He's beaten all the
"How
lassos.
in the heck has he beaten all the lassos?" Especially because one of the playlists is all the games lasso back to back to back, and that blows my freaking mind.
Yep.
I
I will never get
I
100%
just
completion in Master Chief Collection solely because of the
no.
lassos.
Oh my gosh, Neo. You, yes, yes, absolutely. It should be inscribed in stone that thou shalt not be able to complete the lasso campaign playlist. What the
I
heck? Playing 6 games? Oh my gosh.
I have some impressive achievements,
Legendary
but
All Skull
nothing that
Spawn. My
nuts.
gosh. all 6 games. Wow.
Yeah, so I will never get that one. I've got some impressive achievements, but not like that. Like I've got more gamer score than him, but he's got a much higher ratio, meaning his achievements have a higher average of difficulty than mine.
Man, you guys DMs together must be fire, arguing back and forth between more achievements and more gamer score.
But yeah, the last thing I was going to say on the Skyrim thing with the Kinect was the Kinect implementation was only on the 360 version when they re-released it on Xbox One. Even though Xbox One launched with Kinect, you couldn't get it
Required
without
Kinect.
the Kinect
Yep, I
until
remember.
like a year later.
I remember. Oh yeah,
They did not have the Kinect controls in Skyrim. They got rid of
so
them.
lame.
The only
Just
way to play it
another
is
easy
on
port.
an N64, is on a 360 with a
Just
360 Kinect. That's the only way. And
Todd Howard, I'm coming for you, brother. I'm coming for you.
And as we were talking about earlier with the different models of the 360,
Yep.
the last versions of the 360
Oh,
didn't even have the Kinect
that's
port. They
right.
got rid of it
That's
before
right.
the Xbox One even came out.
Oh my goodness, that's right. That's right. With the S and E, there was no Kinect.
So if you have to
my
play it on a
gosh.
pre
You had to have a white, or
Xbox
you had to
360
have
version.
the gray one. I forgot what that was called, but
yeah,
yeah,
to use a Kinect. So
man.
that was
Again,
a failure.
why do you hate money? Especially Bethesda. My goodness.
But there were so many other awesome ideas I had for games that would utilize the Kinect, but the best thing we got was the Skyrim controls with Kinect,
Which is
patched
pretty
in,
cool.
which was cool, but it had so much more potential than that never got tapped.
And small fun fact, I got to connect through a box of Frosted Flakes. I had to get it notarized at my bank, and I was 17 at the time, so I had to bring my mom with me. But I got it, and I gave it to a friend of mine as a gift because he and I both, we've known each other literally since before I can remember. I think we were introduced when I was 2 and he was 5, and we have been friends ever since. He's my brother. I love him, and we've been Xbox brothers, even though I haven't been console for a long time. And I remember winning that, at the time, $200 piece of hardware and gifting it to him for his birthday.
That's awesome.
That was the only thing I've ever won through, only ever, I guess, contest or sweepstake I've ever won. And it was for a Kinect through a box of Frosted Flakes.
Yeah, I never owned one myself, but my roommate at the time had one, so we kind of shared it.
Would you ever stand behind him while he was playing on the couch and use shouts to F with him?
No, because he didn't play Skyrim. That was me.
Oh, okay. So would he ever do it to you? I've listened to him enough shout. I think I know the words at this point. I can do this nerd shit. Excuse my language. I apologize.
No worries. But yeah, so I always have to, anytime the Kinect comes up, I always have to talk about that because a lot of people didn't even know that Skyrim got Kinect controls, and it was the best use of the Kinect in my opinion.
You
better than all the motion stuff that the dancing games did, in my opinion.
You unlocked a deep compartment in my mind when you mentioned that, because it's so vivid in my mind now after speaking about it. It is ridiculous. But man, Bethesda, please just at least release that bit, patch it back in, or allow the modders to do something about it. You know what I mean? Figure it out. You can do it.
So that was another thing I was going to mention, is because you said you've bought Skyrim so many times. I've only bought Skyrim once, and it was the 360 version.
Yep, OG. 11.
I've played the Xbox One version, but that's because it's on Game Pass. I don't actually own it. So, but I did buy the anniversary upgrade because I completed Skyrim on 360. I've played a good chunk of the Xbox One version, which is also the series version because it's the effectively the same console, just more power. But I've not really sunk into playing it again. So I've got a good chunk of the achievements, but it's because I played most of what I played for the Xbox One version of Skyrim has been for going for specific achievements for certain events that I was I was in.
Okay.
So, but at some point I will dive in and play through it again because I played a lot of the Skyrim on 360, but then I basically
does deserve a playthrough.
Didn't play it again for years.
I,
So
I
I'm looking forward to playing it again because it's been so long since I've really played it.
oh, definitely, definitely, I have to as well. And I would like to point out real quick,
Kaylee says
Melee K
Morrowind
saying Morrowind,
Supremacy.
Morrowind Supremacy.
I never played
I
Morrowind.
I have played a little bit of
Oblivion was my
Morrowind, never
introduction
beat
to
it.
Elder Scrolls.
I had Morrowind on my Xbox in my older
I
years. I purchased it for PC.
heard it was great.
It has a much smaller but much more intricate modding community, and the co-op, the cooperative mod for Morrowind is amazing because not only does it allow co-op, and because of the magic system, you can literally have like a DPS tank for one character and another character be pure magic and heal you because you can
That's
heal
cool.
NPCs in that game. But it is also fully compatible with all of the mods for Morrowind that you can get on PC. So as long as both
Nice.
people on both of their installs
Have all the
have
same
the
mods.
same mod list, they can play co-op together with mods. And
That's awesome.
that is a trip. That is some good stuff.
Sweet. Yeah, I never played Morrowind, but I had some friends who were big fans of it. But yeah, I didn't get into Elder Scrolls until Oblivion.
It could neither did I remember getting it the day it came out. Two friends of mine, we pulled leisure chairs in front of my grandparents' TV, and we took turns from like 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. playing it. I had the special edition. It had the single septum coin in it with Tiber Septim the Seventh on it.
That's
I
the one that
still
I
have
got
the coin. Yes,
right there.
exactly. The brown box, baby. Yes,
and
sir.
it came with the map.
Yes, it came with the beautiful, way better than Skyrim's map, in my opinion. It came with the little book that had a little history of kings.
Mine's
and it
all
came
still
with
in that
this-
in
and it
that
came
box
with
right
the
there.
septum. I don't know where my septum is, but I want it because I've always wanted to drill a little hole through it and put it on a necklace.
I gotta check and see.
Oh man, I will wire you $20 for that septum.
I haven't opened this in forever, so
It's a beautiful case.
I know
it's beautiful.
I've got the map and
Yes,
that
sir.
book you're just talking
book,
about.
The book is incredible. It's way, way better than the one that
I never
almost
saw
got
the
released for
special
Skyrim.
edition for Skyrim, so I don't know what was
It-
included.
it
Other than I know it had
almost-
the giant dragon statue.
There is the giant dragon statue. The map is the same as the smaller special edition, but it's not as good a quality vellum as the Morrowind. It's a plastic map.
Remember instruction
There you go.
manuals?
Boy, do I. Did I mention
My
Supreme
septum's
Command?
not in here.
Did I imagine Supreme Commander Forge Alliance to you? Or mention
You did.
Supreme Commander Forge
I
Alliance
wrote
to
it
you?
down for next
Boy,
time.
the instruction manual on that. Wow. I know instruction manuals, and I remember big boxes. I was just old enough to catch the tail end of big boxes, or I guess medium boxes. Your septum's not there.
Yeah,
Disappointed because I
I'm sure
wish I
have
could
it
find mine
somewhere. It's probably in storage somewhere, but
We're
yeah,
t-
my
We're
septum is
flipping
not
that
in
place
my
upside down to find the
Oblivion
septum.
box. Bummer. I've not opened that case in forever.
Oh man!
Since it's on Game Pass, if I ever want to play it again, I don't even need to pull the disc out.
Wasn't the best Elder Scrolls in my opinion, but it was my introduction, and man, what a great special edition! It was only $10 more than base, so
yeah, Oblivion was great. I played more and enjoyed Skyrim more, but they are both excellent games.
Oh yeah,
and this was the very first 360 game to have more than 1,000 gamer score. Shivering Isles was the
Shivering
first
Isles added
DLC
500
that added 250.
250. Right.
That added additional achievements to the base game.
And then there was a later special edition that had all the DLC with it. And DLC, ding, 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 Oblivion, oh boy, horse armor.
Horse armor, yep.
And the DLC that launched 1,000 ships, man. I'll tell you what, the articles at the time were raging. Gaming journalism, back when the writers cared about what video games and the players wanted, was alight with, what is this?
Exactly.
There's silver and gold and elven, and it's $3? But why? Boy, did we just have no idea what we were in for. We had no idea what was coming.
But yeah, first game that had over 1,000 gamer score and more than 50 achievements. They changed it
Oh,
because that
really?
was
More
the
than
first
50
deal.
achievements as well.
Yeah, because originally the achievement requirement for games was it has to have 5 or more,
Hmm.
up to a maximum of 50, and it had to have 1,000 gamer score. So this was the
Right.
first one that added more achievements, and they already had 50, so it bumped up the amount of achievements you could have and the amount of gamer score. Ninja Gaiden 2 was the first game that had I think because the it bumped it up to 60, I think was the most achievements you could have.
Hmm.
Ninja Gaiden 2 came with 70 out of the box
Oh,
for the 1,000
okay.
gamer score. So they added, you could still only have the same 1,000 gamer score without
Right.
DLC, but
Right.
you could have more achievements. Ninja Gaiden 2 was the first one that had 70. And then they added DLC, which brought it over to 1,000, had over 70 achievements.
Was there ever
And
please
then
excuse me. Was
Orange
there ever
Box
one
had
that had
99 achievements, and that was the first one to do that.
that was going to be my next question. It was going to be regarding Orange Box because of not only Half-Life 2 and its 2 episodes, but Portal and Team Fortress 2. Was that rather the first game that had 2,000 points that you could get?
So I'm trying to. Yeah, Orange Box is the light is off, but I think
Hmm.
it's right there. But that one was the first one that had 99 achievements, but it was still only worth 1,000 gamer score.
Oh, really? Okay. I thought there was a game that opened up to 2,000 gamer score. I am mistaken.
There because yeah, there are games that have, obviously there's more than that. Master Chief Collection has 7,000 gamer score now,
I
but
might
back
be
then,
Yeah, I might be
um,
misremembering because I had a friend whose brother was an achievement hunter back in the day. This was early in
the,
high school, and he would go to GameStop every week and buy like 5 games, including like that Burger King
no, the Burger
Sneak
King
King
games,
game
Sneak King. I never
because
played it, but I always wanted to.
he was a gamer score supremacist, so he would just buy every little game that you could beat in like 2 or 3 hours because an achievement was still worth 10 or 15 gamer score, and that's what he would do on his weekends to just pump his gamer score. And I remember being so impressed at his like, I think at the time he had like 58,000 gamer score, and I was like, oh my gosh, wow, it was nuts.
Gamer score definitely was worth a lot more back then
Oh
because you
yeah, the
didn't have,
social credit for it was amazing.
and the
The
fact that
bragging rights.
like the arcade games were only worth 200 gamer score and full
Right,
retail
right,
games are worth 1,000. Now every little game that comes out is worth a
hmm,
thousand. You have these gamer score for sale games that you
right,
literally can spend 5 minutes
right.
and you can
They're
get
like silly clicker
5,000
games.
gamer
Yeah.
score. I'm not
Oh,
joking. There's games that you can play for 5 minutes and get 5,000 gamer score.
well, I think Neo. Sad to say, um, dude, 1282 is indeed superior for the achievements because now gamer
1282.
score doesn't matter. 1282, excuse me, because now gamer score doesn't matter because that BS exists. I apologize, but I've come to the conclusion.
Yeah, well, that's why I always give him props because he does have a higher ratio than me. So,
But
I do have,
both of you are mad lads, in my opinion. My gosh.
but yeah, there was. I was trying to. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but there was a game that because, like I said, originally a DLC could add 250 gamer score.
Hmm.
So there was a game that had 250 gamer score DLCs, which brought the total up to 2,000.
Okay.
But I
Okay.
don't remember what it was.
Okay.
Oh, no, I was right. I was thinking it was Gears 2. Gears 2 maxed out at 1275, so it was one DLC short. It was Gears 3 had 2,000 gamer score.
Okay. Okay.
I
Gotcha.
had the right franchise, just
It
the
was
wrong game.
probably also like 1,000 single player, 500 co-op, 500 multiplayer, or something like that. It's probably some weird spread.
So I've played through the campaign, and I have
It's been so long for me.
475 out of the 2,000 gamer score.
Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Was Gears 3 the first one that also had the co-op horde mode?
Horde
Because
mode
it
was
could be the
introduced
4
in Gears
modes.
2,
Okay.
but Gears 3 also introduced Beast mode, which is basically Horde mode, but
Mm,
you play as the Locust.
right. So that might be the spread: the single player, the co-op, the multiplayer, and the horde mode stroke beast mode. So 500, 500, 500, 500.
It's not exactly split like that,
Something like that.
but there
Close.
is achievements for all of that. And of course, there's seriously, which is stupid,
Yeah, seriously
ridiculously long.
is
And dude has seriously 1, 2, and 3. And
Are you
seriously,
kidding?
3. No, I'm not joking. He has 100. I don't know if
Damn.
he's got 100% completion. I'm pretty sure he does, given how long it
Has he
takes to
been
get
doing this?
seriously.
Has he
But
been doing this for like literally nearly 20 years? Like 18 years?
but you know what? I've got him pulled up right here. So let me see.
Yes,
I'm
let's get
pretty
the
sure he's got
deets.
100% in. Yeah, he's got 100% in Gears 1, 2, and 3, which means he
Oh
has
my
the
gosh.
seriously 1, 2, and 3 achievements, which each one of them is more difficult than the previous one.
Oh my
And
goodness.
let me see. I'm gonna go tell
And
you when his first
I'm pretty
achievement
sure
was.
Cliffy B even said in
Oh.
an interview that that achievement was deliberately made and named for what it implies.
That's one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of Gears is how stupid their multiplayer achievements are. But his dude's first achievement was in January of 2008. So I actually have him
Okay.
by almost 2 years because my first achievement is February of 2006.
Okay. Gosh,
But yeah, what
I guess
I've got
I
some
wonder if
great
I could even find
achievements
mine.
and completions, but he's got me on the crazy difficult of a lot of stuff. So I always give him props for that.
Yeah, I mean, especially just now mentioning seriously for 1, 2, and 3. Holy smokes!
And Seriously's 4 and 5 are even more difficult than that. He
I can
hasn't done
imagine
that,
with
but
how big 4 and how massive 5 is that
and
it's wild.
Gears 5 has 2 Seriously achievements.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait,
They added one in the
what?
title update like a year or two
It,
after the game was out.
I wonder if it's because of the Hive Busters DLC and
I
the
think it
other couple
was.
DLC, the smaller ones.
And
Oh
the
my goodness.
achievements aren't that second collectible or that second Seriously achievement is not what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't count your previous progress. So if you had 100%, you have to
Oh,
already. You're basically starting from scratch. The only
that is
time
unfortunate.
it counts towards both is if you hadn't worked on them already. So I forgot
Goodness.
the word that I'm looking for, but if
In
you are
regard?
no, it's like
No, in
not,
regard to what I mean. I
oh,
apologize.
in regard in the word for like if you already had progress that would have counted towards it,
Uh-huh.
it doesn't count. Uh, it's
Continuation?
it's only from the
Carryover?
time that the achievement was released does your progress start counting. So
Oh, okay.
it'll come to me
It's
later.
time limit in some way. I got you.
But just any of your previous progress that would have counted towards it if the achievement was out doesn't count because the achievement wasn't out yet. So it doesn't
Right.
not prorate, but yeah. So another thing that would have royally pissed me off if I was hardcore into Gears is that you're like, oh, you think you got 100% in this game? Screw you! Now you do it all over like 10 more times. So that's one of the reasons why I hate Gears so much. But that's I could go on a whole another tangent on that.
No worries.
But back to the countdown.
Absolutely.
So
we'll get through it. We're gonna get there. I believe in us. I believe in us.
We've only gotten through 5 and 4, and now we're on 3.
Oof.
So we could try to speed run it.
I open the floor to you. Look, I'll keep my mouth shut if you want me to. We'll do this.
So my number 3 was Shadow Complex, and just like Mummy
Shadow
Demastered, I
Complex.
hadn't played it in a really long time.
Holy
so after
crap.
I beat Mummy Demastered, I started a new playthrough of Shadow Complex like 2 days ago. So I'm not very far, but I freaking love Shadow Complex.
That
playing through it
brings
again
back
for the first time in a long time.
That brings back memories as well. Holy crap, Shadow Complex.
Underrated
Wow.
gem.
It is an underrated gem. I genuinely haven't thought about that game in a long time. Wow.
One of the things that I always say about it, and I said on episode 1 of Top 5 when I was talking about it is that from
It was an arcade only, right?
it was it was the premiere of the Xbox Live Summer of Arcade. It was the very first one.
Right. Yeah, it's like
And it
a
was
2D shooter Metroidvania, and really, it
2.5
was
because some enemies can
2.5.
be
Okay.
in front of you, like closer to the screen than you, and some
Oh,
could
so
be
there's a
farther
depth
back.
thing to it.
You
Okay.
can't travel into those, but the enemies can be.
Okay.
And there's even a couple sections where you get on a little turret where you're actually shooting around in 3D. But
Okay.
when you're not in the turret, all your movement is on a 2D plane.
Right.
But
Okay.
great game, and
Oh, there's a remaster on Steam. Wonderful.
there is, and the achievements are much more difficult, but I do have the
Oh,
completion in that one
wonderful.
because I have a completion in both of them. The arcade version is super easy to complete. The
Mhm.
remaster is much more difficult because there's achievements
I
for
imagine.
completing it with 100% in under 2 hours, and there's an achievement for completing it with 100% in under 3 hours on Insane, the hardest difficulty.
My goodness. Also, I had to look it up because I'm curious. 11,365 gamer score. Let's see, just a couple of
Is
quick
this on
ones.
the Steam achievements?
No, this is my Microsoft Xbox account. I have 11,365 gamer score.
Oh, your total. I thought you were talking about
Yes,
just in
yes.
Shadow
My
Complex. I'm
my
like,
top my
how do you have
top
so much?
ones: Destiny 2, 880 out of 1240 with 16 achievements. The Master Chief Collection, 1755 of 7,000 with 204 achievements. Halo Infinite, 512 with 53 achievements. And there's some miscellaneous here. There's the Gears games. There's Batman Arkham Asylum.
Oh, good game.
There's The Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings. I remember that was my introduction to the Witcher series.
Okay. I have
Microsoft,
that through Games with Gold as
uh,
well.
Minecraft, Trials
Oh, I
Evolution,
love Trials.
Ninja Gaiden 2, 10 achievements. There it is. I knew it was something. And of
I will
course,
never complete
Forza Motorsport 4 because,
Trials
man,
Evolution, but I did complete 100% the original Trials HD on Xbox 3,
oh, heck yeah.
Xbox Live Arcade.
Trials is awesome.
I love Trials.
Trials Rising is the only reason I have the Ubisoft launcher on my PC. I'll reinstall every now and again to play.
I
Um,
have Trials Rising on my Series X. It's usually in my quick resume because I'll go and play a track here or there,
Absolutely.
probably
Oh,
every other week or so. I love
I love
Trials.
that game. Oh, absolutely, I love that game. And just a quick, excuse me, pardon me, a quick shout out to Forza Motorsport 4 because I've always loved racing games. My father's a big car guy, really got me into cars, really got me into racing, various types. And my 360, God bless it, the last couple years of its life, it was my Forza 4 machine. I had all of the DLC for it. They even released
Nice.
Porsche DLC literally 2 years after the game came out. Forza 5 was an Xbone launch title,
Mm-hmm.
and even then, I it I played on my computer every game that I had, and even though I had multiple games downloaded to the hard drive on my 360, it was the machine I plugged into, and I played Forza 4, and I played the crap out of it.
Nice. So I wrote that down because we could probably do a whole stream just talking about racing games.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
So I'll leave that for next time because
sure,
I have a whole
absolutely.
bunch to talk about in regards to Forza on both good and bad ends of the spectrum.
Mm-hmm. Of
Um,
course.
but so the thing I was going to say about Shadow Complex is that we had there was this long period where it was basically a Metroidvania drought. We had like Super Metroid, Metroid Fusion, and the Metroid Prime games, and
Mm-hmm.
that was about it. I
Okay.
count Shadow Complex as kind of like the catalyst that started the resurgence of the Metroidvania genre
Right.
because there
Okay.
was like this long period of time where we basically had none, and then after Shadow Complex, the genre really started picking up steam. So
Right.
another reason why I love Shadow Complex because it brought this genre to be such a major genre that it
Yep.
is now.
Oh, and shout out back to earlier in the conversation. Melee K says nothing beats Burnout 3
Oh, but no.
Takedown for me. K, that
Weird.
was that was my first when I got a new Xbox 360 after years after not having one, and even though it's been years since I've had one, I went on an Xbox Live Arcade buying spree. Burnout 3 Takedown was the first game I bought, and man, I played the crap out of that as well. I love it. Its soundtrack as well. Oh man. Even still boot up Burnout Paradise from now and again. I
My
don't have the newest edition that actually finally adds the island, but I will boot up the OG on through EA and play it every now and again because that soundtrack, and I just love the racing. It's so much fun.
Yeah, I never played any of the Burnouts, but my buddy, my best buddy, he loves the Burnout games. So
They are great.
he's told me about it a bunch.
They need to be brought back. A new Burnout needs to come out. Absolutely.
That's what I've heard from all the Burnout fans. Like, bring
Mhm.
Burnout back. Paul, y'all are still live? Yeah, we've been having a fantastic
Oh yeah,
conversation. This has been great. So I
Mr.
definitely
Paul, we've been having
recommend
a hoot.
watching it or listening to it from the beginning. But
Oh,
look,
absolutely.
it looks like the Melee Madness went for 5 hours and 42 minutes. So we still got
We can beat
almost
them.
2 hours to
Come on,
go if
Neil.
we
We can
want to
do it.
go longer than them. We easily could. We definitely could.
Oh, we definitely
We're not
could.
going to, though.
Yeah.
We're
You've got adult things to do. I've got adult things to do. But man, I'm happy to be here.
we're definitely going to be Jake and I are definitely going to be doing a part 2 open mic at some point. Kayla's saying Need for Speed Underground 1 and 2 are second place. I was just watching a list
Ooh.
video today about, I think it was games that could use a remaster, and these were on it. Need for Speed
Absolutely.
Undergrounds 1 and 2.
Remaster 2 and put cops in it, please. Remaster 1 and leave it as a level select. That's fine. I don't mind that because, man.
So
Oh,
I've
the
played a
customization, I loved it.
couple of Need for Speed games, but I never played Underground, so I don't really know much about it.
Have
But
you
I
played
have,
Most Wanted?
yes, that was the
There you
first
go.
Need for Speed I
That's
played, and I
honestly all that
loved
matters.
that game.
Most Wanted is fantastic. I still own an original PC CD copy, and I will every now and again find a way. Find a way. I know the way. I know Day Way.
Do you know
I
the
will
way?
eventually pull out. I do know Day Way. I will now and again. I will go into this trusty old milk crate I have under my desk that holds a handful of game books, like novels, and big boxes. Like my original Battlefield 2 and both its expansions are in there with all their discs. Battlefield 2142. My original Guild Wars boxes are in there. A few other things. I have like Call of Duty Black Ops in there as well. I remember I played hooky my junior year one time, and I went to GameStop and bought Black Ops for PC when it came out. And I have the PC CD version of excuse me, Need for Speed Most Wanted, and I will pop it in every once in a while and install it and play it because I really, really love that game. It's one of the best Need for Speed games, hands down, bar none.
Good. That probably explains why I loved it so much. That game, I didn't know the car until that game, and it made me fall in love with that car.
Oh, the cover car? The
No.
E38 M3 GTR?
The Porsche Carrera GT.
Oh,
that
the
game
Porsche Carrera
made
GT.
me fall in love with that car.
Dude, if you ever had a $1.2 million standing around and you could get yourself an 05 Carrera GT, go for it. The modern Carrera GT, the kind of Eco one, I think it's a hybrid because it has electric motors at all. I know a lot about cars as well.
The Spider.
Yes. That's the
cool
modern
car.
Carrera Spider. It's another cool 1.2-ish million dollar car. It's not as cool as the OG. It's like getting a modern McLaren like 720S compared to the original F1. They're both 200 plus mile an hour cars, but the McLaren F1 is like driving a crotch rocket, man. It is wild.
The F1 was my favorite car as a kid.
Shout out to Rowan Atkinson, aka Mr. Bean, for crashing not one, not two, but 3 McLaren F1s and not one, but 2 Honda NSXs.
What? How? Is he just that bad of a driver?
Homie was a bat out of hell in those cars. And people don't really realize this.
He
Rowan
doesn't
Atkinson
seem
is
like he would be that
super
kind.
wealthy because Mr. Bean doesn't really talk. And so it translates into tons of cultures. And the
Oh, I
rights
never thought
in
about that.
places like India and other Middle Eastern countries, parts of Africa, he is worth a ton of money. That's how he was able to crash
Good night, Kay.
3 McLaren F1s and 2 Honda NSXs. Good night, Kay. Thank you so much for tuning in. I
I'll see you
appreciate it.
later. Great that you come and hang out for a little bit, but oh my god, that's painful.
Yes, very painful.
But yeah, I never really thought about that. That since he doesn't really talk, that translates to
Hmm.
other languages very easily. Um, yeah, I mean, I figured he'd probably pretty well off, given that he's a pretty well known person. But I didn't
Hmm.
think he was like super uber wealthy.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. The rights uh, to continue to whatever channel and station in whatever country to have Mr. Bean episodes remakes. And there's a weird. It's actually really weird how it works. It basically has nothing to do with Rowan Atkinson except he comes in every now and again to film stuff, but he owns the rights to it in totality. And
Oh,
make um they'll make new skits every once in a while because they'll come in, dress up, be in front of a green screen, and do things, and they'll kind of like pop up in the corner of videos. But it's like even once a week, even up until now, and it has been for years. They'll make a new video, which is a new cartoon, but it just uses kind of the sounds that Bean will make, but they're new cartoons. They're like 10-minute videos, and
okay.
each one they have millions of views because kids in India are watching it, kids in African countries are watching it, kids in obviously the UK are watching it, and YouTube runs ads, and those videos make money. And Rowan Atkinson owning all of Mr. Bean in totality, a lot of that money goes to him. Basically, what
Hmm.
the only money that doesn't is just to keep pumping that stuff out and keeping the people employed who make them.
Interesting. Huh. I had never really thought of that. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, along the lines for crashing all those cars was during the filming of the movie Redline.
Oh my gosh, Redline. Wow. I
I
don't know this story, but I know
okay.
Redline.
It's a terrible racing movie, but
Absolutely.
I watched it I think twice, maybe three times. I love it. It's a terrible movie, but I love it.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah. I feel the
Eddie
same way.
So one of my favorite cars after the McLaren F1 was the Ferrari Enzo, and you
Oh,
didn't
the
really see it in a
Enzo.
lot of
Yeah.
places.
Nope.
Enzo was one of the main cars in Redline.
Mhm. I'm sorry, what? How did they pull that off? They made like 30 of those? Most of them aren't even
I
Enzos. Most of them
I
are
think it was
Maseratis.
I no, the original Enzo I think had 350,
Okay,
and
okay.
they did an additional print. I don't know what you would an additional run of
Hmm.
50.
Right,
I think so. I think there was about 400 in total.
right. It's still
The
amazing that they made over 500 of the Maserati MC gosh,
MC12s.
MC12s. Not the McLaren MP4-12C, the Maserati MC12. It is an Enzo. It is a Ferrari Enzo with a slightly different body. It's the same engine, same chassis,
Oh, I
same
did not know
interior,
that.
different colors, but it's the exact same car, basically.
I did not know that.
And because at the time, before Ferrari was acquired, at least their consumer cars, not their racing branch, was acquired. Something that only happened after Enzo's
Why
death because it's a famous
Volkswagen, right?
story. Yes, yes. And they acquired Maserati with it.
Okay.
But back when Ferrari was independent commercially, the racing team still is. Again, something that only happened after Enzo's death because famously he walked out on Hank the Deuce when Ford wanted to buy the racing company. But anyways,
I wonder how
um,
that's going to play in the upcoming Enzo movie with Adam Driver.
yeah, I hope he has the purple pen, and I hope he walks out in the Hank the Deuce movie and says, "Let's get some lunch to his buddy," because man, I want to see that on film. Anyways, yeah, Ferrari bought Maserati, and the MC12s are Enzos with basically different body kits. And
I
because
did not know
Ferrari
that.
is Ferrari, they required Maserati to down tune them. So instead of 900 horsepower, they had 850 horsepower,
Ah,
purposefully so that they would not be fast enough.
that makes
But
sense. I
but
did not know that.
Ensos were never raced in GT, but Maserati MC12s were raced in GT.
Okay.
So you got to see those things go around, like Spa or, whatever course you can think of.
Cool. I did not know
Early
that.
2000s European Grand Touring racing.
Yeah,
I
real
love racing as
racing,
well. Real racing.
not driving around in
Yeah.
ovals.
The best thing since Class B. Best thing since Class B rally.
So, and where I was going with that was in Redline during the filming of it.
How they had Enzos, my God.
I don't know if they had more than one, but Eddie Griffin crashed one,
Oh my sweet
and it was
goodness.
not intentional. It wasn't for the movie. It was like in
I
training, test driving,
honestly,
screwing around, something. I don't know, but he crashed an Enzo, and it hurt my soul when I heard that.
it hurts my soul because I guarantee you there's no way Ferrari let them, even if they purchased it outright, because I know this about Ferrari, even if they purchased one outright, which I highly doubt they did, there's no way Ferrari would let them crash it. Absolutely not. Not for any reason whatsoever. You're
Could
not
they?
even, as a person, you're not even allowed to buy a new Ferrari. Like when you go to Ferrari, you come in as a person that they want to build a relationship with. So the first car that they will sell you will be a used one that's like maybe 5 years old. They will not sell. You cannot, as a non-Ferrari owner, go and buy a brand new
Hmm.
Ferrari. It's literally, they won't do
That
it
I did not know that, but that does
because
not surprise me at all.
they want a customer for life, someone who every few years will get a new Ferrari or trade in their old one for another one. It's their company culture is wild, and
That doesn't
the
surprise me at
fact that
all.
that crappy but amazing movie some crashed a Ferrari and so hurts my soul, just like you said. Wow.
And to make things even better,
Oh no, here it
they
comes.
did crash a car for the movie, and they did not use a fake one. They crashed the real car for the
Oh no.
movie, and it was the one that I was just talking about that Most Wanted made me fall in love with. The
And
Carrera
which
GT. They drove it off a
oh
cliff for the
oh
movie.
no.
The
How did
real
this crappy
car.
movie how did this crappy movie not only get a Carrera GT? Porsche also has a weird customer culture. And Enso and a Carrera GT. Oh,
And they had other high-end cars
oh,
in the movie too. Those are
oh!
just the
Why
ones
did
that
they
got
crash
wrecked
Dodge Neons?
because they're
Launch them off
not
a
cool
trebuchet
and
for crying out
expensive.
loud. Yeah,
But
but
talking about it, I
just
kind of want to go and watch the
uh,
movie again, despite it being terrible.
add that to UHF. We got to watch both of them all together.
Well, if you're still here, but yeah, so that's the crazy story about Redline.
Paul came in a little while ago and said, "Y'all are still live."
Yeah,
Yes, we are still live. And Paul, if you're still here, add Redline
Redline.
underneath UHF.
Terrible but fun racing movie. But yeah, the behind the scenes of that is like, oh, that hurts my soul. But so I think I about covered it for Shadow Complex. My number two. This was so, and I prefaced this when we did the countdown.
Sure.
I limited myself to one Metroid game. Otherwise, it was probably just going to be a list of Metroid games. So,
Right. I understand that. I haven't played much Metroid. I played Metroid Prime, my original GameCube, and I loved it. But I know the fan base. I understand why. But please proceed.
So for me, it was very close between Metroid Prime and Metroid Prime 2.
Okay.
Personally, I probably
Metroid Prime 2 is
ended
called
up
Echoes, right?
correct.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
probably ended up liking Prime 2 better, but when thinking about it on a pros and cons scale,
Right.
2 has more cons against it than 1 does. So I did have to put 1 as my list on my list.
So,
But I love both of them.
Before going to Metroid Prime, what are your extra cons for Prime 2 Echoes?
So
if you can knock them out real quick.
Yes. That is what it's called, Red Line.
It is called Red Line,
It's
Mr.
got
Paul Hadoken. Thank you so much.
Eddie Griffin is in it. Everyone else is in
Hmm.
it is not a
Eddie
very well
Griffin
known
crashed a
person.
Ferrari Enzo for it. Or
Yeah,
not for it, accidentally. It
yeah.
hurts me.
But yeah, Eddie Griffin is in it. So if it's got Eddie Griffin in it, that's the one. It was from like 2006 or something. It was in the mid 2000s.
When an Enzo and a Carrera GT were hot off the presses.
Yes.
Oh, gosh. That's
But
painful.
have you played Prime 2?
I have not.
Okay.
Literally the only Metroid game I have played is
Is
Metroid
Prime 1.
Prime.
Okay.
Yep.
So one of the things that a lot of people don't like about Metroid Prime 2 is it's basically two game maps in one, because it's got this light world, dark world mechanic where you go back and
I
forth
see.
between essentially different dimensions, but the map is almost exactly the same.
Right.
But
I see.
there's different enemies, and you need to switch between different light and dark worlds in order to solve puzzles and stuff.
Okay.
But in the dark world, the very atmosphere is corrosive, so you're constantly taking damage. But you do get the dark suit very early in the game, which makes the amount
In
of damage
Prime,
you
it was
take.
much later.
Yeah,
First one, much later.
Yeah, in Prime, you get the Various suit, and then the Gravity suit, and then the Phazon suit, but you don't even get the Various suit until a good chunk of the way through the game.
Yeah, yeah.
In Prime 2, you get the Dark suit almost immediately, because
Okay.
the dark atmosphere is incredibly corrosive. Like, when you don't have any energy tanks, if you stand in the outside of the light bubbles that keep you alive, you'll probably run out of all of your health in like 5 seconds. It's very
Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay.
Once you get the dark suit, though, you could stand outside, and it would probably take, I don't know, I haven't played it in a long time, but I would say maybe a minute.
Okay.
Until it goes
That's
through
way better.
an entire sub tank, or health tank, whatever it's
Wait,
called.
just one? If you had like 4, would it take like 4 minutes, for instance?
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
So yeah, just to give you an idea, it probably, my guess would be it'd take about a minute to go through an entire thing standing in the corrosive atmosphere. So that's one of the things that a lot of people didn't like, is that the atmosphere itself is corrosive.
Right.
That's the main thing.
Okay.
What?
Hey man, speak your truth. Let it be what it is.
One of the other things that a lot of people didn't like is that the different beams you get the light beam and the dark beam, they have ammo. So it's not like in Prime 1 where each of your beams has unlimited.
Right.
It's
It's
not
a charge thing.
difficult to find ammo, so it's not really ever an issue. But the fact that you have it's not only are your missiles based on ammo, but your beams are based on ammo as well.
Yeah.
Another thing that people didn't like.
I mean, that's kind of the point in Metroid, was the missiles were ammo, but the beam you just kind of always had. That was the point.
Yeah. So that was another thing that people didn't like.
Staple of the genre to this day.
The beams themselves, or at least you know how in Prime, when you switch to your different beams, you can tell what beam it is by what configuration your blaster is actually in.
Left hand reaches over, switches it around, and it's a different configuration.
Yeah, so like when you're in ice mode, it kind of pops up a little bit, and when you're in the magma mode, it stretches out to be longer. It's a very minor critique, but it uses those exact same modes. So the ice configuration is the exact same configuration as the dark beam.
It's same engine, I imagine. In that case.
It's built on the same engine. The only difference is, instead of it being white for the ice like it is in Prime 1, it's just
and
dark.
orange for the magma.
And then the Annihilator beam is the last one you get, and it's stretched out. It's exactly like the magma beam, but instead of it being red in the middle, it's black and white.
Oh, black and white. Okay.
And then the light beam has the same configuration as the wave beam in the original.
That's confusing.
Prime 1. So that's a very minor critique, that they use the same beam configurations.
Right.
The bigger thing is the ammo.
I mean, I imagine at the time it was probably pretty confusing, or at least baffling. Not
I never had
confusing, but baffling. I'd say would be a better word. Like, why do this?
The only thing I would say that might be baffling are some of the puzzles that you have to switch between light and dark world to be able to solve. But still, I wouldn't say any of the puzzles were too terribly difficult.
Okay.
Another thing that is a con for a lot of people is a couple of the bosses. They were They were very
Was there switching in boss fights as well? Switch between light and dark mode in boss fights?
no, because you can't switch on the fly. You have to go to these
Okay,
portals that
I
you
see.
activate, and then you go into them to switch to between worlds. So you can't
Okay,
do it whenever you. I mean, you can go to those and switch at any time, but
not during a boss fight, I guess.
you can't just like flip a switch and switch
Right,
between worlds
right.
at whenever you want.
Okay,
So no, there wasn't switching in the middle of boss fights, but some boss fights would take place in the light world, some boss fights would take place in the dark world. But
right,
some
right.
of the boss fights in the dark world, they were clever, something that Metroid had never done before, but they weren't really well executed.
Okay,
And most
good idea, poor execution. Yeah.
the two that get the most flack are the Spider Guardian and the Boost Guardian. Because like any Metroid game, you get your powers all taken away from you at the beginning of the game, and you have to
Yep.
go through the game and earn them back.
Hmm.
And so, the creatures that live in the dark world are called Ing, and they've stolen your abilities. You have to beat those creatures. For each ability, they
Hmm.
use those abilities against you. You have to
Yep.
beat them in order to gain it back.
Get
So
your screw attack back, things of that nature.
yeah, so one of them is the Boost Guardian. That one is very RNG, where it's pretty much completely arbitrary on whether you get hit by his attacks, and they do
Oh
a lot
man,
of damage. There's not really any way to actually dodge it. You just have to hope you don't get hit. And then the
jeez.
Spider Guardian, the entire boss fight is in, ball mode. So you're
Okay.
fighting it entirely with bombs, and you have to be very precise because you have to do a lot of bomb jumps to get up to higher
Oh
areas,
man, yeah.
and it can be very frustrating.
Under pressure, yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, and as you progress through the stages, he gets faster and faster, so you have less wiggle room to
Oh
get
my
things right.
goodness. Yeah,
So that was the thing that frustrated a lot of people.
yeah,
So because of those,
yeah.
the
I don't remember
couple,
anything like that in the first Prime.
yeah, there weren't. So um, because of that, I have a couple of things that I didn't like about Prime 1. I still love all the Prime games, but there were a couple, obviously, like with any games, you can nitpick something. So there are a couple things about Prime 1 that I wasn't a huge fan of, but there were more things in Prime 2 that I wasn't a fan of. But
Okay,
overall, I'd probably say I liked 2 even more than I liked 1.
okay,
But because of that, that's why I put Prime 1 on my number 2 slot.
okay.
And then my number 1, as I mentioned very frequently on lots of different streams that don't even have anything to do with Metroidvanias, is Ori and the Will of the Wisps.
Ori and the Will of the Wisp. Okay, that was I remember so many people that I subscribed to on YouTube playing that when it came out. I remember it being such a big deal. I remember people crying.
Very emotional
Oh my
stories in
god.
both of
I
them.
I never played it, but I know that the story was something that was beloved.
But yeah, in my opinion, that is the pinnacle of a 2D Metroidvania. It does everything right that I like. So the other one that a lot of people mention and gets mentioned at the top of lots of people's Metroidvania list is Hollow Knight. And
Hmm.
I've put about somewhere between 6 and 8 hours into it, and I have not enjoyed it pretty much at all.
Honestly,
And
it intimidates me, to be quite honest with you.
for me, it's not intimidating. It's just like most Metroidvanias, like Ori. I was hooked within like 5 minutes. I'm like, I do not
A-
want to put this game
And that
down.
Ori is the sequel, because Ori and the Blind Forest was the first one, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Ori and the
Uh,
Will of the Wisp was the sequel. Gotcha.
Blind Forest is also an excellent game,
Mhm.
but basically all I had only a couple of critiques for that one, but the few critiques I had, they made
Corrected in the sequel.
they
The
didn't
sequel's
just
just better.
they didn't just correct it, they like made it way better on those
Okay.
things that I didn't
Okay.
like. So that's why Will the Wisp is my favorite. But everything that Hollow Knight does wrong, in my opinion, Ori does correct,
Okay.
and
Could you
that's
give me a couple examples?
yeah. So uh, one of the things in Hollow Knight is that first off, you have to find some random guy in each
Yes.
area and
Hmm.
buy the map.
Okay.
You don't have a
Yes.
map
I've seen
until you
videos
buy
talking
it from
about
him,
the
and you have
game,
to
so I
find
know
where
this.
he is.
That's wild.
Secondly, and probably even worse than that, is that in Hollow Knight, you don't even know where you are on the map until you find a certain charm, and you have to equip it in order
Wait,
to see
what?
on the map.
What? Uh,
You can have a
can
map
you
and
still pull up the map?
you can pull up the map, but if you don't have your little icon,
So it's
but you
basically
have
like
no
pulling
idea
out a
where
paper
you
map
are.
when you're doing a cross country drive.
Yeah, and you don't know where you are.
Oh my goodness!
You have to
Wow.
you have to find an item and equip it, which takes up one of your very few slots to be able to see where you are on the map.
Oh my goodness.
Um,
Do you know how many badass veterans I know that failed land nav the first time around? Don't. Holy crap! I can't imagine that in a video game.
and I've never had any like military training or anything like that, but I'm pretty
Nor
good
I.
with maps. Um,
Yes, I was a scout for a little bit, but enough to learn a little bit about the outdoors and maps. My dad was a big outdoors guy, grandfather, uncle, cousin, etc.
yeah, so I'm pretty decent with maps, but
etc.
you don't even know where you are on the map. So
That's
those are two of my
that's
biggest
wild.
complaints.
That's
Another thing is that you have no idea where your intended path is, like where you're supposed to go. You're
and you
supposed to
can
just
go multiple places.
yeah, you can go multiple places and go a really long way in one direction and then hit a block because it's a Metroidvania. You don't have the ability you need in order to progress, so you
Right,
have to turn around and
right.
go all the way back.
Oh
The entire
gosh.
time, you have very little health, and
Hmm.
it's a very difficult
And
game.
you're running into higher level enemies that you
Not
shouldn't quote unquote be
not
facing
higher
necessarily.
level because there are no levels in the game.
More complex, I guess.
But yeah, and you can easily die, and when you die, you lose all your money, and when you
Right.
respawn, you have to go back to where you died and
Oh,
defeat your shadow to
oh
get your
man.
money back. And that
What's
from
the fast traveler transport system like, if there is one?
yeah, so and that where you have to go back and defeat your not only do you like the Dark Souls thing where you when you die you have to go back to where you died to get your
Right.
your stuff back, but
Yeah.
you
So
also have to
basically,
fight your
defeat Dark Link.
you have to defeat yourself in order to get it when you're already you know going way out of your way because it's a waste of time. So that's another thing that I typically hate in games when you not only lose all your stuff, but you have to go back to get it and fight a version of yourself.
Hmm.
However, Mummy Demastered has that, but it wasn't as as painful as it was in Hollow Knight. To answer your question on fast travel, um, there's not from what I've seen because I've spent a good amount of time looking at the entire map of the game, even though I haven't
Okay.
played a lot of it. And there's not a ton of fast travel points, but you
Okay.
actually have to go to them and then select where you want to go from the ones
Okay.
that you've already visited, which you have to actually pay to unlock them. So even if you find it,
Oh.
you have to pay to unlock it. You might not have the money you need to unlock it. So that's another
Oh.
thing
Dude.
against it that I don't like. Um,
These.
as
No
as
wonder
opposed
people
to
spend so many hours in that game. Probably not just because they like it, but because of the roadblocks put in the way. My goodness.
yeah, if it just had a thing like you don't have to show me how to get there, but if you just had a point on the map showing you, hey,
Right.
this is where you need to go for
Or
your
a
next
cardinal
objective,
direction, even.
then then at least I know I'm going in the right direction. Because what I do like to do is I like to know which way is the correct way to go, and then I'll go
Hmm.
the other way first to
Yes.
see,
Absolutely.
make sure I don't miss anything. But if I don't
Absolutely.
know which way I'm supposed to go, I don't know which way is the right way and which way is the wrong way.
Right. Right.
Whereas
You're just
Ori,
throwing darts in the dark at that point.
yeah, or you always have a point, even if you don't have the map for that area, you have a point on your map saying this is where you need to go,
Right.
which is great. I have to figure out how to get there, but at least I know I'm going in the right direction. When you die, you just respawn at your last checkpoint. You don't have to travel back to regain anything. You don't have to fight former versions of yourself. You will
Hmm.
always see yourself on the map. You don't have to buy anything to do that. You don't have to equip anything to be able to see yourself on the map.
Okay.
You do have to buy maps in order to expand out your, be able to fill up the whole map.
Right.
Um,
Right. You're buying
which
portions
is
as you go to each area
yeah,
and
which is
find the
fine.
guy, like you said.
But at least I know where I am on the map. The Another thing I'm not a big fan of on Hollow Knight is just it's a very dark. Everything is black, white, and gray. There's like no color
Right.
to it.
And
Um,
areas can be very, very, like, literally dark.
Yeah,
and
very
each
dark.
item mission is not wide as you
Um,
walk through.
Ori
I
is,
imagine there's probably an item that helps with that or something of that nature.
I don't know. Ori is very bright and colorful.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh, it's a
and
beautiful looking game. Oh yeah.
the combat in Hollow Knight, I'm not a big fan of because at least from the little I've played, every time I hit someone, it pushes you back, so you can't
Right.
just like stand there and get a few hits in. It backs it up, and then you got to go and get closer and hit them
Right.
again.
Right.
Um,
And
it's
there's like
it's
weird
got
range to the attacks as well. Like some will take place in front of you X distance, but some of them will take place X plus Y distance depending on what move you use. That's also a thing, I think.
that
I
could
might be
be. I haven't played
mistaken.
it enough to unlock any additional attack items other than your standard sword, which is called
Uh,
the nail.
it's like yeah, the nail. Okay.
Um, you do have a lot of movement options from what I've heard.
Hmm.
I've only gotten a couple of them.
I
Um,
imagine there's like double jump and dash, things like that.
yeah, but the movement in Ori is insanely fluid,
Yeah.
and you can.
It looks fluid. How does
It's
it feel to play? What are the
it
moves like?
plays like butter. It's
Okay. That
fantastic,
sounds good.
and once you're at the end of the game, you've gotten all your abilities. You can
Hmm.
arguably stay airborne indefinitely if you wanted to.
Oh, oh man,
Um, and it's
that's
yeah,
good stuff.
it's great. There's literally nothing I can say bad about Will of the Wisp because the complaints I had about Blind Forest they exceeded my expectations in Will of the Wisp. So that's why it's
Good
my
stuff.
favorite.
Honestly, so story wise, before going into
Oh,
Will of the Wisp, would you recommend playing Blind Forest?
oh, absolutely! I definitely
Okay,
recommend playing Blind Forest because
okay,
it leads directly into the beginning of Will
I
of the
see,
Wisp,
I
and
see.
Blind Forest is still a great game. So
Right,
I would
right.
absolutely recommend it.
Okay, and it like you said picks up right after.
Yeah, I don't know how much time is between them, but the ending of the first one leads to the beginning of the second one, and
Okay,
they are both
okay.
on Game Pass. I did buy them regardless because I do love. I've bought Hollow Knight as well,
Right,
um,
right.
which is also on Game Pass.
Excuse me.
But yeah, I bought them all. So I will play through Hollow Knight in its entirety at some point. It's just every time I go back to it, it's almost like pulling my own teeth because I have zero desire to keep playing it because
Yeah,
nothing about it has drawn me in. I don't like it. Everyone raves
yeah,
about it, but everything, like I said, I was hooked on Ori within minutes, and I've put 6 to 8 hours into Hollow Knight, and I still don't want to play it. But I
yeah.
will at some point. I just don't have any desire to.
I see. I gotcha. I mean, you've given me plenty of reason to understand your reasoning. Absolutely. And, not to belay the inevitable, but what do you think about games like the first Blasphemous? I know the sequel
Oh,
came out kind of recently. What do you think about a game like that?
so
Have you played it? How's it feel to you?
yeah, great question. I have not played Blasphemous 2 yet, but I am definitely looking
Nor I.
forward to playing it. The
I
first
am as
one,
well.
um,
I haven't beaten the
I
first one either. That's why I'm interested
okay.
because I'd
So
like to play through it again.
I played the first Blasphemous. I think I played it February of last year, so it
Okay.
wasn't that long ago. My biggest, I wouldn't say issue, more of just a complaint with Blasphemous is that it's arguably not a Metroidvania because one of the
Okay.
key elements of Metroidvanias is what's called ability gating, which means
Right.
you need to get somewhere, but you
Yep.
don't have the ability to do it yet because
Yep.
you don't have double jump or you don't have dash or whatever.
Right. So it's more just like a side-scrolling combat game.
Because I'm pretty sure you can beat Blasphemous without getting any of the ability upgrades. There are ability
Ah,
upgrades in the game,
it's
but
probably
you
achievement
only
for it.
need them in order to get 100% collections
I see.
to collect all the
I
items.
see.
But in order to beat the game, I'm pretty sure you don't need any of them. That's my
Uh,
biggest complaint.
how would you compare Blasphemous to Mm, I guess after a number of games, let's see. I know Blasphemous is much slower compared to this, but like Dead Cells, how would you compare the two as
They
far as
are.
being Metroidvanias specifically?
Well, I definitely say that Blasphemous, because I don't consider Dead Cells a Metroidvania. It's got
Okay,
Metroidvania elements, but it's in my book, it's not a Metroidvania.
again, more of a side-scrolling combat game, basically.
And I
Boys,
understand
offense
why
too.
they do say it's a Metroidvania. It has a very Metroidvania map, but
Hmm.
the key differentiator for me on why Dead Cells is not a Metroidvania is because in Dead Cells you don't have open access to everywhere and you can go wherever you please based on what
Right.
abilities you have. You have to play through it and either die or beat it and then start over if you want to then use one of your new abilities to go through a different path. And then you're
Okay.
basically locked into that path until you die or beat the boss on that path. You can't go back and then go somewhere else. And that's why in I myself and a lot of people don't consider it a Metroidvania, despite it
Okay.
having ability gating in it.
Okay.
However, they Blasphemous and Dead Cells do play very similarly.
Hmm.
Obviously, Dead Cells is a little more fast paced, and
Yeah.
you have
Looks it's quite frantic at times.
yeah, and you have
Again, similar
it's
to Blasphemous. I haven't beaten it, but I have played some of it.
okay. I've played a good chunk of Dead Cells. I think I've got. I know I at least have the first boss cell. I don't.
Hmm.
I think I might have gotten the second boss cell, but I'm not sure.
I,
So
I
I've played through it a decent amount.
okay. I think what happened to me was I might have purchased by Supergiant Games, Greg Kasavin, OG, editor in chief GameStop. I think I might have purchased Hades after Dead Cells, and I fell in
Okay.
love with Hades,
I've not played
and so
Hades,
that's
but I know
probably why I
everyone loves
haven't.
it.
Oh man, it is
I'm not a
isometric
big fan
action
of
game,
I'm not a big
but
fan of roguelites.
it's of rogue. I am not either, but of roguelites I played, the story is so not only deep, but it's so wide. It has such a long story. Like to the point where when you finally go through all the levels, beat the final boss, and beat the game, quote end quote, for the first time, credits roll.
I do
But
know about that.
there is like an equivalent in story of like four more times as much story. Like there is so much, and I've listened to this. I've only put in about 300 hours,
Only.
but there are decisions apparently that can be made that I am not aware of that change the story down the line. So you would have to start a new game in a new save
Oh
file
my goodness.
and make different decisions because there are not only decisions made after you beat the game in as the story continues, but there's also apparently, and I haven't looked them up because I've just played the game blind the whole way through, and it's
Okay.
amazing. But there's also decisions that are made as you're progressing to eventually beat quote unquote the game for the first time that affect story way down the line. And there's something like the equivalent of like I think it's like a 180,000 lines of dialogue, like
Jeez.
like like
That's like
like
a
like Lord
KOTOR
of the
level.
Rings, Fellowship of the Rings, and half of the Two Towers, or excuse me, and the Two Towers, like the equivalent of that many lines of dialogue. It's insane.
That is
It's
nuts.
a deep game, and to say, like I said, how insane it is to say I've played for 300 hours and there's so much story I haven't gotten to in my one save file. And I would have to start potentially even multiple new saves to experience literally all of it is nuts.
That is crazy. Um I'm curious. because I think Hades was on Game Pass. It's not anymore. Dead Cells is on Game Pass. Um, and another not Dead Cells, another Hades clone was on Game Pass, but it's not anymore. But I'm curious, did you ever play Curse of the Dead Gods?
Oh my goodness.
Because a lot
Curse
of
of the
people
Dead
who liked Hades
Gods.
really liked Curse of the Dead Gods. I don't think it's anywhere near as deep as Hades.
I have not. I have
But
it wish listed, but I haven't played it.
okay. I'm just curious on what your thought
It
was on that.
looks very sim. It has a slightly different art style, but the isometric, the abilities, the UI looks very similar. People who I can see why people who enjoy Hades enjoy this. That's
Yeah.
probably why I wish listed it in the first place.
Okay.
And Hades 2 is coming out TBD.
Uh,
So I imagine people are super stoked about that
yeah,
because,
okay.
man, I remember just a really quick tangent. I remember bringing this up in chat on the Melee KO on Tuesday when K was
Getting shut down by
he was
YouTube.
getting shut. Yeah, getting shut down by YouTube. Absolutely. My goodness. Thanks BBC or whomever. Um, it was in regards to studios, you know, releasing products for themselves instead of players, basically. And I mentioned that Greg Kasavin, after leaving GameStop, excuse me, GameSpot, rather, I
Oh, okay.
transposed the letters. He was editor in chief. I remember because he was supposed to do a 24-hour playthrough of Oblivion at Gamescom, and in I watched it, and on hour 17, the fire alarm went off at the convention center,
Oh,
and the stream shut down. The convention was over. That was my introduction to Oblivion, introduction to GameSpot, introduction to Greg Kasavin. When he left editor in chief at GameSpot and formed Supergiant Games, since Supergiant Games was formed, they have come out with a handful of games. They formed in, oh gosh, 2010 or 11. Their first game was Bastion, released in
oh, I did
2011.
not realize that was their first game.
Yes, that was their first game, Bastion, in
Okay.
2011. Then they came out with Transistor, which is
I've
another
heard of that one, but I don't know
it,
anything about it.
it's another game, isometric top down, that people really enjoy. That was 2014, and 2017, or excuse me, 2016 was when Hades came out, and then
That was 2016.
I I might I might be mistaking, but I'm pretty sure it was 2016. Let me check real quick because I really want to get this right. The original
I mean, it's
Hades
very
came out.
well.
Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hades came out in 2020. Hades
That
came out in
sounds more
2020.
like it.
But 2017, their third game was a
Oh,
game called Pyre,
Pyre.
which is
I've heard of
what
that one as well.
eventually inspired Hades. But Pyre was a multiplayer. Basically, if you take Hades, or even if you take Transistor, which is basically like a kind of neo-punk futuristic Bastion, let's say,
Okay.
just to simplify it. Um, you take that type of combat and that top-down isometric view, and you make it a 3v3 multiplayer game. That's what Pyre is.
Okay.
And that was their third game. And they're like, this combat system, because they made a combat system that was faster, that had more moves, there's different abilities, and they were like, okay, let's do a single player of this, but then let's put together a great story. In their fourth game, and still to this day, their last game that they've released until the TBD of Hades 2, is Hades in 2020. They've released 4 games in nearly 15 years, and each one of them is beloved by the community that plays them. Everybody who plays them loves them. And again, in nearly 15 years, they've only released 4 games. And yet, they have a game that doesn't even have a release date. It's a TBD. But it's because he's run this studio the way a game studio should be, which is initially you hire a team, you make your first game, you really dedicate to it, and people love it. And you take that money and you spend it wisely. If you need to expand your team slightly, you do so, but then you give them a large enough window to properly dedicate the time and not grind themselves out
Yeah.
developing the game, and then the second games comes out. Beloved, they love that one as well. Then shortly thereafter, Pyre comes out, and it's not as beloved, but it's a really good game, and the people who liked it really liked it. But it was enough because basically the combat system was kind of ported over, basically because it was developed for the game. They made Hades, and Hades was their biggest selling to date. I think Hades eventually surpassed 7.5 million copies sold,
That would not surprise me.
and that was like late summer 2020, and here we are, 3.5 years later. Hades 2 is TBD, and still the team is, I think, less than 50 people. The company is, I think, in total less than 75 people, and
Yeah,
I
under the
point to
impression it
a
was a
guy
pretty
like,
small studio.
yes, Super Giant Games, funnily enough, quite small studio. Um, I point to Greg Kasavin as a founder and CEO of a game studio and say, that is how you lead. That is how you treat your employees. That is how you treat the development cycle. And that is how you treat your customers.
Nice.
You make good products. You treat your team well. You give them enough time so that they don't have to spend 16 hours a day, 6 days to 7 days a week developing. And you're going to have happy employees who are happily making a game that they're passionate about and they want players to love. And you come out with instant classics like Bastion, instant classics like Hades,
I
instant
didn't.
classics like Transistor.
I didn't hate. I didn't dislike Bastion, but I thought it was a little overrated because everyone was like singing its praises.
Right.
I thought it was
I
good,
I thought
but
it was a little kind of a bad adjective, but a little kiddie, I suppose. Like I imagine like if I were 11 or if my sister was 11 at the time that she would love it. I can as a grown man who has, been a grown man around children as opposed to being a child around children, I can see why the game is so beloved. I can see how it appeals to such a wide range of people in age as well, a wide range of age.
yeah,
Um, and Transistor was a little bit more mature. Definitely, I would not refer to it as a kiddie game, but that also great story. And Hades, wow, I think Hades is just an incredible game. I haven't booted it up in, I don't know, maybe a year because, as I mentioned, what feels like half a day ago, last year was Mass Effect year for me.
yeah.
um, and still I have it installed on my PC. There's like 10 games that I always have installed on my PC, and Hades is one of them.
You know what? That just gave me a topic for party chat.
All right, what games do you have installed that you never take off because you
Exactly.
love them so much? I
What
mean, I'll
games
just
will
do
you
a quick
always
rip
keep?
through, just real quick, just a handful. Supreme Commander Forged Alliance with mods and Forged Alliance Forever, Hades, Stardew Valley, Grim Dawn, Minecraft, and also Skyrim modded, and excuse me, at any given time, either Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, or Fallout 4 modded.
All right.
Because especially when it comes to games that have like 15 gigs of mods that take maybe 6 to 8 hours to get everything proper, those stay installed for quite some time. But that's more because of the effort it takes, not because of the enjoyment I get out of booting it up like Hades or Subcom
Oh, yeah.
or something that's
Huh.
small enough like Minecraft that a lot of people have. And so when meeting new people, making new friends online, getting into a session of Minecraft is pretty easy to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good list, but yeah, that's giving me the idea. And, I had heard that before somewhere too, and it didn't dawn on me. They're like, "Hey, I should write that down on my list of party chat questions. That's a
Yeah.
good question for party chat."
Games that you keep installed.
Yeah,
All right.
um,
I'm glad I could give you an idea. I feel like I've contributed.
yeah, definitely.
I
Um,
appreciate you taking my idea. That really means a lot, actually. Thank you.
yeah, I'm always looking for good ideas for party chat topics, and that's a perfect one. Um,
Well, if you ever want them unsolicited, I could always shoot them your way.
I, definitely, I'm always open to ideas.
Absolutely.
So.
Sure, then. I'll keep that in
Um,
mind.
but yeah, going back to your question, because yeah, Dead Cells is a little bit faster pace and
Mhm.
more RPG like, because you got your
Yeah. A
uh
lot of abilities, a lot of weapons, a lot of
and a lot
moves.
of like stats, like this weapon will do
Yes.
this
Oh, my
much damage
goodness.
over this
Yeah.
much time, and this you'll get this ability for
Yeah.
0.5 seconds after using
Right.
this
Right.
ability.
Right.
You don't really have a lot of that in Blasphemous,
Mhm.
um,
And it's
but
not very Metroidvania either, because in Metroidvania games, it's really like this weapon does this weapon does that, and that's basically it. You can upgrade them sometimes, but they do one, sometimes two things. It's not, there's not all these variables and like passive abilities and activated abilities that like there are in Dead Cells.
yeah, so that's definitely another reason why that I would go against it being considered a Metroidvania. One of the kind of arguments that we have in our achievement hunting community, because
Hmm.
I talked about it on
The
the
site that you're mentioning, I'm so sorry if this is another tangent, and I
no
do
worries.
apologize for interrupting. But the achievement hunting website that you're bringing up, is this something that you are like involved with, as in it's something that you helped start, or you're like a moderator of, or
So True Achievements, no.
okay,
That's a website that they're based in the UK.
okay,
So they spell everything wrong and put U's into words that don't have U's and
oh,
stuff
like
like that.
favorite, yeah,
Yeah. Um,
favorite,
favorite.
yeah,
But yeah, they're based in the UK, and they figured out how to tap into the Xbox API and be able to pull the information
okay,
out of it that they needed to
okay,
build their website, where they can scan each, whoever signs up for it, scan their profiles and collect the data, and then they organize it into a nice, almost like
little
a
list.
almost like a Facebook feed or like a Twitter
Oh,
feed
okay,
of all your friends and what achievements they've got, and you can go into
interesting,
literally every game that
interesting.
exists that has achievements and look at the achievements, and people can write guides for them. um
It's like a better version of like the Xbox Live dashboard.
yeah, way better. I rarely ever go and actually look at my achievements on Xbox, because it's so much better to do it on True Achievements, because there's so many different ways
Sounds
you
like
can
it.
filter it. You can find out what achievements you do have and which ones you don't have, and see the descriptions of them and see what it takes to unlock them, and
Mhm.
their gamer score and their ratio and stuff. Which is
Right.
the less people that have an achievement, the higher the ratio it is, and
Yep.
the ratio times the gamer score, it gives you the true achievement value, so that
Oh,
harder achievements are worth more than easier achievements.
that's really cool that they have a
That
flat equation site wide. That seems super helpful.
that was the whole idea behind starting the site, is that you can have a super hard achievement that's worth 5 gamer score and a super easy one that's worth 100, and it doesn't really make any
Right.
sense. So
So they have a weighted score with this equation to show you like the true value.
yeah, or a better representation of it. Unfortunately, it's still not perfect, because
Hmm.
um, you're even one thing I wish that there was, that they would change, is that I wish, like, and I don't exactly know where the line would be, but
Sure.
on achievements that are so easy, they would go less than a one ratio, because all achievements have
Oh,
at least a one ratio. So you can't have an
they'd go like
achievement.
point 0.5, point 0.3, something like that.
I wish that they would do that, because You can't have an achievement where the true achievement score is less than the gamer score.
Okay.
But if you
So there's
had
a literal
ratios,
floor. Okay.
yes, but if you had a ratio that could go below 1,
Right.
then you could have, like, if so many people have an achievement, it would cut the TA value in half.
I see. Yes.
Because, like, that was
That's
a
way
perfect
more intuitive.
example. Because even if you have a super easy 100-point achievement, it's still going to be worth 100, maybe 101 TA score. But you have a 5 gamer score achievement that's super difficult. And I'd say, like, decently difficult achievement is probably maybe like a 3 ratio.
Okay.
Something that's 5 or above is pretty darn difficult.
Right.
Things that like 8 or 9, that's like either crazy hard or like people just like don't bother with it because it takes too much time.
Okay.
Just to give you an idea of like kind of where each achievement ratio value is.
Please do.
So you could have a super difficult achievement that has like a ratio of 10. That 5 gamer score achievement is still only going to be worth 50 TA score. When you have this super easy 100-point achievement, is still going to be worth 100 TA. So it's still double the points, but it's super easy. So that's where I wish the ratios could go less than 1, so that a very very easy 100 gamer score achievement would only be worth like 50 TA score, to be more in line with like a very difficult 5 gamer score achievement.
Right.
A great example of that is Ninja Gaiden 2. There are 8 weapons in the game, and there's an achievement for beating the entire game using only one of those. And there's an achievement for each one of them. So you basically have to do 8 playthroughs to get each one of those. But you can't even do that until New Game Plus, because you have to start the game with all the weapons, which you don't have on your first playthrough. So it takes at least 9 to get all of those. Each one of those achievements is only worth 5 gamer score.
Okay. Don't worry about chat, by the way.
And I have all of those achievements because I had a lot of fun going through and playing through the game so many times because I love that game, and going through it using only each one of those. Ninja Gaiden Black, I've probably beaten more times than Ninja Gaiden 2, and I've probably beaten Ninja Gaiden 2 probably 15 times. But I just had a blast going through playing it, going through Ninja Gaiden 2 using each of those weapons and using only that weapon through that entire playthrough. Plus, I've done a number of other playthroughs where obviously I didn't do that.
Is there also an achievement where you're using the different weapons but on different difficulties as well, or are they not that masochistic?
No, there's just you could play through it on. I mean, if you wanted to do it on Master Ninja, you could, but it's not difficulty specific, so you can play it on any difficulty you want.
Okay.
I think I did each of those achievements on the easiest difficulty, which I think on Ninja Gaiden 2 was called Acolyte.
Okay.
I think it was Acolyte, Warrior, Mentor, Master Ninja were the difficulties in Ninja Gaiden 2.
Okay.
But yeah, each one of those achievements is like an 8 or 9 ratio, because not many people are going to spend the time to go through the game that many times for a 5 gamer score achievement. I did it just because I enjoyed it so much.
Okay. And
8 or 9
like
ratio.
8 or 9 to 1, so 1 point instead counts for 8 or 9 points rather. Ratio. I'm so sorry. I'm
essentially
sorry.
The same thing, because it takes so with this 5 gamer score achievement, let's say has an 8 ratio, that's going to be worth 40 TA score, because it takes the gamer score and multiplies it by the ratio. But the ratio isn't an integer. You could have it could be an 8.37. So your TA scores are not going to be like, most achievements are either a multiple of 5. There are games that have achievements that are 1 point, 2 point, 7 points, but they're pretty rare. Almost all 99% of the achievements in the Xbox ecosystem are multiples of 5.
Right, like 5, 10, 15.
Exactly. Your TA scores have, your gamer score, the gamer score value multiplied by some ratio, which is, 1.27 or 5.38. It's always got 2 decimals. And so those TA scores will more often than not be a multiple of 5. So your TA score
Okay.
is gonna not be an even, ending in a 5 or a 0 like your gamer score is.
Okay.
But just as an example, if it's an 8 ratio and it's a 5 gamer score, 5 times 8, 40, and it's 40 TA. But
Okay.
um,
Gotcha.
it's
Gotcha.
more
Gotcha.
likely going to be worth like 42 because it's going to be like an 8.2 ratio, and so whatever
Okay.
those numbers are multiplied together is what your TA score is. So that's True Achievements. They're just a website that does a great.
Based out of UK, does a great job. I
Yeah.
can see why your corner of the internet, the Achievement Hunters, which you've been very erudite and concise, and this is a part of gaming that I haven't been a part of. So I genuinely very much appreciate you elucidating me about it and informing me about it, because
Those are some
it's
big words that I
fascinating to
don't even
me.
know what
It's
they
very
mean.
interesting. It just means you've told me a lot, and I appreciate it, and
Yeah.
I'm glad to know it, because I've always been interested in it, never pursued it.
Yeah. If you do sign up
Professional
for
writer.
True Achievements, then I can you can put my name in the like recommended, like who recommended you the site, and it'll show
Right,
up.
right.
Um,
Okay.
but yeah, people can write walkthroughs showing you like this is the best way to go through the entire game and get all the
Man,
achievements. But
it's just
there's
superior game facts is what it sounds like.
way better because you can go and write a guide for each individual achievement, and sometimes guides will have 4 or 5, 6 different guides because like some person's
Right.
like, oh, this is how I found was the best way to get this achievement, or someone's like,
Right.
this person's way
Okay.
didn't work for me, I found this was the best way, and people
Mm.
vote on them to determine what's the best solution or what's a terrible solution.
Okay.
So um yeah, it's an excellent site. So if you ever sign up, you can friend me there as well. And
Absolutely.
they have a sister site for Steam achievements as well as for PlayStation trophies. So there's
Okay.
True Achievements, there's True Trophies, and there's True Steam achievements. I don't have
Gotcha.
a PlayStation, so I don't have a True
Mhm.
trophy profile, but I do also have a True Steam achievements profile as
Gotcha.
well.
Gotcha.
And
Also, I
they're all the
personally have
same
never owned a
layout.
PlayStation.
So like if you know how to navigate around one of them, you'll know
Right.
how to navigate around all 3 of them because
Just
it's
change
basically the same layout,
between
just
them.
different platforms of achievements.
Yeah. Gotcha. Gotcha.
The other half of it, the Achievement Hunting 101, that is just a group of achievement hunters that got together and created a Discord community.
Okay.
And they also do a weekly podcast. So that's who I'm really closely connected with.
Okay.
Most of the guys on the part 2 of the Metroidvania stream, they're all from
Uh,
that group.
like Dude and Paul and
Dude is on True Achievements, but he's not. At least I haven't seen him in the Achievement Hunting 101 community.
okay.
But like Icefire, J Huns, and Rocker Dude, those are all guys from the Achievement Hunting 101 Discord community.
Okay.
Rocker Dude, he actually started, him and a few other people started the Achievement Hunting 101 community,
Okay. Okay.
AH 101 for short.
Okay. You're close with those guys.
Yeah, I'm really close with them because they're part of the reason why I got so heavily into Metroidvanias.
Okay.
As we were saying earlier, after the music games, there was a bit of a time, but once I got connected with them, and there were a lot of big Metroidvania enthusiasts, they actually have a channel dedicated in their Discord to Metroidvanias, and we call it Vayners, and that's where we use the term Vayner
Gotcha.
for Metroidvanias for short.
Right.
It's the Vayner channel, and
Right.
I'm
Like
in
if you're a
there.
fan of the band Clutch, you're a gearhead type thing.
Yeah. So because of them, that's why I really got plugged into Metroidvanias, and I'm currently 25th globally on the
Oh,
Metroidvania
wow.
board on True Achievements, and I'm number 1 in California.
Oh, hell yeah.
So
Out of what number, might I ask? Like how many in California, how many globally? Top
everyone in
100 global,
California
one in
or
California. Well,
globally who
do
has
you know
achievements in
both?
Metroidvanias, I can tell you here in just a second.
I mean, top 100 globally and top 1 in California, one of the largest states. Or
So
top 1, the top.
for global, there are 630,317 tracked gamers.
Oh my goodness.
And then
Wow. By
let's see
percentile,
here.
that is insane. That's like over 200 IQ percentile numbers. That's Wild. Holy crap.
And then in California, I am number 1 out of 3,084
Oh my sweet goodness,
on
sir.
the
You
Metroidvania
are
leaderboards.
a man amongst men. I am telling you.
So
Genuinely, I mean this.
I do plan to eventually get number
Massive
1
respect.
globally, even if it's only for a short period of time.
Oh yeah. Just to take
But
the screenshot, man. The clap forever.
The guys who are in first and second were both on my Metroidvania ranking stream. One of them
Okay.
was on the first one, that was Skeptical Mario, and then on the second one from last week, Jay Huns. They're the guys who are
Jay Huns.
going back and forth between number 1 and number 2 on those leaderboards.
Okay.
So
Okay.
they're way ahead of me because I have so many that I've backlogged that I haven't played yet, but I do plan to get up there at eventually.
So what's the difference between
between
being
me
in
and first place?
100 versus being in the top 5 or the top 2?
That is an excellent question. So,
because this is fascinating.
Okay, just to put it in perspective. So my score is I have 127,385 TA score in Metroidvania.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
Yeah. So I'm like I said, I'm in 25th place globally.
Okay,
and
25th globally. Gotcha.
My score, and the one that most of us use as the main metric, is your true achievement score, which means, like I was explaining, the true achievement values.
Right. With the ratio and values, yeah.
Yeah. All of your TA score of all your Metroidvania games combined is how the leaderboards are determined. There's a leaderboard for gamer score and other metrics, but the one that we typically use is the TA score.
And the number is 300 something? 300,000 something?
How many people are on that board? Yeah.
No, you said the people on that board, I was in the 600,000, 630,000 range, but your score.
My score in 25th place is 127,385.
Okay, 127,000, and the difference between that and 5th and like 1st and 2nd place.
Let's see here.
For instance.
So, in 100th place is 75,000.
Okay.
And then, going back to the top of the board, between me and 25th and let's say 10th place, that's 167,000. So that's 40,000 almost exactly. Which that's not too bad because, you're saying, gamer score values for the most part, unless they have DLC, is 1,000 gamer score.
Right.
But a really difficult game can be worth 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 TA. So
so you could be within like less than 10 games potentially.
Yeah. If I play some of the more difficult ones.
127 and 167. Yeah.
So 167,000 is 10th place. And then first place is 291,000.
Oh my. Okay.
So
I see.
Let's see here.
And that duel they're having in first and second must be, that's contentious. Wow.
Yeah. So Jay Huns is in
holy crap.
Jay Huns is in first place with 291,000, and then Skeptical Mario is in second with 289,000. So only about 2,000 behind him.
And
but
potentially a game apart, rather.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Less than that, most likely. But yeah, between second and 10th is like 130,000.
And this website auto updates as well, I imagine, using a backend API.
Yes, it updates daily.
Okay.
But yeah, just to give you an idea of that. But yeah, so Jay Huns and Skeptical Mario were both on my Metroidvania ranking streams, as was Icefire. He's in 6th place. And out of the top 50 places, those of us in the Achievement Hunting 101 community who are big into Metroidvanias, we take up like probably 26 of the top 50 spots.
Ooh, man.
So I know a lot of the names on the leaderboard here because I'm friends with them. Rocker Dude, who was on it, he's in 40th.
And would I have been connected with Rocker Dude? Like, is he in one of the Discords that you and I share? Or
not you and I share, but if you got into
if I was
Xbox
in that
Achievement
Discord,
Hunting,
right,
you're definitely welcome to join the AH101 Discord if you're into Xbox achievements.
I I don't feel like I'm worthy. Not only because I don't feel like I'm worthy genuinely, because your numbers are insane, and I am legitimately, genuinely impressed. Um, I I don't really do Xbox games really. I mean, I don't have
Right.
that much money and like pulling up. I would love to have a sub for Game Pass because I'd love to get into some of those games, but if and when I do, it's well, let's say when, because I don't want to say if. I'd rather say when. When I do, I have a backlog in my mind of stuff I would like to do that I did
Too.
before, that I want to redo, that kind of thing.
Yeah. And I actually run we're in the third year of a year-long Metroidvania contest based on leaderboard
I,
scores.
I'm sorry,
So
did you say the third year of a year long?
yeah, so
What?
I
Please explain.
yeah, so I run the Year of the Vayner contest in that
Okay,
channel,
right.
and so a couple years ago, they did a Year of the Assassin
Okay,
event for playing Assassin's Creed games, and
okay,
it turned out perfectly because I was planning on spending that year basically playing nothing but Assassin's Creed games because
okay,
I had played Assassin's Creed 1, 2, Brotherhood, and Revelation when they had first come out.
right.
And then
Grabbing all those feathers.
I didn't play any other Assassin's Creed games since then.
Hmm.
But I had access to all of them.
Okay,
So they were doing like, hey, we're doing a Year of the Assassin event, and I was like, oh, perfect, because I was planning on getting all caught up this year by playing Assassin's Creed games.
right.
So I didn't play Assassin's Creed 1 because there's every other Xbox 360 Assassin's Creed game has gotten a remaster in some form or another, except for the first one. And so there was
Yes,
no
and that's
incentive
the
to
one
play.
people want the most.
So if they had a remaster for it, I would definitely play it.
I
But
probably would as well.
this contest is all based on gamer score and TA score earned. So you're not going to get any of that by playing a game where you already have all the achievements because I had already
Right,
completed it way back in the day.
right.
So I started with the Ezio collection, which is
Yep.
Assassin's
Two,
Creed 2,
Brotherhood and
Brotherhood and
Revelation.
Revelation, which I
Yep.
hadn't played in over a
And collecting all
decade.
those feathers, which is nuts.
So I started with that, and I played through everything up through Syndicate,
Okay.
and each stack because a lot of them have two versions: a
Right,
360 version
right.
and an Xbox One version. So I
And
played
Syndicate was before they changed style, right? Into
Syndicate is the last one before they
yeah,
changed style. That
right.
with Origins.
Origins, then Odyssey,
So
then the
Valhalla.
Ragnarok, Valhalla. Thank you.
Yeah, I have those ones, but I haven't played them yet. But
I played oh gosh, the one in Greece. Goodness, we just said the
Odyssey
name. Odyssey. I put 40 hours into that game and I felt like
barely scratched the
I
surface.
I didn't get to Leonidas, who apparently appears in the first act
Oh.
of the game after 40 hours.
It is a big game.
And after the first like hour, there's no more basically ability to do an assassination because enemy health gets out of control
Oh,
and fights can last a long time. I mean, you can do a drop down and assassinate someone, but you take like a normal enemy, like a regular bog standard bottom tier enemy, you can take maybe half their health away, and then there's like a 15-second fight that follows, and
yeah.
then all his buddies come around, and then you're in a 5-minute fight.
For
Once you
them,
reach like the 20-hour mark, it gets insane. The numbers get out of whack. It's wild.
I've put a few hours into Origins, and I've experienced that already. Um, so yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's the one thing that I'm not. I will be playing them. I hate that
Not
they've
looking
gotten
forward
just
to.
so bloated,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
especially being a completionist. But
Yeah. And the
um,
fact there's microtransactions in it for in-game
uh,
money, which is
time
actually
savers.
useful for yes, that's the thing. Putting in microtransactions for things that are genuinely useful that you can buy with in-game currency for a single player game.
Yeah,
That's the biggest
it's
no-no of
dirty.
DLC.
It's
Oh,
dirty.
it's dirty. Yes, it's dirty. The
So,
biggest no-no.
um, but yeah, so that year I went through and I played. a crap load of Assassin's Creed because I played 2 versions of Assassin's Creed 3, 2 versions of Assassin's Creed Liberation, 2 versions of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, 2 versions of Assassin's Creed Rogue. Because each one of those had a 360 version and an Xbox One version.
Okay.
So I played a lot of Assassin's Creed. Needless to say, I won the competition. And that's kind of when I was really getting plugged in with the Metroidvanias, and that's when I decided to start doing Year of the Vaner and doing a very similar thing, but instead of it being Assassin's Creed games, it was Metroidvania games. And
but here we are.
We've gone on to year 3 because it's been a pretty popular event. So
right on.
I was like, hey, does everyone want me to continue doing this next year? They're like, yeah, let's keep doing it.
Yes, everybody immediately quoting you in their threads in Discord. Yes, what are you, stupid? Of course, keep going. This is amazing.
So
don't you dare stop.
Yeah, so we're in year 3 of the Vaner. And Icefire, who was on last week on the part 2 of the Metroidvania ranking stream, he has just been destroying March. He has got the lead by a mile. It's crazy. He might have more in March than everyone else in the competition up to this point this year.
Boy.
He's been doing so much. But it's been fun.
I'm sure they're hoping he takes a summer vacation because at this pace, he's going to crush it.
Probably. So I wasn't planning on. I've been participating as well, and we have a Vaner of the month where, oh shoot, it's the end of the month. We need to do that. I always forget.
It is currently the 29th. Yes. Yeah.
So what we do is everyone who's participating, if they want, they can submit what they want their Metroidvania of the month to be, and once everyone's submitted their votes, then we have the Discord bot basically randomly pick one of them, and that's the Metroidvania of the month. And that one, it gets if you complete it during that month, you get bonus credit towards the end of the year.
Right.
So, but yeah, it's been fun. But I've been planning on participating much more than I have been, because I've got all these, like I said, I want to eventually want to be number 1 on the leaderboard, and I've got all these Metroidvanias that I've been backlogging. But I'm waiting to start a crap load of new games until I recover what's called a bean dive, which is where you
bean dive.
Okay. Yeah, and the reason why it's called a bean dive is because the guy who started the concept, his gamer tag is Bean Potter. So you dive your games where you start your bean dive, you go on True Achievements, says, hey, I want to start a bean dive. And then you get 1 achievement in all the games you want to play. So it lowers your completion percentage. So if you're, OCD and you're like, I want to get my completion percentage back up. Once you're done getting that 1 achievement in all of them, then you play those games and get your completion percentage back to where it was. And then when you do, then you've completed your dive. And so I'm working on getting back to that completion percentage I was at, and then once I do, then I'm starting a ton of new games, because every time you start a new game, it lowers your completion percentage, making it take that much longer to get back to that starting point.
Okay, excuse me, I couldn't reach the mute button in time. I apologize.
No worries. So that's why I haven't been starting a lot of these games, as I've been waiting to get to that point, but it's just been taking me a lot longer than anticipated.
Right.
So once I do, then I'll definitely be climbing the leaderboards a lot faster than I have been, because I even more impressive than where I am on the True Achievement leaderboard for Metroidvanias is completions.
Dude, let's hear it.
Because I am a completionist. I am 18th globally for completions.
Out of?
So I have 55 completions, and I have played. Let me go over here real quick. I think like 58 or 59. There's only like 3 or 4 Metroidvanias I've played that I haven't completed yet, and
that's a good ratio. 55 out of roughly 59. My goodness.
I have. So nope, that's not it. Let's go to started and incomplete. I have 4 Metroidvanias that I've started that I haven't completed, and I have 55 completions, so it means I've played 59 games, and I've only not completed 4 of them. But there are if I go back to how many Metroidvanias I have in total, It's 148.
It's okay, Dipsy. It's
So
okay, baby.
I have a lot of Metroidvanias to play. Most
148 is a lot.
So most of those I own. There's probably maybe 10 to 15 of them I don't own yet. I'm waiting for
Okay.
them to go on sale, but
Okay.
most
So
of them
you
I
would be able to have
own.
access to them. Okay.
Yeah. So I could start them all right now and I could get to the spot number 1 on the
Hmm.
games played leaderboard, which just means you've got an achievement in it. Um, I could do that right now if I wanted to because I've
Okay.
got so many of them, but I'm waiting till recover my dive till I
Okay.
actually start playing them all.
And again, please forgive me if I missed this, but your rank out of how many people that are participating?
Oh, are you talking about in my Metrovania contest?
Yeah, and what you've been talking about. Yes.
Okay. So cuz what I've been talking about so far in ranking has been in just the leaderboards, which is
Hmm.
encompasses everyone on True Achievements. If you've
Oh,
got
so the 660,000 number.
Yeah, that's not my competition.
Okay.
That's just everyone on True Achievements who has at least one achievement in a
Okay.
Metroidvania game.
I see. It's.
In
I mean, it's still very impressive. My goodness.
in my Metroidvania contest, this year we have the least participants. Um, let's see here. What we've got. We got 23 participants this year, so
Okay.
not a huge amount.
That's.
I think
I mean,
year
it's
two
still a
was the
lot.
most. We had probably about 50.
Wow.
Maybe not that many, but a decent chunk of people because I don't have an API to gather the information, so I have to go and gather
Hmm.
their stats each month manually.
Okay.
So the less people, it actually makes it easier for me. So
I mean, even with you said 22 people, or 23 people. How once a month? How long would that take you roughly? I mean, to grab all that stuff, do you have to just go through the site and just manually grab the numbers and put them in like Excel or?
yeah, I've got a Google sheet so that
Okay,
and it's public for all the participants, so they can
right.
go and look at the standings at any time.
Okay.
Um, it
Are you
takes
bold enough to leave comments open for them to put
um,
in like their little little post-its next to numbers and stuff?
You know what? I never even think about that, but
I
if
mean, I wouldn't
most of
do it
our
because it sounds like it would get out of hand, but
most people probably wouldn't do that because all of our conversation happens in the Vayner
the
channel of the Discord,
right, right,
anyways.
right. Okay.
Um, but to gather all their stats for the month with 23 probably takes me like an hour and a half.
Oh, okay, that's not as bad as I thought. I was thinking it was like an all day or potentially weekend project. My
No,
goodness.
because I don't have
Okay.
to gather. I gather their TA score, their achievement count, and like their games played and
Right.
completions, and
I,
then the formulas that are built into my spreadsheets do all the rest of the
okay.
calculations. So I don't have to
Okay.
gather
I see.
everything manually.
So you did at the beginning. You did the front end work, setting up the spreadsheet. The site is collating all the stats, and you're plucking the numbers out and popping them in. I see. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
for
way
year
more
one,
efficient than I was thinking.
I was fiddling with that spreadsheet for like months. So I kept adding more stuff and like
Oh,
tweaking it,
dude.
making it better. So
If
it
you ever,
wasn't for like
if
6 months did I get it down to like what the way I really wanted it.
pardon me for laughing, but if you ever want to feel like you're an inferior man, look up Excel Olympics on YouTube.
I've not seen
These
it, but I have
guys
an idea of
are
what it is.
these guys are nuts. Like 5,000 page spreadsheets doing like doing things in Excel that you wouldn't even imagine are capable of being done. Like
Yeah.
wild, crazy stuff. Similar to the person who, using only the pencil and paint, made that beautiful 4K
Oh,
realistic photo of Santa with the intricate background. It's like that, but for Excel.
I haven't
Not
seen
necessarily
that, but
paintings, but
there are
just the stuff they do, the intricacy and the detail. It's amazing, and the speed that they do it because
there
it's
are
timed and you're right. Oh my gosh, it's wild.
Yeah, people do some of the most craziest stuff with some of the most mundane things.
Hmm.
Yeah, with Excel or
Yeah,
Paint.
I
Yeah, it's
have an accountant
crazy.
friend who does, keeps spreadsheets in Excel, and he someone at his firm competes in these, and he introduced me to them. He sent me a video of what it's like, and I watched it, and it's like an hour video, and I got 5 minutes in, and I literally stopped the video. I called him. It was like 1 in the afternoon, so he's at work. He could have been with a client for all I know, but he picked up. He's like, "Yeah, hey Jake, I'm at work. What's up?" And I'm like, "Dude, this stuff is effing ridiculous. What is happening?" And we had like a 10-minute conversation talking about it. I'm like, "Oh my gosh, that dude you work with, I gotta shake his hand. Holy crap!"
So yeah, it's not that nuts, but I was just, every day it seemed I'd have like, oh, you know what, I could do this, and so I just kept
I know,
tinkering with it
I
and
know that feeling.
automating stuff and figuring out what I can and can't do. So I'm pretty well versed. Yeah, I'm more well versed in Google Sheets than I am in Excel, but a lot of it transfers over.
Oh yeah, yeah. A lot of it
Um,
transfers over. Yeah,
but yeah, so the participants in my contest is nowhere near the 600,000. But it's
understood,
been fun.
understood,
So,
understood. Absolutely.
but
And
the wrap up probably like an hour ago already,
sure,
um,
let's go.
on the blasphemous question.
Oh
Um,
yes, yes, please.
they, yeah, like I said, Dead Cells is higher pace and a bit more hectic,
Hmm.
but combat is in a lot of ways very similar. But one thing that you know is pretty core to the Metrovania experience is, like I said, ability gating, and
Hmm.
Blasphemous basically doesn't have any. And like I said,
Right.
that's one of my biggest complaints. Um, all of its progression is through like switches and levers to unlock doors,
Ah, I see.
which
So it's
is
kind of
why
Dark Souls ish.
well, yeah, it's definitely a 2D Dark Souls. That's with
Right.
that, no, not
I
up
just
for
don't
debate.
remember like Salt and Sanctuary having those kinds of things, like all the levers and switches and stuff.
I haven't played it, so I don't know, but Paul loves it, so he'd be able to answer that. He
Well,
was streaming
It,
it, I think, earlier today.
its big deal was that it's 2D Dark Souls. Like it is literally mechanically Dark Souls, but it's 2D. I mean, that was the big thing everyone said when it came out. Now Salt and Sanctuary 2 is out,
Uh,
and the company
well,
is making another game that's not Salt and Sanctuary, but in a similar vein.
the sequel is Salt and Sacrifice.
Salt and Sacrifice, excuse me. I apologize.
Um, but because of that, the argument could be made that Blasphemous 1 is not a Metroidvania. I've heard that that is different in Blasphemous 2, and it absolutely is
Okay.
a Metroidvania, but I haven't played it yet. But the thing about Blasphemous was my co-host on Party Chat, Mark the Cyborg, he did a video a number of years ago, basically singing its praises, and so I was like, oh, okay, I'll keep my eye out for it. And when I bought it when it went on sale, because it frequently goes on sale on Xbox for like $6, so I picked it up and I started playing it. I was not digging it, almost like how I still feel about Hollow Knight.
Hmm.
Um,
Was it 30 FPS or were you on a 60 FPS console? Because playing it at 30 FPS, I have to admit, when I first got Dark Souls, got on 360, took it back a week later, couldn't stand it. Prepare to Die Edition comes out 2012, could play it at 60 FPS on my PC. Took me 82 hours, but I did beat it, and I kept playing it. And eventually, 2015, Dark Souls 3 comes out, 28 hours, so it's quite poetic, in my opinion.
I don't remember which Xbox I was playing it on at the time, but the frame rate didn't have anything to do with why I wasn't
Okay,
digging it.
okay.
But I wasn't digging it at the time, so I'd put it on the back burner. I'm like, I'll come back to it eventually.
Hmm.
And then when I finally did, like I said, which was February of last year, and that's because um, another event that I take place in, each participant gets assigned a random game each month, and
Okay,
one of the goals is to try to complete your random game every month.
right.
And you get a huge bonus at the end of the year if you do that. I've not done that, but a lot of the times I'll use that as incentive on like what to play.
Hmm.
And so my random game of the month for February of last year was Blasphemous. So I was like, all right, I'll give it
Okay.
another shot. And once I got into it, I really ended up liking Blasphemous 1.
Oh, right
Um,
on.
it
Yeah.
once I really got into it, but like I
I
said,
got like 5 minutes into it before I stopped, so I was genuinely interested in your perspective. especially your perspective, given how much I know about you and how you operate now, given our conversation.
So,
Genuinely appreciate the information. Absolutely.
yeah. So yeah, I did end up really liking it. Like I said, I'm definitely looking forward to playing the second one since you have because one of the things is you only have one. You have different like magic attacks that you get, but you only
Okay.
have your sword, and it gets stronger.
Right.
But you
Okay.
don't have different weapons. In Blasphemous 2, there are different weapons you can switch between.
I see. Okay.
And I do know that.
I suppose the
And
natural evolution.
from what I've heard, they actually have ability gating, so you get new abilities which allow you to reach new areas. From what I hear,
Okay.
um, but yeah, I ended up liking it in the long run. Um, there was one. I feel like there was one other thing I was going to say about Blasphemous, but now
Sure.
I don't remember what it was. One thing that is popping into my head, but it wasn't. It was just that I had
Go
to
ahead.
play through it a number of times because there are some missables if you're an achievement hunter.
I
Um,
see.
but yeah, I don't know what else it was I was going to say, but yeah, I did like it. Um, so, um,
Very good. Very good.
I think I don't think there was anything else that I wanted to mention before we sign off here. Other
Okay.
than we are getting very close to Melee's stream time, which I was joking about, and then we're only like 15 minutes short of their time. But I think this is a new record for longest open mic, and this
Wow.
has been a great discussion. I have enjoyed literally every minute.
As have I, Neo. This genuinely, this has been a fantastic discussion, and I have genuinely, wholeheartedly, from one human to another human, really, really appreciated this and have very much enjoyed your company, your conversation, and your grace throughout it. Having me on, it literally being my first time on any live stream of any kind on the internet. Period.
You,
It's
I would
it's
guess that
it's
you do
been
this all the time because
fantastic.
you're a natural.
Oh, well, my goodness, thank you so very much. That really does mean a
Holy
lot as
crap.
a compliment. Thank you so much.
Paul is still here. I figured you'd have been out of here by now.
Paul, thank you so much for
Thanks for
hanging,
hanging out for
Paul.
so long, Paul. You rock.
That is great. That's very big of you, Paul. Thank you. Really
So
appreciate it.
I
Yes,
had
popping
only
cherries.
I had oh yeah. Popping cherries. That's funny. Yeah, I had three or four of them, I think, YouTube cherries. But I had written down four things that I was like, I want to talk to him about this, and we only got through two of them, and we were
Well,
going on 5.5 hours.
I
So
think late May, you know, or
yeah,
whenever an open mic is open, feel free to reach out because I would be elated to do this again.
excellent. So yeah, we'll figure that out to get you back on for a part two. Because I definitely have some more stuff I want to talk to you about, and I have it written
Absolutely.
down so I won't forget. So
Absolutely. And we added things as the show went on.
we did. I have now more than I started with. I
I'm glad
started
I
with
could
four.
contribute.
We got through two, and we added two. So I'm still at four items we got to talk about. So
Darn.
maybe we're
Five and a
gonna.
half hours down the drain.
So maybe we'll get through another two next time. Then we'll have to have a part three. Who knows?
Absolutely. This
So
year is going to be fruitful, I believe.
but welcome to our little corner of the internet. I'm glad you're here, and
I'm glad I'm here. And I
uh,
feel very welcome. Genuinely, I do. This was a fantastic, fantastic introduction. And again, I'm very, very thankful to you and you guys. Thank you so very much for having me on.
no problem. It was a blast. So, I know I asked you beforehand if you had anything, but anything to
I,
plug,
I
go for
guess
it.
if you guys would like, my name is Jake. If I may, I'm a professional VOA. I'm a professional political analyst and writer. I love metal music and video games, and we'll talk to anyone about it, as you can see by the timestamp. If you choose to do so, you could follow me on Twitter stroke X. Be forewarned, there are politics there. It's BIGGDOGGJAKE. It's the same on Discord if you'd like to friend me there and potentially converse, or if you're looking to hire out for one of my skills or talents, I'd be open to talking about it. And if you want, it's the same on YouTube, although there's no content there, but maybe there will be someday. But either way, BIGGDOGGJAKE, anywhere on the internet and anywhere you see this face, it's this guy. If you're not sure, contact me. We'll talk like this. If you don't hear this voice, it's not me. But otherwise, Neo, thank you so much for having me on. It has been an absolute blast. I do not care that I can see the sun coming up because
It's 6 o'clock
I
for you.
have
It's 3 for me.
loved this conversation, and I have loved getting to know you, getting introduced to the achievement hunting space. This corner of the internet that you have elucidated for me is absolutely beautiful and spectacular. I can see why there is so much passion in it and so much drive, and why it has engrossed so many people such as yourself for so long, and why you guys are so dedicated to it. Truly, it has been an honor to be here. And again, thank you so very much.
Yeah. Me myself, I'm like a convergence of like 4 or 5 different communities myself, because I'm tight with the Salty Nerd podcast.
I do want to buy one of those hats.
With the Melee Games community, like Paul and DJ and stuff, and then I've got my Achievement Hunting 101 community. So I myself have got a number of different communities kind of all coming together as well. So, but yeah, had a blast. Thanks for coming on. I will. I didn't get your Twitter link, but I'll get that and I'll put it in the stream description. So it'll be there after the fact if anyone wants to go and friend you on Twitter as well. And Paul says, "Welcome to the Degenerate Nerds."
I am happy to be here. Truly.
So, but yeah. Oh, there it is. Perfect. I will stick that in.
Worries.
After we wrap here in just
a
moment.
And again, it's the name anywhere that I might be.
BDJake, cool. But yeah, so I've got a pretty booked schedule for next week already. So for the another thing about the Achievement Hunting 101 community is after each month, and I gather up those stats, I record a short 3 to 5 minute segment about just summarizing it all, and that gets appended to, like I said, they do a weekly podcast, and so they attach that on to the end of the podcast. So I've been on done pre-recorded segments before, and I've been doing that for a couple years. Like I said, I've been doing my contest. We're in year 3 now, so I've been doing that for a while. But last year, around the same time I mentioned doing Blasphemous, I was on my first. It was also pre-recorded, but I was on my first segment where one of the guys who's very active on the podcast side of things, he occasionally does a segment called One List, Two List, Bad List, Good List, where him and someone else, one of them will talk about a game with a really good achievement list, and one of them will talk about a really bad achievement list. And then on the next one, they'll swap so that whoever's talking about a good list will talk about a bad list, and whoever's talking about bad list will talk about a good list. And in January of last year, I played Azura's Wrath, and the achievement set on that game, good game, terrible achievement set. So,
but you do get to punch someone through a planet. That's pretty cool.
Yes, the cutscenes in that game are freaking awesome. But I was livid about the achievement, so I went after I beat the game. I went in Discord. I'm like, hey, the guy that does that segment. I'm like, hey, can I come on for One List, Good List, Bad List, or One List, Two List, Good List, Bad List, or whatever it's called?
It is a mouthful of a name.
Let's do it.
You nailed it the first time, though.
Yeah, and so we did it, and I went on a 30-minute rant about the achievements for Azura's Wrath, which I've been meaning to clip out and put it on as a video on my channel, just with audio, because it wasn't on camera, it was just on audio. But I did that as a segment. So I've been on the podcast, on a podcast segment twice. But next Tuesday will be the first time I'm on the podcast, the actual full segment. And once a month, they do it live, which is the first Tuesday of each month, which will be next week. So I will be not only on the podcast segment of the podcast, but I will be on the live edition of it as well.
Check the link in the description, nerds. Let's go.
That's the AH101 podcast. That's episode 297. So they're really close to episode 300.
Ooh, 297. All right.
And then on next Thursday, I'll be having another open mic with another person who's pretty new to our corner of the internet. We were going to do it. That's right. It was going to be 2 weeks ago, but we had to reschedule for something on my part, and I don't remember what it was.
Okay.
But it was someone who like hopped into a Melee stream, and we were talking in the stream chat. And then he joined the Melee Discord, and I'm like, "Hey, you want to come on open mic?" And he's like, "Yeah." So, but then we had to reschedule. So that's Edgewood is going to be on next Friday, next Thursday's open mic, and then next Friday, Dude 1286 and I will have our next episode of Achievement Chasers. We typically do that on the first Friday of each month, where we talk about what games we played and what achievements we were hunting over the course of March. And then next Saturday will be my next episode of Party Chat, who I don't have a guest yet, but fingers crossed, I'm hoping it could be Cabrutus.
Oh man, that would be wild.
So,
and what's the format of Party Chat, at least as far as how many people?
So,
is it 1-on-1 or is it like 4 or 5?
So Party Chat is typically 4.
Okay.
And that's typically myself, my 2 co-hosts, Mark the Cyborg and Brian from Legion Games.
Okay.
Sometimes one or the other can't make it. There was one episode where neither of them made it, and it was a one-on-one with me and the guest. But it's typically us 3 and then a guest host each episode, and that's where we definitely, absolutely. And that's where we talk about topics like, we were talking about earlier, where you added it to my list of topics for Party Chat. Like, what game will you always leave installed on your hard drive? So we talk about fun. That's very more structured, and that's a set time because Ryan and Mark have other streams on Saturday. So that one is always at that time. And if it's not, it basically gets canceled, which I've only had to cancel it once since I started my channel. That's not last Saturday, but 2 Saturdays before that, because it's every other Saturday.
And you've been doing your channel for how long, might I ask?
I started at the end of June.
So. Right. That's right. You said it hasn't even been a whole year. Well, my goodness, the amount of content you put out, and even like subscribers and stuff. From what I am aware of people starting YouTube channels, this is solid. This is solid stuff. I mean, genuinely proud of what you've been able to do and the community you've been able to put together, the communities you're part of, the stuff you're putting out. I think it's great. I think it's great stuff, genuinely. And I genuinely feel blessed to be a part of it. I mean, God bless. Absolutely.
Glad you're here. Yeah, I've been, like I said, I've made so many good friends just from starting my channel and getting connected with so many people. If I had more time, I could put out videos, but videos is so much work, and that's really the way to grow your channel is videos. You don't really get a lot of growth. I wouldn't say natural growth.
Like getting thrown in recommended feeds and stuff.
Yeah, you're not gonna get recommended because no one's gonna see like, hey, this is a 5.5 hour live stream from someone you have no idea who they are. They're not gonna be like, oh yeah, let me click on this and listen.
And the important growth information is in the last 5 minutes.
So pretty much all I mentioned this on a stream recently. Almost all of my subscribers, like obviously I don't know in person, but a large chunk of my subscribers, like people like you, I've met through various communities and stuff, and I'm like friends with in some capacity. But if I had more,
I'd like to think so.
Yeah. But if the way to grow on YouTube is with videos, but I don't really have the time for that, and I just have so much fun just doing stuff like this that if I get subscribers, awesome. If I don't, it doesn't matter. I'm just having fun doing this, and it's just been a blast.
That absolutely rules to me, that you're having a blast doing it, and that is why you do it. That's just I think I might be at a lost words. That's genuinely just really, really, really amazing, Neo. Genuinely.
Yeah. So I think I should be bigger just because I think a lot of people would like my streams, but it's hard for them to find you. Like almost everyone, a large chunk of the people that we talk to have all been on an open mic before.
Right.
So that's how I've just met people, and I grow slow and steady.
Well,
And
fingers crossed for
occasionally,
Brutus.
yeah, occasionally someone will ask me to come on their channel, and I'll get a little bit of a sub bump from whoever watches their streams.
Right on.
Um, but yeah, so party chat, very structured, very specific time frame. But like some of the topics we talked about on this last Saturday's party chat was, what's a demo that you played more than the game itself?
Ooh.
Or what's your favorite game that you only played once?
Okay.
So topics like that is what party chat is about.
Good topics that
and-
can lead to great conversation. Absolutely.
And so, like I said, it's typically Mark, Ryan, and I, and then a guest host. Although occasionally there will be two. Like I think, like Melee, James and Cave come on. So we had, well, it would have been 5 people, but I think either Mark or I think when they came on, because that was one of my first party chats. Mark wasn't able to make that one, so it was still 4 of us.
I see.
But
maybe
there
he was charging.
Maybe he was charging. There was one party chat where there was 5 of us, and that was when I had Charlie and Adam from Goes Nowhere Does Nothing.
Go no dono. Okay,
yeah,
I've
Go No
heard
Dono.
that being said.
Yeah, Go No Dono. Charlie and Adam. I had them both. I had one of them on open mic like the week before party chat. Then they were both on party chat, and then the other one was on open mic the following week. But so that one we had 5 people on that party chat, and then the Valentine's Day special for party chat was me and Ryan and 4 ladies. So that was the biggest one we've ever had, which was 6, which is the most I can have on the free version of Restream. You can have 6 people.
I see, and that was the Death That Made You Cry video game. Death That Made You Cry.
Yeah, that was one of the questions on that episode. Was not necessarily what made you cry, but what video game death like emotionally impacted you the most.
Understood.
Because I don't think I've ever cried from a game, but I have gotten choked up, and Mass Effect 3 is one of them. But yeah, typically 4, but sometimes less, sometimes more. But that's kind of the format of party chat.
All right.
But yeah, as I always say, anyone wants to come on and talk video games with me, let me know. That's the whole idea behind open mic. Or if you want to come on party chat sometime, let me know as well. I know sometimes Saturday morning, late morning for me, early afternoon for most everyone else who's not in Pacific time zone can be difficult. So sometimes it works better for them to come on open mic versus party chat, or vice versa. But yeah, let me know. Best ways to get a hold of me are on Twitter or Discord. So we're gonna wrap up.
Yes. Everybody check out Mr. Nerdy Neo.
Just a couple minutes short of Melee Madness.
Let him have the W, whatever.
But yeah, new record for longest open mic, and it was such an excellent discussion. So
ditto, Neo. I absolutely loved it, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, had a blast. Angry Canadian usually watches these after the fact, and he usually comments on them. So I'm wondering when I'll get a comment from him saying, "Oh, that was a great discussion." Given how long this was, it might be a couple of weeks. But he's a great guy too. He's awesome. So, but yeah, I went over my schedule. Reach out to me if you want to come on open mic and party chat.
Absolutely,
it's been a great
Paul,
discussion.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's the thing I usually do is say thanks to everyone in the chat. I see Paul. He's been the one who's stuck with us the whole time because he's out driving people this late.
Yes, indeed. For all that pains, great metal band, by the way.
But yeah, everyone who was in chat tonight, thank you for hanging out with us. And great getting to know you better, Jake. And I look forward to
know you, Neil.
Talking with you more in the future, both on and off stream.
Absolutely. I appreciate you having me again. Thank you so very much, and I appreciate everyone who tuned in. Thank you.
And
peace out. Be well.
Glad you stuck around this long.
Absolutely.
So
thank you.
All right. With that, we will say good night to everyone. We will catch you later, and in the meantime,